Okay, okay. Yo, relax. Hey, whoa, shit. What is up? Do the long intros really work? They work marginally, yeah. Depends. If it's a more popular topic, it definitely works. If it's one of those higher viewer streams, like the drama shit or whatever's going on, or breaking news, big breaking news, then yeah, waiting can make a difference. Also, I just don't want people to feel like they've missed out, you know? There's more H3 drama. Is there? Can I ask you to re-upload an old doc into your Obsidian? Which one? What's going on with your collar? I'm not sure. This t-shirt's just like this. It's not inside out or anything. Like, it just has this thing. It's not even a cheap t-shirt. It's just got that funky collar. Can't really explain it. Did you remove your last VOD? I don't think I did. Like the stream VOD or the segment? Because the stream VOD would probably, there's a chance it maybe got flagged for something. It's not a shot caller. You're right, it's not a shot caller. Sorry to disappoint. The stream VOD, yeah, it might be gone because of copywriting or something. The Javad hash, is that not uploaded? I don't know why that one would have been taken down, but I can have a look. It'll be some kind of copyright or some fucking... I think the TOS is getting a lot more restrictive when it comes to anything that could involve guns or blood or anything like that. It's been like that for a while, but it used to be a bit more random. I think now they're kind of... they're generalizing their takedowns of that kind of stuff. But we'll see. The Owen Jones stuff is kind of a nothing burger. I don't think... I mean, the article is shit. It's very trashy from Owen Jones, but it's not... I don't think it's a defamation suit. Who is al-Shara? He's the Syrian president. Do I actually... Wait, do I have to... Do I have to change the title of the stream so people know who I'm talking about? I probably do. Syrian president. Okay, let's do that. Have you gone over the IDF general lawyer thing? What's that? Maybe? That sounds familiar. I don't know what you mean by general lawyer, though. Couldn't say. Whoa. Ate Judas last night. What, the Democrats? Yeah? Yeah, that sounds rough. Which one is his real name? Al-Shara is his real name. Jelani was the moniker, his wartime name. It's actually on the waiting breaking news profile. It's here. The AP is waiting. Any minute now, any minute, he's going to greet the president at the White House. Any minute. So we'll see. Until then, until the breaking news, do I want to open with slopper news? Let's try the other way around. Oh, the IDF prosecutor from State Eman. Yeah, a lot of that just sounds like internal shit, but yeah, we'll have a look. Well, maybe check that one throughout this week if we have the time or the interest. I was gonna watch this yesterday, but or last week, but I never got around to it. So I need to see what's up. Hassan's TikTok reposts are insane. Okay, let's go. Let's slop out to begin with. Why not?
Everybody, this is Ethan Klein coming at you with another VOD EXP, joined today by Hilla. Some people know her as Hilla. I know her as Hila, as mom. Welcome. Today we are going to be looking at my good, dear old friend Hassan Piker's TikTok. Now, before you click off, it's much more interesting than that. I don't know if he knows that these are public. But he has in his repost.
He must know that reposts are public. What are you talking about?
Okay, you see what I'm doing here? Here's his videos. Here's his reposts. In here, an ungodly amount of soul-crushingly cringe thirst traps. So I think we should just dive right in here. So the best way to do this is just kind of scroll the feed itself, and I'll show you guys the ones. Now let me give you guys an example as I scroll here at some of the stuff he reshares. Here's the one. I dare you to watch this. I dare you to watch this. Imagine sharing this.
No.
Bro, imagine having the. First
This
of all,
is just fucking spider videos, but I guess I don't really re-upload them because that might be weird. Yeah,
there should be a certain level of self-monitoring shame that should prevent someone from sharing this. But just imagine, what are you doing, man? And then all of them, by the way, look at the user. User loves Hassan. So not only is he resharing these thirst traps, it's these super parasocially obsessed lunatic accounts.
Oh my God.
User loves Hassan. Bro, I would never get involved in something like
the new conduit vid is not up yet, though, is it? It's not up until later.
this. By the way, who spends their whole fucking day making Hassan thirst traps? It's mental. And then he's promoting them all the time.
Mental.
Look at all these.
That's crazy.
Look at all these.
Crazy.
Look at it.
Look it
That's an
up.
end.
Here's where it started. Let's look at their first one.
No. No.
The conduit video is in an hour. Chill.
Hassan, I have no gag reflex is the description.
I do.
Let me read that for you one more time. Hassan, I have
I am
no
gagging.
gag reflux. Is that saying that they want to like deep throat him? I'm assuming.
Wait,
Oh
I
my
don't.
God, is that what it?
Yeah, I think yes.
didn't even
Yeah.
That is what that is. Eli. Yeah, but
Here's one of him in the gym, guys. Hold on. Gag reflex optional. Deep throat me, daddy.
So
Oh,
wait, this is all thirst trap. What's going on here? Is this like women talking about how they like him or whatever?
hate videos on me and thirst traps nonstop, man. Nonstop. It's
I
endless.
know he re-uploads hate videos because he did that with me as well.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would recommend people kind of just dig into this and see what's going on here, you know? Oh, this is one I saw. This has 1.6 million likes. What's this one?
May this video never find a selling bike, or maybe it can. I mean, I'm not complaining. Actually, but that one stream where he's wearing the Pepsi top. Oh my God.
Girl, have some dignity. I have fear of being bullied by him low key.
Have some conviction.
Girl, I don't know if you read his shirt, but he is against intolerance and especially the patriarchy. So he would never do anything like that.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about this. We'll do that later, maybe, if there's anything interesting in it. That was how I found Chris Consler, because he had reposted it and people noticed it on his TikTok. Because he needs other people to fight his critics for him. He's too incompetent to do it himself. Anyway, big deal. Conduit video in an hour. Ooh. Someone running against Richie Torres. Michael Blake. Oh yeah, this person. Isn't this person a fucking nutcase? Yeah,
Condemn the
fucking-
elimination of the. I take it back. I do.
Yeah, they defended. Sorry. Michael Blake is running against Richie Torres, and they're reposting this guy. But this person, what is it? I don't even know. Is it, okay, whatever. This person, we'll say. And this person was the one who defended Elias Rodriguez, said it was an act of resistance. Okay. Good. Great. But that's not even a really big issue right now. Because there's worse happening with the Democratic Party. We'll get to that later with the government shutdown. You guys have posted a lot of memes in stream suggestions. This is apparently a BBC documentary, which I think you're only going to be able to get on iPlayer, about soldiers talking about shooting unprovoked people or arbitrary definitions of what's an enemy, etc. Largely to do with GHF sites, I think. Describing a free-for-all at the whims of officers. Okay, nothing new there. Just more people talking about it. This is silly because this is not obviously their full intel data on militants, but okay. That 83% number is goofy as hell. Yeah, I know there's a new H3 segment about What's she called? Cruel World, Happy Mind. That's the one, yeah. Breaking Ranks. Is it a BBC documentary? I think it's BBC, isn't it? Maybe we'll see that. But it depends, because if it's on iPlayer, we definitely can't watch it on stream. We're not allowed to. That would be very, very naughty. Okay. I'm kind of wondering what happens if I just go by stream suggestions in the Discord and what we end up watching. What is this? No, I'm not watching Bassem Youssef. No thanks. Boring. What do you think of the January 6th BBC scandal? I think the BBC are fucking fannies. That's what they are. They are total fannies. The clipping was arguably kind of silly, but at the end of the day, it communicated what was actually happening. And it does go to show that I think with the BBC, people say that they're biased, and obviously left-wingers think they're biased towards the right, and right-wingers think they're biased towards the left, and the only people who really defend them are like your middle-of-the-road fucking Labour, Lib Dem voters. But the thing with the BBC is that they are biased, but they're biased, it seems, in favor of who can be the most annoying complaint against them. If they put a piece out and it gets like 2,000 people complaining, then it just seems like they'll change regardless of whether the complaint is justified or not. It seems that they are so sensitive to people launching complaints that they just fold. They just bend. They know they're safe in the next primary SZN. If you're a liberal wondering what happened here, understanding this is the rotating villain structure that has undermined Biden and Obama agendas. They're the moderates that play the spoiler and weaken the Dems. They must be excised. I mean, that's true. They're just not the only ones who need to be excised. But yeah, the problem with these Dems who are involved in the shutdown is I think 2 of them are going to retire and the others are not running until either 2028 or 2030, which means they can take the blow. They can absorb the blow from doing such an unpopular thing within the party. Okay, stream suggestions. Come on, let's see what you've got. A wealth of knowledge you've got for us. Oh, it's a History Speaks tweet. Woohoo! This is Western chauvinism. Israel's crimes are worse than China's under Xi. Okay.
Now, final count from this morning was something like
Vosh tent. Mamdani. Okay.
60 Cuomo, 30 Mamdani. Can we be real for a second? Insanely embarrassing for the Jewish community. Like, they've been getting led around like dogs, honestly, on this. Oh, your identity means defending Israel. If somebody doesn't like genocide, that means they don't like you. Stake your identity as a marginalized group, as a minority, to the popularity of this.
This is because, despite being one of the more progressive-leaning demographics, I think only about 30% of Jews voted for Mamdani. Even though you could look at it, people who identified as liberal or very liberal overwhelmingly went Mamdani, like 70 to 90%. But obviously, most Jews describe themselves as that, liberal or very liberal, but they still didn't go for Mamdani because of his very odd stances on Israel from a Jewish perspective. Odd in general, really, for a mayoral candidate, but
dying, failed ethno-state, warmongering pieces of shit. You know, yeah, go for it, man. That's no. Hitch your ride to that. Oh, Mamdani, the good candidate? No. I
do hope people understand this is where it goes, though. And it seems like, for better or worse, people are getting a bit less shy about it. People are getting a bit less shy about it because when you used to say that like anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism has a bit of an overlap, right? That you're probably going to have a bone to pick with most Jews if you take these like very far left positions on Israel. And people would often deny it, or they would say like, oh, but look at these Orthodox Jews, the Neturei Karta people who support Palestine. But no, at the end of the day, like you do have to come to terms with this, is that you're going to find yourself having run-ins with the broader Jewish community like quite frequently if you have these positions on Israel. But people are just coming out and saying it right now. Like imagine 2 or 3 years ago, someone saying this about the Jewish community in New York, saying that it's like what did he say?
He's like, on the side, that means they don't like you. Stake your identity as a marginalized group, as a minority. Side, that means they don't like you. Stake your something like 60 Cuomo, 30 Mamdani.
speech therapist. She told me that she was Jewish.
Now,
He's
final
acknowledging the
count from
stats.
this morning was something like 60 Cuomo, 30 Mamdani. Can we be real for a second? Insanely embarrassing for the Jewish community. Like, they've been getting led around like dogs, honestly, on this. Oh, your identity means defending Israel. If somebody doesn't like genocide, that means they don't like you. Stake your identity as a marginalized group, as a minority, to the popularity of this dying, failed ethno-state, warmongering pieces of shit. Yeah, go for it, man. That's no. Hitch your ride to that. Oh, Mamdani, the good candidate? No. He's like Muslim or a jihadist or whatever. You need to hitch your ride to this rapist, Italian, corrupt, Trump-supporting fuckwit. That's a real Jew would support the evil guy. Like, Jesus. It's very embarrassing for the community. I feel like we're watching the in real time unfolding a multi-years long process to evangelicize the Jewish community, where you turn them into a group of like fastidious, paranoid, conservative voters because you've hitched their identity to a bunch of culture war grievances. Like how every
So why did most Jews fall for it then? Are they just retarded? Are they fucking idiots? Like, is there something just like specifically wrong with them?
evangelical thinks that Democrats are trying to take Christmas away.
Remember this not remember New York Jews are progressive. They are more progressive on average than the average New Yorker. Like, they are progressive voters. They've always been progressive voters. They've always been liberal.
Whatever, Well, Cuomo's Italian, Thana.
She said that her daughter is a huge fan in phone banks from college and that she wasn't so sure. And I asked her to share, and she shared her thoughts about what it also means to be Jewish in New York City today and the scourge of anti-Semitism that often worries her, that she was trying.
I know it wouldn't be politically good, but I wish somebody would explain out loud what globalized the Intifada means. The Intifada, in the context in which that term is used, is referring to like uprisings or resistance acts from Palestinians, two like distinct waves, but like broadly the act of resistance by Palestinians against Israeli occupation. That resistance took many forms, the vast majority of which was like peaceful protesting, resistance marches, stuff like that. But there were people who committed acts of terror, considering the fact that Israel's literally a genocidal apartheid state occupying an open-air death camp. Now it's a death camp. We can say that now. So it just means resistance. So when you say globalize the Intifada, it literally just means globalize the resistance against apartheid, genocide, and so on. It doesn't mean
people in, again, it's just like this forcing your words into the mouths of people from and around the region. It's like when people were calling for like an intifada on Al Jazeera, when it was like Hamas officials using their platforms to call for intifada, they were saying that to not just West Bank people, they were saying it to Arabs to Palestinians in Israel as well. Who are they going to intifada against? Was Sinwar talking about resistance when he was talking about people just getting into their cars and taking knives and stabbing people? Okay.
All Jews. It just doesn't. It just factually doesn't. The only reason anyone says that
or
is
attacking embassies in the Middle East.
That's it. Like, you could, if you want to go down that road, like, wow, you think it's okay to say, fight the power? Well, to the Nazis, the power means Jews, so fight the power is anti-Semitic. It's a meaningless and bad faith attack that only works in the public eye because intifada is not an English word. It's spooky and Muslim. It's a spooky Muslim word, It's got a little turban on it. That's it.
Muslim word with a turban. How many? Whoa. How many ethnic groups have we skirted over there? Okay.
Deeply Islamophobic.
Trying to sell her apartment, a realtor told her to put away, in her words, the Jewish books on her bookshelf. And I told her that this was unacceptable, that we were fighting for a city that didn't just protect Jewish New Yorkers, but celebrated and cherished those same New Yorkers. And I'm looking forward to being the mayor for every single person that calls the city home and showing that my job is not to remake City Hall in my image, but rather in the image of struggling New Yorkers. And that means New Yorkers will find themselves and their struggles in people who have decision-making power across my administration.
You said a lot of that during the campaign, but it didn't seem to work with this group of voters. What more can you do now?
Well, I think there are a lot of voters for whom the trust comes from the actions that you actually take. Many have, have understandably been disappointed by politics and the promises that have been made by many before me. Now my opportunity is actually to deliver as the next mayor of the city.
I was struck by a tweet that came out last night on X from Bill Ackman, who was one of your biggest opponents in the campaign. Billionaire, spent a lot of money trying to defeat you, but he did congratulate you and say he wants you to call on him to help New York. What are you going to call on him to do?
Well, I appreciated his words, and I think what I find is that there is a needed commitment from leaders of the city to speak and work with anyone who is committed to lowering the cost of living in the city, and that's something that I will fulfill.
Which he said, I think billionaires have helped enough with New York City. Stay in your lane, Ackman.
Thank you so much.
YouTube TV customers. Thanks, ABC News. Oh, man. He's so good.
Good morning, New York City. Thank you. Last night we made history, and today we begin the work of making a new administration. Welcome to the transition. This is the period over the next few months where we build a city hall that delivers on the promises of our campaign, to make New York City affordable and to make government accountable to the people it serves. As we prepare to govern,
God, he's such a good campaigner. Look at this fucking beat, that coat, shit.
Announcing the leaders who will help implement our agenda. People like deputy mayors who oversee entire areas of government, and the commissioners who carry out the critical work of city agencies. These appointments will be driven by excellence, integrity, and a hunger to solve old problems with new solutions. Talking to organizers on the front lines of the
Skip to 49:37. Okay.
It's been only a few short years, and now everyone agrees. The truth, the divine truth given to us in dreams and by the heavenly light, which is that Israel is a Hitlerite country that shouldn't exist. And everyone believes this now. So now they have consolidated. Well, maybe we can't cuck all of America. Maybe we can cuck New York City specifically. It's the most Jewish city in America, after all. But no, they couldn't. Uncucked, even in New York City. They tried as hard as they could in the city where you would think it would have the greatest effect.
Wait, who is they in this scenario?
And it didn't work. It's done. And yes, that tepid, minimal support that Israel still enjoys will crater even further with each passing year. Because it's an unlikable country. There's no one is being...
Someone in chat says, I think Israel can exist and just not be genocidal, question mark? Oh no.
Converted from the anti-Israel cause to the Israel cause. And tons of people are shifting the other way. I think Israel can exist and just not be genocidal. Israelis don't even think Israel can exist without being genocidal. I'd say let them settle that one. You know, they're the ones who keep pitching it to me like that. That the only version of Israel they want to exist is a genocidal ethno-state. Like, man, if you insist...
The passion, as Maria had said, of an undimmed potential for government to meet the needs of working people across this city, that is something that we fully intend to deliver on.
I don't even know if this is like a failure on my part, but usually I would have some kind of drive or inclination to start disagreeing and saying why there are flaws in what he's saying and why it contradicts polling attitudes or the history of the region or the reasons that the Israelis think the way they do and all this shit. But or even you could even take you can do a spicy take and say that this whole thing, like they don't deserve to exist because they're genocidal, is not really a position we ever ascribe to any other country. Countries are allowed to exist even if they've committed genocide. Like it's just, even that alone is like a special treatment that we seem to give to one country on the left. But I don't know, I just can't be fucked, man. Is that bad? Like when it gets to a certain point, like all you can do is laugh at these fucking statements.
These were not words that were shared as a means by which to inspire people for the purpose of an election. These were commitments that were made that we intend to deliver on to ensure that New Yorkers can live in the city they call home.
Israel's founder said that genocide was requested for Israel to exist. Someone in his chat. I think he means required. Okay. Cool. Mr. John Israel was like, dude, no shot. Don't doom out. You need to go full Sarah uncensored. What that? The hype queen. Move Clouds, thanks for the shekels. Whoa. Toby is a boy's name. Jesus, what the fuck? Mamdani's smile is cute. Let me cuddle this boy. Mamdani's a good politician. He's good at what he does. And compared to Trump-endorsed Cuomo, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? Allow me to... Hang on. I want to get this out of the way. I cannot believe they did this. This is so pathetic.
The letter that has been published by the BBC chairman, Samir Shah.
The BBC put out some fucking bit about Trump on January 6th with his speech. You'll never guess why they launched a flurry of complaints against our treasured institution. And the BBC, like a tepid little varmint, decided to fucking cave. But we'll see.
It has been published on the Culture, Media and Sport website, and we have it up for you here, where he has written to the chair of the Culture, Media and Sport Committee, wanting to put on record the BBC's position on a number of issues that have been raised in the leak of the letter to the BBC board from Michael Prescott, a former external advisor to the BBC's Editorial Guidelines and Standards Committee. He also wants to address questions that you asked me in the letter, and he said he wants to make it clear that they have taken Mr. Prescott's concerns seriously and considered the points he made carefully. They have met the board to discuss this. He said it is worth stating at the outset that some of the coverage of Mr. Prescott's memo has implied that he has uncovered a list of stories and issues that the BBC have sought to bury. That interpretation, he said, is simply not true. The issues raised by Mr. Prescott are precisely the issues that are being considered by the EGSC and the board. The EGSC is the senior forum in which we scrutinise BBC output when concerns have been raised from either internal or external sources, and we will determine what action needs to be taken. Put simply, the committee's job is to examine the bad news, not the good news. Sometimes the mistakes are one-offs, others may point to underlying problems. The job is never complete. It is only by identifying and highlighting these issues and implementing changes that the BBC demonstrates its commitment to continuous improvement. Now, he then says another view that has gained currency in the coverage, that the BBC has done nothing to tackle these problems. This is simply not true, he says, as well. Over the 3 years.
Wasn't there also a scandal where the head of IP coverage was a BB dick rider? Well, there's no question that the editor of Middle East coverage, I think he was, or one of the heads of Middle East coverage, had pretty strong pro-Israel leanings, like sympathies. That's true. He did. The dispute is whether or not it significantly colored his editing and his bias in BBC reporting, because as far as I know, BBC reporting has been quite happy to occasionally parrot like less well-verified claims from either the media office or from locals on the ground or like local journalists or whatever. It seems like they've not really like... There's a reason Israelis hate the BBC as well, right? And they hate it because they think that Israel gives too much credence, that the BBC gives too much credence to unverified claims from the Palestinian end. So it's one of those things where everyone just seems to think that the truth is so solidly on their side for every single thing that anyone who's not lockstep with them is just biased. Like when you read Owen Jones's article from Dropsite, and even some of the complaints from some of those BBC journalists against the editorial staff, it did sound like some of them just wanted Israel coverage to be like not that different from the electronic intifada. They wanted them to use all the terms like the apartheid, genocide, settler colonialism, and all the context, and the like. We have to reiterate every single time that 40 babies weren't beheaded or whatever the fuck. Like. And they had to also apparently give a lot of credence to claims that just turned out to be false as well. Like all the IPC projections that would have led to tens of thousands of people dying of starvation if they were true. But I don't think it's defamation territory as far as that goes. That's why that's a scandal, though. It's a scandal because Owen Jones, who published that article on Dropsite, is getting sued for defamation. But I really think it's unlikely that he'll lose. British defamation laws are difficult and they will cost a lot of money, but will it lead to... No, I don't think so.
that Mr. Prescott was an advisor. He says the BBC has published corrections when we've got things wrong. They've changed editorial guidance to make the BBC's position clearer on issues and made changes to leadership where the problems point to underlying issues and carried out formal disciplinary measures. During the 3 years Mr. Prescott was an advisor to the committee, the BBC produced thousands of hours of outstanding journalism on television, radio, online, nationally, regionally and internationally. This does not diminish the importance the BBC board places on addressing the issues that Mr. Prescott has raised, but it is also important that a sense of perspective is maintained. So just to point out to you that what we are reading out to you now is the BBC chair, Samir Shah. This is the letter that I have right now from him that we have just seen in the past minute or so to the chair of the Culture, Media and Sport Committee. And also to remind you in context, the BBC Director General Tim Davie and CEO of News Deborah Turnus both resigned on Sunday after a leaked memo that criticised a 2024 Panorama programme made by an outside production company about the US president, where they edited together two parts of a speech that the president made so that it appeared that he explicitly encouraged the Capitol Hill riots back in January 20.
Wait, what was that sentence?
Edited together two parts of a speech that the president made so that it appeared that he explicitly encouraged the Capitol Hill riots back in January 2021.
Oh. So if it hasn't clicked for any of you guys yet, they're upset because they cut out peacefully and patriotically in the edit, which is a silly thing to do because the totality of the speech does quite clearly indicate that despite that one statement, he absolutely did want people to go to the Capitol. People who were arrested and tried and convicted for going to the Capitol almost unanimously thought they were there because Trump wanted them to be there. The people who were filmed on the day said they were there because they were doing Trump's bidding. It's almost as if you can throw in a single caveat to a broader message that's like an hour long and still be inciting people, even if you throw in a little, oh yeah, but peacefully, peaceful. This is the Telegraph saying that it exposes
BBC
the bias. Fucking
claims
hell,
to be the pinnacle
the Tory graph, let's go.
Of impartial reporting. But what if there was an internal dossier that revealed that wasn't the case? The Telegraph has seen a letter that reveals one of the BBC's own independent advisors repeatedly warned that the broadcaster had serious and systemic problems. A week before the US election, BBC Panorama released a documentary called Trump: A Second Chance, and in it, they played the following clip.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you, and we fight. We fight like hell.
But Trump didn't in fact say this at all. The BBC spliced together two clips that took place 54 minutes apart.
Shit!
Let's go through it again.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you.
Now, see there, between Capitol and, that's a cut. Here's what Trump actually said.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
It's different. It wasn't until nearly an hour later that he then said the second part of the BBC's version.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we fight. We fight like hell.
Now, it's true that a lot of people will still feel Trump's claims that in 2021 the election was stolen were entirely inappropriate and unbecoming of a figure in politics.
Shut the fuck up, man. At least be honest about what's being said here, right? Because you can say that that clip was a dumb thing to do. It was dumb to take like a 50-minute thing apart, and especially to make it look like it was said side by side. That's a very silly thing to do. What did the crowd hear? The speech is an hour long. It's an hour long. So what would actually be dishonest is if, let's say someone made a documentary and they use an accurate clip of Trump, in the middle of that speech saying, you're going to go peacefully and patriotically. And then for the voiceover to be like, despite Trump's words, the crowd decided to go their own way and to be violent and to take over the Capitol and to threaten congressmen. That would be dishonest, because even though he's saying peacefully and patriotically, and even though it was followed up by violence, that doesn't also communicate the tone of the speech. The entire tone of the speech, the entire subtext of that 1 hour speech is him saying, the election was stolen. Every legal channel has failed. The politicians have failed. Mike Pence has failed. The media has failed. Everything is against you. You're going to go down the Capitol. Oh, but peacefully and patriotically. Whoa. What else are you going to do? Just stand outside and chant when every institution in the entire country is against you in a stolen election? He gave them all the ingredients they needed to go to go and riot in the Capitol to stop the count by any means possible, to try and overturn the election. Oh, that was inappropriate. But he didn't incite violence, you know. He said peacefully and patriotically. Like Sinwar in the March of... It's not like Sinwar in the March of Return, you fucking tool. What? Sinwar in the March of Return said, we're going to go over the fence and we're going to tear out their hearts. Sinwar was a bit different. Sinwar didn't do the fucking video game shit, okay? This is... Not everything is the Middle East, okay? This is American-style stochastic terrorism in a video game, wink, wink, nudge, nudge bullshit, okay? That's what this is. Sorry, I was being very aggressive there. And now the right wing are going to say, oh, why would they admit such a thing? Well, maybe because they don't want you to know the truth, which is that Trump was actually entirely just wanted them to go outside the Capitol building on the right side of the barricades and chant. And that's why everyone who was fucking ramming through those fences and stepping over the fucking shattered fences and watching the cops retreat and going over the broken glass and into the fucking buildings through the broken windows. Yeah, they all just claimed that Trump wanted them to do that. They all just had a collective hallucination.
But irrespective of your personal views on Trump, the question remains, how is a national broadcaster funded by taxpayers on the premise that it will provide impartial reporting allowed to splice together content?
The BBC portrayed the clip as a direct quote. That's totally dishonest for a news organization. Christopher, do you think Trump incited the riot? Yes or no? Pisco, yes or no? Did Trump incite the riot? I'm conducting an experiment here. I mean, I will wait. I will hold up. $50-50. I want to hear it from the guy. I'm just curious. Did he incite the riot? Why has he gone quiet? What the fuck? Do I need the... The issue is dishonest behavior. I'm sorry. Did I just get possessed by a fucking demon for the last 15 seconds and ask you a question that I've just forgotten about all of a sudden? What? That's not what I asked. What's happening? What is this psychological warfare? Hang on, wait. Channel activity, did I miss it? No, he just said the issue is the dishonest behavior. Okay, I'm waiting for the actual answer to the question. I'm having a mental health crisis. Am I gonna need to get committed? Because apparently I just go and fucking black out on stream and then just ask questions that I can't even remember that I've asked them. That's bad. That's really bad, actually. I'm not okay. It's Dr. House with a fucking lipstick or whatever the fuck. Oh my god, you are... I hope you understand, Christopher, that when you behave like this, I hope you understand that you are murdering sections of humanity, okay? You are literally just cutting out pieces of what makes us human when you hold up this much fucking time for hundreds of people and for my own sanity because you cannot answer a yes or no question. I just want to conduct an experiment. You've clearly got an opinion. You've got an opinion on whether or not Trump incited the riot. I don't know why you can't just say yes or no. What the fuck? And then you get called out on dodging the question, and then you just keep dodging. Why are you doing that? Why are you wounding my soul? I just want to know if you think Trump incited the riot. That's it. Is it fair to say that he incited the riot? Oh, God. He didn't really say anything that contradicts the spirit of the spliced clips. Not interested in Trump. Wow. So you have no opinion. You have no opinion on whether or not Trump actually incited that riot. You're just mad that they spliced up some quotes. Okay, wow. The answer there is that Christopher does not believe that Trump incited the riot. That's the real answer there. The simple experiment I wanted to conduct was just, I just wanted to know, is there anyone who's really incensed by this edit from the BBC that actually thinks that it is still portraying an accurate, that it still gives an accurate summary of what happened, of Trump's actions? And I think there is no one who is incensed about this clip from the BBC who still thinks that Trump did incite the riot. You can still say it's a bad decision, slap on the wrist. People resigning over this shit. Oh my God.
And in a way that one of its own advisors said materially misled viewers. And we're not even done yet. The footage panorama showed of the Proud Boys marching towards the Capitol building, seemingly spurred on by Trump's rousing speech. Well, that was actually taken before he'd even addressed the crowd. In fact, the BBC themselves later published a report at odds with Panorama's own timeline.
These are the Proud Boys, another right-wing militia, seen a little earlier that morning.
Out of your boy!
Donald Trump will not appear for another hour or so, but they're already heading towards the Capitol.
They even time-stamped the footage to show that the march began at 10:58 a.m., well before Trump's midday speech. The true chronology raises serious questions about the way in which the BBC decided to portray the events of January the 6th. In fact, the memo...
What do you think? What was Trump saying for an entire fucking month? What was Trump saying for an entire month before 10:58 a.m. on January 6th, I wonder? That might have got the Proud Boys feeling, oh, wait, wasn't stand back and stand by? Wasn't that one of his statements? To which people in the Proud Boys, I think one of the leaders, was it Tario or was it one of the other heads of the Proud Boys who said, yes, we hear you loud and clear, sir. We will stand back and stand by. Standing by, sir.
Shortly after the first extract of Trump's speech,
history did not begin on January 6th. Twat.
The now president actually said,
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and
fucking hell, man.
Make your voices heard.
The BBC advisor...
This is more dishonest than what the BBC did. You understand that, right? Because you're acting like that is a significant game changer in a 1-hour speech that significantly undoes the other 59 minutes of what he was saying for that entire fucking thing. And not to mention what he was perfectly okay with watching happen for a month prior.
Wrote this report.
So now a viewer watches this, they come away thinking, oh, actually those protesters were just rogue actors who were disobeying Trump's orders, it seems. Like they were acting of their own volition. It's not that 200 plus of them actually said that they thought Trump was wanting them to be there, that they thought they were acting at Trump's behest.
Panorama's editing was completely misleading, as Trump did not explicitly exhort supporters to go down and fight at Capitol Hill. They even pointed out that this was a key reason why he didn't face federal charges for incitement to riot. The BBC...
Wait. I need to remember my timeline on the federal charges with Trump. What was that Merrick Garland was supposed to be pursuing and was just going really, like, dragging his feet on when it came to Trump? Because there were prosecutions. There was a federal prosecution up against Trump. Was it because of disruption? Did it involve anything to do with the riot? Let me see. The Telegraph has BBC derangement syndrome. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, he probably wasn't charged with incitement because of the Brandenburg test, legally. But there was still, wasn't insurrection still? Or they didn't go after him for insurrection. They went after him for trying to defraud voters, because that was the one that was most likely to go through. But again, like, that's... The fact that with Brandenburg, like, you can just say peacefully and patriotically, and then that's how you just avoid you avoid accountability for everything you've just said in the last hour. It says here, what was it? Conspiracy to defraud, obstructing an official proceeding, conspiring to do so, and conspiring against rights. What was the obstructing an official proceeding? Was that because of the spreading the lies? Can the BBC sue the Telegraph for this? Probably not, no. It's so fucking evil, man. Like, the fact that the tone of, because now the Telegraph has just reduced an hour of content into peacefully and patriotically.
Why he didn't face federal charges for incitement to riot. The BBC's editorial guidelines and standards committee member who wrote this memo raised all of these concerns, among others, with the BBC executive, but they were dismissed, ignored, and even accused of cherry-picking. But this isn't the first time we've seen the BBC... Which
is exactly what you just did. Like, Trump literally put one cherry into that speech specifically to avoid legal charges, because he knew that the fucking legal avoidance would have been enough for him to get... It's the same thing where he's found civilly liable for sexual assault, but not rape, right? Even though he literally fucking forced his fingers into someone, which everyone in regular society would recognize as rape, but just not under the UK law, the New York law. Dude.
He criticised for selective editing. Cast your mind back to 2007 and you might remember a documentary trailer that appeared to show Queen Elizabeth II storming off in the middle of a photo shoot.
It will look better without the crown. I've heard
we're going back to talk about the Queen? Okay.
Look better, less dressy, because the garter robe is so extraordinary. Dressy? What do you think this is? What I mean is, if you take the crown off, just for a couple frames.
Yeah, no. So I'm not changing anything. I've done enough dressing like this. Thank you very much.
But it was later revealed the clips had been reversed, with the footage showing the late Queen storming off actually being the moment she first entered the room. And those seemingly cantankerous comments made during the photo shoot, well, they were just some well-intentioned sarcasm.
Dressing? What do you think this is?
The Crowngate scandal, as it was called at the time, resulted in the resignation of Peter Fincham, the BBC One controller. Now, 18 years later, it appears the broadcaster has not learnt its lesson. The letter states, if BBC journalists are to be allowed to edit video in order to make people say things they never actually said, then what value are the corporation's guidelines? Why should the BBC be trusted? And where will this all end? Remember, those aren't my words.
What was it Tario said? in response to Trump saying stand back and stand by to the Proud Boys. I guess it was before the January 6th speech, so it's completely irrelevant to the fucking evidence, but why not, eh? Yeah, this was the response to the debate. Standing by, sir. Proud Boys. Oh, God. What was it Tario got done for again? What was that particular crime that he was done for? Oh yeah, seditious conspiracy. And other charges relate to the Capitol breach. And this is someone who took Trump's stand back and stand by as a call to action. Wasn't Tario working with the feds? No. Why? This is what they do as well. They just lie, and then the lies get fucking taken apart, and then they just create a few more. I don't know why they do this. What the fuck?
They're the words of someone who sat on the Editorial Standards Committee. Should Tim Davie, the now Director General, face the same level of accountability that Peter Fincham did in 2007? Well, that remains for the BBC to decide. But if members of its own Editorial Standards Committee have no faith in the broadcaster, you have to ask, should we?
Wow. Join us at the real news source, where Trump, all he wanted was peaceful and patriotic protesting, which is why it took him 3 hours of everyone in his own office, and including a member of his own family, begging him to stop the rioters, and him not doing it. Interesting. Is this visit going to happen yet? Still no. No Syrian president at the White House yet. Damn. What an anticlimax. Diet Coke in hand. He certainly did have a Diet Coke in hand. It's unbelievable. The fact that they control the narrative so effectively with that one line, and it was you can tell it is such a strategically placed line as well, just to give himself that thing to point to when he's in trouble later on. It's so disgusting, man. Meanwhile, all the Proud Boys and all the other idiots who went into the building, they're the ones who get to face the fucking troubles. I mean, oh yeah, but what did Trump do with them again? Trump really wanted them to be peaceful and patriotically, but what did he do to the ones who were not peaceful and patriotic? To the ones who actually stormed the building and got done for seditious conspiracy? What did Trump do with them again? Oh yeah, he pardoned them. He pardoned all of them. The guy who really wanted them to be peaceful and patriotic, for some reason, took the violent ones and took the non-peaceful and the non-patriotic ones and pardoned them. Interesting. Protected them. It's almost as if he did not give a fuck about people being peaceful or patriotic. Crazy. Unbelievable, chat. What's the Telegraph going to do about this information? What are they going to do? Pardoned all the people who did the opposite of what he wanted them to. Interesting. Very interesting. Like, I don't think I can watch Yes Minister on stream. That's like a copyright issue, I would imagine. Anyway, the BBC, eh? Turned. He just pardoned Giuliani. Well, he gave Giuliani a mostly symbolic pardon, to be clear. Giuliani was preemptively pardoned by Trump, as well as Eastman and Sidney Powell, two co-conspirators in the fake electors plan. With Giuliani, he's already been done for defamation of those two poll workers, Ruby Freeman and what's the other one called? Moss or some shit. Yeah, the two black women. And he had to pay a defamation charge of, what was it, $140 million. Tried to file bankruptcy, but still couldn't. So he's been disbarred as well. And he's also been done by state courts, I believe. And he's also facing... Oh, it was Dominion. He was part of the settlement with Dominion because of the lying about the voting machines. Giuliani is also currently... Remember, pardoning helps you with federal charges. So there's not like any particular crime of Giuliani's that's actually been wiped because of this pardon. It's a preemptive pardon because of federal charges. So Giuliani's not currently being charged federally, so he's okay with that. But he is facing charges next month in Arizona in a state court, and Trump can't help him with that. Because Arizona is where he tried to falsely declare Trump the winner, where he tried to schmooze some Republican legislators, specifically Rusty Bowers in Arizona, I think, to get them to certify a new slate of electors, even though he was just refusing to show him any proof. There's like a whole thing in the documentary about this from Rusty Bowers' testimony to the committee when he's saying that he met Giuliani and Ellis, the young lady who was with Giuliani, and asking for proof that there was electoral fraud in Arizona because it was a clear win from Biden officially. And he's basically just sitting there rummaging through a suitcase, like a briefcase, being like, oh yeah, we got the proof. Yeah, it's it's in the car. No, it's not in the car. Shit, it's in the hotel. It's way back in the hotel. And then Rusty Bowers is eventually just being like, okay, yeah, I know what's going on here. You guys are fucking me about. So he didn't do it. And then Trump turned on him. This Trump loyalist Republican legislator, Bowers, all the way for the entirety of Trump's first term, Trump just turned on him right away. And then the remaining few weeks, Bowers had a Republican mob outside his front door come into his house with guns, calling him a traitor and a pedophile. Yeah. By his own guys. It's in my other... Yeah, he was literally saying that, yeah. So... And actually, it's Giuliani, Epstein, Meadows, and Eastman who are all facing charges there. They're all in trouble for that. It's a real tragedy as well that fake electors plan, that people just don't know about it. Republicans are just, again, they're just so adept at steering the conversation where it's all about, was it incitement or like fucking this Christopher retard in chat who's basically just making it about some legal dispute, because apparently you cannot accuse anyone of ever doing anything unless they have a criminal charge for it. Like, what a fucking moronic, cop-out, cowardly cunt thing to say. You can never accuse anyone of trying to stir something up if it doesn't cross this very specific, very difficult and understandably difficult to cross legal threshold because of the clash between freedom of speech and the right to prosecute people for incitement. So they just want to hold on to that for absolute dear life. Oh, because he technically said peacefully and patriotically, we can't possibly. But that it completely ignores the fact that Trump spent the entire month before January 6th trying to be part of a scheme to certify false slates of electors for 7 states. In one state, actually, was it New Mexico? There was one of these states that they didn't even allege any fraud in until the very last minute before they filed to change the electoral vote. I think it was New Mexico. There was one of these states where they didn't even allege that fraud had happened. Don't talk crimes unless you understand the tests. Okay, I'm going to ban you. I'm not talking about crimes, you fucking retard. I didn't say, was Trump worthy of a criminal prosecution of incitement? I'm just asking you if he incited. Is it impossible to incite something without it warranting a criminal prosecution? Without it reaching that threshold? Are you really that fucking dense? No, you're pretending to be dense because you know that Trump full fucking well wanted those people to riot and that he convinced those people to riot. Get out. Fuck off. Jesus. If it's such a clear legal question, why didn't you just say no, he didn't incite it? Almost as if you know that he did incite it, just not enough for the Brandenburg test. Okay. Wow. What a dishonest cunt. All right. But I really care about editorial standards. The only clip they should have shown of that speech was him saying peacefully and patriotically. That's it. Please gamble responsibly. Fuck me. Hey, this date's going really well. Do you want to come back to my flat? Oh no, just to watch television, you know, just to watch some Netflix. You want to go Netflix and chill? No, we're actually just going to sit and watch Netflix. No monkey business. Ooh. What's going on here? Oh shit! Oh no, it's slop o'clock, you guys. Well, unexpected. Oh shit! It just came out of absolutely nowhere. Oh no. What's going on? Scorched earth. Maybe. Who knows? Hassan talks about vetoing Fuentes jokes on leftovers. Interesting. There were numerous times when Klein wanted to make fun of it. Okay, just watch the clip. Come on.
Don't know him and think he's cool. Brother, for many years, I refused to utter the mention of Nick Fuentes for that reason, because he had a, albeit limited, platform.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I'll give you guys one inside baseball moment. There were numerous times when Ethan Klein wanted to actually make fun of him for going on a date with a cat boy and shit like that. Back when we had the Leftovers podcast, I was like, are you out of your fucking mind? No, we're not covering him. It doesn't matter. Even to ridicule him, we're not covering him at all. We're not giving him any fucking breathing room. We're not giving him any platform whatsoever. And I actually vetoed that shit.
No, I'd rather cover the real issues, like Lorner Bucks and Hutch. Okay.
Over again.
Like Drew
But
Pavlov.
unfortunately, some of my other fucking ideological opponents who claim to be liberals may or may not have sucked his penis, and also simultaneously openly delivered them a fat platform and also additional media connections, and even promoted Nick Fuentes, and even talked about how Nick Fuentes owed them so much for their new career. Yes, I'm talking about Sex Pestiny. Oh, we were debating.
Pestiny.
There's no reason to debate people like that have very limited platforms at the time. And then he was resilient enough to work his way through the ranks and claw back after tremendous amounts of deplatforming, claw his way back into relevance, found himself in Kanye West's orbit at a time when Kanye West was also going through a manic episode and screaming Heil Hitler all over the place, had dinner with Donald Trump, and kept pushing and pushing and pushing, sending his little groypers, the ones that at least can go outside, to Turning Point USA events, infiltrating every facet of the Republican Party, and basically creating a media environment where, like, any Republican under the age of 35 is basically aligned almost entirely with his politics. And it's, and you know, lo and behold, you got a real fucking crisis on the right now, and he's getting a shit ton of high-profile media coverage. So it's too late.
Okay. Isn't this the guy who platform? Wait, are people actually doing this? Is this a sincere thing, or is this has it caught on to go? Isn't this the guy who platformed a Houthi terrorist and downplayed the guy's direct hand in kidnapping of innocents? You mean actively? What? Okay. And it's been met with an interesting response from Steve Omniliberal Benelius. If Hassan is going to reach this hard to say that I kickstarted Fuentes' career, then I am responsible for his career 10 times over. Oh no. Also, Hassan fucked a 15-year-old when he was visiting that brothel in Berlin. That's why he doesn't like to talk about it as much now. Oh my God. Oh no. It's common knowledge behind the scenes. If Hassan wants to contest it, he can sue me, but he won't, because the truth is an absolute defense against defamation. Smiley face. Uh-oh. Oh no. Many are saying this. That's really bad. Oh no. Is that? Oh no. He's saying he has private info about that. I mean, my guess is it's probably shitposting. I would definitely think it's more likely shitposting. Because he said something similar about, well, not really similar, just like an obvious. He had this debate with Mohammed Hijab, who is basically like a very well-spoken, charismatic, fucking Islamic extremist nut job. They debated at Oxford Union. This debate was honest, and I think the Mohammed Hijab guy just spent quite a lot of the debate doing fucking gay jokes or whatever, or humiliation memes. The debate was honestly so bizarre to me. The weirdest moment, though, was afterwards when Mohammed Hijab confronted me outside the debate room, begging me to suck me off. Begging me to suck me off. Oh yeah, begging me. Okay. Him and a few of his fans seemed fascinated by my porcelain white skin and veiny American cock. It was seriously one of the most surreal moments of my life. Yeah, I think there's just a bit of whatever. Uh-oh. Hijab is just a fraud. Well, he's just one of those guys that like he's like the ultimate charlatan, you know? It's all just memes. It's all just like war of rhetoric and war of memes with people like that. So if you're not willing to meme, then it's just kind of like a boring fucking conversation. I don't even know what I would argue with him about, because it would just be him trying to, like, it's just like soapboxing. He doesn't really, there's not really any engagement, like, oh, you're right about this, you're wrong about this, or have you considered this fucking moral argument? Like, there's nothing like that. It's just stuff that sounds good. Why is his last name Hijab, though? Because shut up. Shut up! The main argument that he spams all the time is objective morality. Yep, I don't even know what that means. I mean, I know what people are trying to say. I thought he was named Muhammad Jihad. Shut up. Don't say that. Let's see. Trump booed.
Welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, as the President swears in the seat.
I respect Hijab's grind of saying, may his name be praised after every mention of Allah. Yeah, it's like the peace be upon him every time they mention Muhammad, right? The Prophet. They really don't like him. Oh my god.
I have said your name.
How much can he hear as well? Maybe not as much.
And I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Is it normal for presidents to go to football games? I saw Biden at one, but I think it was just cheering. I don't know how it works at football games. Like, is it just normal to support your president when they go to a football game? Because I know that a lot of Americans, a surprising amount of Americans, have this attitude where they're just like, oh, you know, I'm more of a Republican, but I support our president. Yeah, there's a whole thing there where it's not normal. No. Dude, you're getting squashed. Wow. Well, that was the long clip that I got. I wanted to make sure it was all in context and everything. But damn. Boos and thumbs down. Oh no. Well, it still doesn't take away from the fact that, well, Trump he's not a very popular president. He's a very unpopular, he's a very low approval rating president. Obviously, Republicans like to overstate how much he won by in 2024 against Kamala, but it wasn't really by that much. In terms of the popular vote, it was quite a small gap. A lot of these swing states could have been turned fairly easily by not that many votes. It's just that, you know, electoral college means you can get more with less. They were very impressed with themselves that they won the popular vote at all. That made them very happy. But in any case, it might have something to do with the government shutdown as well. I wonder if Lornerbox would boo. Would I boo Mr. Trump at a sports game? Imagine if you came to a Scotland sports game. Would I boo Trump? Good question. We'll just have to sit there and think. Just have to use our imaginations. I would do the Scottish boo, where you don't say boo, you say fucking boo. Like you're trying to find the words. Fucking boo. Anyway. I need to understand what's going on here a bit better with the shutdown, because I know that most Americans blame the Republicans for the shutdown. I know that the reason it's happening is something to do, I think, with the big beautiful bill and the way that they're not going to be extending some kind of tax credit or some healthcare coverage for, I think it's like several million people, and it was just going to expire and their premiums are going to go way up at the end of the year. And Democrats basically wanted an extension of, it's Medicaid, isn't it? Like Medicaid entitlements for people. So they want to continue the ACA subsidies because obviously Trump really doesn't like the ACA. But it's been the centerpiece of the longest shutdown, I think, in American history, isn't it? The government shutdown was 40 days. But it seems to have been all but broken yesterday by 8 Democrats. 8 Democrats who have broken with the party line to negotiate with Republicans. Not even with Trump, though. It was with more like it seems like they've been negotiating with like lower level Republicans, and Trump's just been staying out of it and Truth Social posting about it. So I think what happened yesterday was there was a Senate vote that needed 60-40. It needed 60 votes at least to go through, and it did go through. And it was to do with the spending measures over health insurance subsidies. It's not done yet because it still needs House approval and then signed by Trump, but it seems like it's made it's a big step forward for the Republicans to get through. The Democrats initially wanted an extension of the health insurance subsidies, but man, it's been really At first, I was thinking like you can maybe understand why these Dems did it because it's like the impacts of a shutdown are really rough. But looking more into it, like the fact that it's 40 days in and most of the public were still blaming the Republicans, and I think they're right to blame the Republicans with the amount of shifting that they're trying to do over the ACA. Yeah, it just looks like they folded. Yeah, it looks like a total fucking fold. I believe they folded in exchange for a Republican leader, John Thune from South Dakota, who said that there's going to be a vote on tax credits to do with healthcare. But it's just going to be a vote. There's no guarantee that the vote will go through. They're just going to vote sometime in December. And Trump's not even really seeming to be that involved in it. So it's effectively for nothing. And Trump's pressure tactics have been pretty immense. Like federal workers, like in the hundreds of thousands, have not been getting paid for weeks now. Some people were furloughed or just effectively lost their jobs for a temporary period. They haven't been paying for SNAP food assistance benefits, which means that like tens of millions of Americans were at risk of not getting food. Air traffic capacities were held back, which means millions of people were stranded over the weekend. Quite a bit of that is optional. And it seems that part of the gains, quote unquote, these 8 Dems think they got from the Republicans is that they're going to reverse the furloughing or whatever the fuck from these of these federal workers and restore their salaries and restore their pay. But I mean, that's just undoing a shutdown. It's not really a gain. And Trump's just been sitting there on the sidelines the entire time, not really, because usually when there's a government shutdown, the president will show that they are making a good faith effort to try and negotiate and to stop the shutdown and to reach some kind of bipartisan resolution. But obviously, Trump hasn't been doing that. He hasn't been meeting with Democrats at all. Like, it's been lower level Republicans who are doing that, like the more moderate types. And even Mike Johnson hasn't been saying anything either. These 8 Democrats who caved are, one, they're moderate to the point that they're just like reaching to the right wing of the Democratic Party, but they're also in a position where they can afford to do it, where they can afford to take a popularity blow, because none of them are up for re-election anytime soon. 2 of them are going to retire. 3 of them are standing for re-election in 2028, and the other 3 are 2030. So appropriately, the response from people like Newsom or whoever else, they're just calling it like cowardice and weakness. So, man, I really do hope that this kind of like Republican appeasing side of the Democrats like gets silenced, you know, because people will talk, like, you know, I'll talk a lot about how a lot of the sort of like far left infiltration of Democrats is a problem, and they need to stop getting fucking scammed by these shapeshifters who have nothing but contempt for the party, really, but only really see it as a vehicle to be exploited. But at the same time, you do have these sort of like wild card centrist figures, like people like Fetterman and shit like that, who are just, they still don't seem to understand, or they don't care, or they just have that right-wing lean in them, I guess, that just makes them think that they can give Republicans things and get anything in return. And it's really pathetic. Like the ones who don't really want to fight. And it's just not how you deal with them. I think Trump has made it very clear that Trump basically just used the shutdown to put pressure tactics on. And even when the public was still blaming the Republicans, the Democrats still caved. And now it does look like they're more responsible for the shutdown because they were able to end it by conceding with 8 of them. Not good. Not good at all. You want me to watch the new Conduit video? Yeah. It's just weird, you know, like I'm all for bipartisanship, but you can't do bipartisanship when one side just isn't game for it. Like, it's just, why would you have that approach?
Or not, they're going to buy this congressman. I mean, it's just.
I'm going to watch this Conduit video it's on Breaking Points, isn't it? Secular Talk and Breaking Points. Okay. Let's see. Pundits and
Final
shambles.
takeaways about the election.
Whoa.
Every Democrat in swing districts that endorsed Medicare for All won re-election. In fact, the people who lost, it's the right-wing Democrats. You know, Amy McGrath.
Chuck Schumer and the DSCC's hand-picked candidate, Amy McGrath.
She got absolutely obliterated by Mitch McConnell. Imagine losing a race to Mitch McConnell.
And the bizarre consultant-driven strategy of painting herself as more pro-Trump than Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell, the Grim Reaper.
She's performed exceptionally well, however, in the only area that Dem establishment really seems to care about, that would be money.
That's not a compelling message.
Charles and Jamal have surged on the strength of clear-eyed messages about racial and economic justice.
This is as good as you were going to do when you don't really believe in anything.
For some reason, the National Democratic Party establishment has thrown all in with their white opponents.
Even though the lefties got reelected in gigantic margins and the blue dogs got wiped out.
Isn't it funny how black voters should be central and determinative as long as they are acting in concert with the whims and desires of the establishment?
Honestly, this is as close as you can get to a validation of populist left politics.
All their talk about valuing diversity is so much bullshit,
And probably the only things that they're going to get done
and it serves to further their corporate and imperialist agenda.
are more right-wing priorities or center-right priorities.
I could swear that they fight harder against any sort of Bernie-style progressive
I fear they're going to cut Social Security and Medicare.
than they do against the similarly corporate and military-industrial complex-friendly Republicans.
We have to do it. We have no choice. And then act like it's a win.
Oh, it's almost like black Americans, like all Americans, are not a monolith.
Hasn't Mitch won every re-election since '85? Well, where does... Is he not in a red state, or... He's Kentucky. As a senator. Does Kentucky ever produce blue senators? Kyle called it a swing district. Wait, was this for a senator, or there would be districts? Like, because I think even in the red states, the whatever main city, if it's like Louisville or in Kentucky, that might be blue, wouldn't it? I don't know. But maybe that's not even true for somewhere like Kentucky. They have a damn governor. Okay. Huh, okay.
The fact of the matter is, and I know this is so dark to say, but I think it's true, I don't think it matters what Hamas does at this point, because Israel is going to continue with the genocide, and they're going to try to complete it. And so if they give up the hostages or if they don't give up the hostages, the end result is effectively going to be the same. That they're going to be obliterated. They're going to be wiped off the map.
Son of an emerald whore, starting again!
Apparently, I can't go more than a few days without seeing something that drives me up the wall. Maybe I need to go on a social media diet. But whatever the reason, I am now aware that apparently, Matt Gaetz on Tim Pool's show...
That is so freaking weird.
Literally making the choice on the spot whether or not they're going to buy this congressman. I mean, it's just...
is an adequate source of information so long as it's against a group I already don't like. You know, I don't actually think the catty kind of gossip a lot of people enjoy is that harmful, at least on the consumer side. The he said, she said about what they did kind of thing. But the ways it's become intertwined with political discourse is something I've been wary of for years.
So much bullshit.
We'll get into that. For now, Crystal Ball and Kyle Kowinski,
The only married news team,
have been in the political commentary space for years at this point. Kyle has his YouTube channel Secular Talk with now 2 million subscribers and 12,000 patrons on Patreon, and has appeared places like The Young Turks,
I don't know,
and Joe Rogan, while Crystal Ball has moved through places like MSNBC, The Hill,
So much bullshit.
and now has her YouTube channel Breaking Points with her previous co-hosts Sagar
We're not a monolith!
and Jetty with Ryan Grimm and Emily Jashinsky. People want to hear what they have to say.
So much bullshit.
But maybe I'm not giving them enough credit. I don't like passing judgment just based off of individual clips that get passed around potentially out of context. So I watched a week of both their shows and I'm going to tell you what I learned. And if you like this video and want to see more like it, you can subscribe to my Patreon. No obligation. I'm still having trouble figuring out what perks to offer there anyway. So if you have any ideas, feel free to leave them in the comments. I would genuinely appreciate it.
Whole bunch of breaking news to deliver for you here. We got a lot of stuff going on, and most of it sucks ass.
We begin in Kyle's spacious backyard as he starts in on Trump blowing up Venezuelan and apparently Colombian boats in the name of stopping quote-unquote narco-terrorists who have yet to be proven as such.
The most recent boat that they blew up, according to the Colombian president, was a Colombian fishing boat, and they killed a number of Colombian citizens. The Trump regime is trying to overthrow Maduro and steal the oil, by the way, as Trump admitted in speeches publicly.
Okay, would we invade Venezuela for their oil? This is a little complicated, so I'm going to explain it as simply as I can. Venezuela's oil is shit, their refineries are shit, their export process is shit. Purportedly, with Marco Rubio...
Yeah, but couldn't America make it better? Make Venezuelan oil American again. What?
With Stephen Miller's influence, this is really just about immigration issues, drugs, and Venezuela's government.
Like, at least back during the Bush era, which was fucking horrible, they had to at least try to lie to you.
Then he lays into Maria Corina Machado, the opposition leader in Venezuela, because she won the Nobel Peace Prize and dedicated it to Trump.
They probably knew she was going to turn around and dedicate it to him, and they gave it to her anyway.
Then asked Netanyahu to regime change her country? I am so curious about the context there.
Begged Benjamin Netanyahu to invade her own country to topple Maduro.
She didn't beg Netanyahu to invade Venezuela. She sent a letter to him for support in passing a UN resolution to establish regime change in Venezuela because Maduro is a dictator. That letter was also in 2018. Kyle talks about Republicans denouncing the No Kings protests.
We got to talk about this war on free speech, man.
Speaking from the future, I'm glad those went off without a hitch, and the bloviating about the people involved being Hamas-supporting Marxists didn't turn into actual crackdowns.
4 to 6 million Americans who partook in those protests. And according to them, you're all terrorists. So I think we know who the good guys are in this scenario, and it's not the fucking feds, I'll tell you that much for sure.
After that, Kyle's pissed at Democrats for voting for the military budget. First, he praises the ones that were willing to vote for cuts.
So I gotta give credit to these Democrats who voted the right way.
But he has a message for the rest.
What the fuck is wrong with you? The guy is a fucking fascist. Almost all the Republicans and Fetterman, like all of you guys, I'm sorry, you're just evil.
After that, we get to Barry Weiss taking over CBS.
They want to turn it into a both sides factory, and they want to turn it into a Zionist factory. This Zionist billionaire wants to make sure, hey guys, you need to be pro-Israel, and don't be so hard on Trump. You're going to get genocide apologia. You're going to get Holocaust apologia.
Don't you say that.
Why the Adam Sandler films?
Don't ever say that.
And remember, guys, this is at the same time that Zionists just took over TikTok as well, and they're sort of purging the pro-Palestine content over there.
Kyle apparently believes that because Larry Ellison bought TikTok, some Zionist millionaire is going to scrounge together the entire GDP of Israel in order to buy YouTube from Google.
YouTube is one of the last platforms standing that, you know, hasn't been totally taken over by Zionist hacks. Some Zionist billionaire could offer Google or Alphabet an offer they can't refuse. Tell them a number they can't refuse.
U.S. tourism is down substantially because Trump's a prick who pissed off Canada and the rest of the world.
Canadian visits in particular fell 35% in September alone.
And also he canceled a massive solar energy project.
Like economic self-sabotage.
Also, here's where I noticed that the reflection of his laptop and his glasses makes it look like he has googly eyes. Try to unsee that now. After that, we learned that ICE has been trying to impersonate day laborers to find illegal immigrants, and I hate that I find this 22 Jump Street ass impression of an impression so funny.
Hey, Holmes. We sure are illegal, aren't we, S.A.? Oh, yeah, we are, Holmes. We're totally illegal and stuff, man.
My name is Jeff.
This is what they're doing. U.S. variety of fascism is just more embarrassing than anything else.
Someone's never seen The Producers.
I'll myself I'll to me.
Let's talk a little bit about what's going on with Israel.
Oh, no. For my own purposes, I'm not going to investigate every single attack unless there's some specific circumstance or context. It's possible that some accusations, if they are included, can be effectively countered, but that's a point of clarification, not me trying to preemptively discredit the attacks themselves. The main issue I'm going to take with Kyle's Israel reporting is much stupider.
Oh, no.
Because for all intents, his primary source is Twitter.
Tommy Vietor points out, Israeli government officials are talking about the Gaza ceasefire very differently than Trump. Yakil leader. First thing we're doing is getting our hostages back. After that, we'll see. Middle East Eye is reporting that they already broke it, and they have video of them violating the deal, breaking the deal. We also have the Times of Gaza. This was, I believe, the fact of the matter is, and I know this is so dark to say, but I think
the fuck is the Times of Gaza?
It's true. I don't think it matters what Hamas does at this point, because Israel is they're gonna continue with the genocide, and they're gonna try to complete it. And so if they give up the hostages, or if they don't give up the hostages, the end result is effectively gonna be the same. That they're gonna be obliterated, they're gonna be wiped off the map.
This dude will likely he'll end up being exactly like MAGA. I don't think that's true. No. He's a left-wing populist. These guys fucking hate MAGA. They just also hate Democrats and liberals and Israel. it's its own thing.
The benefit of being from the future is that I can be thankful that, at least for now, he's wrong. But there's a difference between Israel being overly aggressive during the ceasefire and they are going to finish the genocide now.
I hate living through history. I hate it. Witnessing a new Holocaust, a new genocide.
Don't make me do a history of the Holocaust so that you can see why these two things are not at all comparable.
And the U.S. is leading the way, and Israel's leading the way, and now none of us are safe.
Van Jones and some other journalists are apparently doing a fellowship that Kyle claims is about pro-Israel propaganda.
In a new journalism fellowship explicitly created to help Israel win its information war.
He's referencing a Dropsite News article, which is, not great.
There are 16 mainstream journalists who are on Israel's payroll, getting probably paid a shitload for doing Israeli propaganda.
He's referring to the Karsh Fellowship, intended to mentor 10 journalists on how to cover Jewish stories. The founders cite the Al-Ali hospital bombing, when multiple outlets immediately jumped on the first estimate put out that hundreds of people were killed, when the real number was much lower, as the reason it was founded. Kyle is grossly exaggerating the extent of this, even if the founders have positioned themselves explicitly as pro-Israel and anti-Hamas.
Van Jones, remember he was on Bill Maher's show, and he made a joke where, you go on social media, it's dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, Diddy, dead Gaza.
I think it was, I let that stupid Chris Cutler fuck get away with this, but I think it was, there were European intel sources there. Who was it that was actually there? There was some group that was actually there that gave a number. US intel said 100 to 300. A senior US intel source told the AFP he believed it was 50 at most. Which one was actually, there was a group of people that were actually on the ground though. It might have been workers from aid organizations. Oh, it was 2 witnesses actually. It was just witnesses. Yeah. 2 witnesses said they thought the toll was in the dozens, not the hundreds. I mean, that would make sense for the fact that it was a rocket misfire, but... Okay. French military intelligence said it was most likely a rocket that carried an explosive charge of about 5 kilograms. Possibly misfired. I mean, obviously misfired. What the fuck? Okay.
Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby. Oh, that's because of Qatar and Iran and they're waging this information war. Total nonsense. The reason why that stuff is out there is because it's happening and people are interested in it and they want it to stop.
Qatar and Iran are very obviously running disinfo campaigns given that there have been multiple instances of people using footage from Syria and claiming that they're Israeli attacks.
People don't like seeing babies getting blown up in their face on a daily basis. That's why it's out there.
I mean, thank you for laying out in clear terms the reason that might be used in the disinfo campaign because of the strong emotional reaction it incurs.
Meanwhile, Israel's literally like buying up our media right in front of our faces. Zionist billionaires are buying like every outlet right in front of our faces and making Barry Weiss fucking emperor of news.
This is veering very quickly from legitimate concern to Jews control the media. Excuse me, Zionists.
Every single one of these so-called journalists should be fucking fired. All these people are whores, and Israel's got a lot of money, and they'll fill their fucking pockets.
The people in the fellowship get $4,000. I couldn't find what the mentors get, but I assume it is not a lot. Then the Virginia GOP candidate for governor said it's not discrimination to fire someone for being gay. It is. I don't need a source to confirm that. Kyle's right.
Look, Spanberger's not the greatest Democrat. You know, I have issues with her, but any Democrat with a fucking pulse is better than these Republicans.
Trump reversed a Biden administration regulation to ban a forever chemical.
When we had fewer regulations back in the day, there was a river, famously in the U.S., that caught fire, and it burned.
Pete Hegseth got Botox. That's a fun one.
They think he's literally manic, like he might be bipolar, and he's going through a manic phase.
Trump tried to ban flag burning, and someone from Tennessee got arrested for posting Charlie Kirk memes.
This is how, and by the way, this shows the lack of resistance, too, right, from the Democrats, that he feels like I could just go out there and say, quote, we took the freedom of speech away, and, think, I'll be fine. The Democrats won't react. I won't be clobbered over the head. I hope Democrats are cutting ads with him saying this right now. Shouldn't you have to know at least a little bit to be fucking president of the United States? Well, apparently not.
I mean, that's preferable, but ultimately the standards are set by the electorate.
I'm fucking pissing into the wind here, doing my job. Meanwhile, there's this whole right-wing apparatus, and they seem to drive whatever story, whatever narrative they want to drive home, they seem to be able to drive that home.
Now I'm wondering, what did Kyle think about Taylor Lorenz's article about Chorus?
Welcome, Taylor Lorenz. Thanks for joining us.
There's
this
Democratic Creator Incubator program called Chorus,
which is a nonprofit that I helped found to build up a creator ecosystem, which everybody says they want, but few are doing.
and it's funded by this liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund. So according to your reporting, there are restrictive clauses in the contract. They have to funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus.
Oh, they use that fucking word, funnel. I hate it. So, going through that. When they said funnel, as in not just let us know so that there's no double booking or that there's no fucking, or that people can get contact information that other creators can use as well. Or that there's not any like law breaking over political advertising because that's not what the organization is set up to do. None of that. Funnel. Funnel it through. Oh, God.
That's not true. I set up all my own interviews. You can go ask the lawmakers yourself.
You can't support or oppose politicians without Chorus's approval.
Hello, I am a leftist that is known for being very critical of the Democratic Party, and I'm a member of a training program called Chorus.
And by the way, the program works. In just 2 months, our cohort has added a combined 6 million followers. That's not including me. Lorenz says that the 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of.
From there we get to the roundtable Trump held about Antifa being terrorists.
Oh, I think Antifa's bad. Oh, I think Antifa's the worst. Oh, Antifa molested my grandma.
Then he goes on to Trump saying he would only cut Democrat programs during the government shutdown that I really hope is over by the time this video goes up. Kyle does a good job going over this.
We'll be making cuts that will be permanent, and we're only going to cut Democrat programs. Just so you know.
I don't know if they agree with how it got stopped. Oh, no.
That's not a thing. There is no thing that's like a Democrat program or a Republican program. If Trump gets his way and if the Republicans get their way, healthcare premiums are going to skyrocket, but they know they can't win on the merits, so they just lie.
And ain't that the main thesis of the Republican Party? And now we're up to the $20 billion Argentina bailout.
I took one look at Javier Milei the first time I saw him and I said, that guy's a fucking idiot.
Come on, Kyle. What about this guy screams untrustworthy to you? Now we get to Epstein didn't kill himself. Joy.
Who would have been able to order that the FBI should sort of move on from this quickly and brush it under the rug?
Fun fact, Nixon didn't get in trouble for Watergate itself. He got in trouble for the cover-up. The more you try to paper over a crime, the more you make it apparent what the crime actually is.
Yeah, like the dog collar.
You can take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, but the reason you should be comfortable settling on the idea that Epstein really did kill himself is that the main evidence of the cover-up is a bunch of incredibly vague information that does not actually connect any dots beyond confirmation bias. We figure these things out because of the way people attempt to direct attention elsewhere. The fact that nothing of this kind has happened with Epstein should tell you something about the circumstances.
Isn't this someone else's video? Yeah, but Conduit said that I can watch it. He's like perfectly okay with me watching it, even when it's premiering, he said. But if he's changed his mind, he can let me know. Shit!
Which is that they didn't need to be manipulated.
It looks like Trump fucking killed Epstein.
Well, let me know if there's any change in his condition. He's dead.
And by the way, Trump ordered, hey, take my name out of it everywhere you find it.
See? Cover-up is much more obvious. And lastly, Kyle has something to say to Asmongold for his comments about ICE using live ammunition on protesters.
Hey, listen, Asmongold, I hope you're watching.
Talk about the missing minute. What missing minute? What?
Watching this, I need you to do me a favor and shut the fuck up from now until forever.
Now, let's see what Crystal's up to.
How you doing? Israel.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I am so tempted to just skip every section on Israel this time because it's all the same points I keep going over. But the way Israel is covered keeps bleeding into every other story. Criticize Trump for being a corrupt fascist, but he's better than Biden for getting a ceasefire. But the ceasefire isn't real because Trump is paid off by Zionist billionaires to let Israel get away with genocide. Democrats aren't opposing Trump enough because they're paid by AIPAC. Trump wants to invade Venezuela.
The video outside Epstein's cell. Oh, that was the Hillary Clinton window. That's what you call it. A minute is called a Hillary for that reason now.
Venezuela, and the opposition leader asked Netanyahu for support in the UN. It wasn't like this 2 years ago, right? I'm not crazy that there wasn't a murder board of connections to Israel for every goddamn thing that happens. How did we get here?
I think in the last 24 hours, at least 17 Palestinians were killed.
God, Ryan Grimm is such a fucking sleaze moron. Oh, God.
That's not really my understanding of a ceasefire.
Well, that is the understanding that the Israeli government usually brings to a ceasefire.
Same as it ever was.
There's been a siege on. Yet, when Israelis have seen previous captives released, they've said, how dare you? How could you treat the hostages this way? Palestinians look around at they're like, this is what we look like too. Like, what are you talking about?
You don't need to downplay one to elevate the other.
It wasn't. Is he talking about he fell for that fucking video, didn't he? The guy, the emaciated Israeli hostage who was basically saying, oh yeah, well, they're feeding us as much as they can, it's just they don't have any food. They're just feeding us like whatever they get. And the guy filming, you can literally see his arm, and it's like a normal arm. It's not like near the forearm, that the circumference that you often use in testing for whether or not there's a famine in a region. Like the guy, it was fine. The guy filming it was completely fine in the video, but because they don't give a fuck, because that's how propaganda works, you can leave slop like that in, and people like this retard will still buy it. This Hamas dick suck fucking loser. Ugh.
Israel is still striking targets in Lebanon, and the Gaza ceasefire is incredibly tenuous, and Israel did restrict aid into Gaza for several months. But the outrage about the hostages hasn't just been about starvation, and that outrage doesn't become unjustified because of apparent hypocrisy, especially when the conditions of the hostages had been an issue prior to the aid restrictions.
If the United States actually exerts itself, that's how those wars end. An American president calls up and says,
hey, the phone call.
I'm yanking the leash.
A list of every major Israeli conflict and whether the United States put an end to it.
Okay, how long is that? Where we got here?
A list.
48, no involvement.
Of every
4 months negotiation, Suez crisis, 6-day war.
Major Israeli.
War of attrition. Yom Kippur. This was, you could argue Soviet involvement was a thing here, because the Soviets said that if they weren't going to enforce the Security Council resolution and ceasefire, then they would actually send troops on the ground. But yeah, Egypt did give up as well. U.S. negotiates a week.
Conflict.
Israel goes back in the next. What's the, I think it means week with 2 E's.
And whether the
Reagan called back later after made his famous phone call, then called back later to ask Israel to delay with their withdrawal. Yeah, this was also when a pause had already been achieved, and Sharon, being the piece of shit fucking war criminal defense minister that he was, launched strikes on Beirut anyway, even though because right after the government had basically taken away his ground movement authorities, which is quite unprecedented. It was either ground movement or airstrikes, but then he followed up with saying, well, you're not letting me do this, so I'm just gonna strike either from mortar fire or from the air. And then he kills a bunch of people, and then before Reagan even calls, the cabinet's already met and they've all chewed out Sharon for doing it and called off the strikes anyway. And this was after the PLO had already agreed to leave Beirut. Like the war was basically over by then. And yeah, they did delay the withdrawal as well. The idea that this phone call was Reagan ending a war with a phone call is just one of the most dishonest, ahistorical, illiterate fucking statements you could ever make. And no one disagrees with it either. Like the narrative from the Israeli cabinet minutes is the same as anyone else's. Like there are articles about the whole timeline of this phone call that you can get from the New York Times, like right now.
United States.
Whoa.
Put an end to it.
To get the hostages back and then go in and saying that they're doing it because they need to disarm Hamas, which again, a lot of their weapons are unexploded ordnance. I don't quite see how they physically, literally can disarm if those are the weapons we're talking about.
What an absolute fucking... How stupid can you be? He's gone from saying a lot, he's gone from saying most to a lot. How does Hamas fire the unexploded ordnances? Did they just pick it up and like fucking throw it over the wall. No, you need rockets. You need a propellant to fire the ordnance over. What are you talking about? What the fuck? Obviously, part of a disarmament would also be going around the strip and neutralizing unexploded ordnances. Because Hamas does that as well. Hamas will sometimes, they don't repurpose every unexploded ordnance they find. They sometimes disable them. Trebuchet, yeah, they'll just build a trebuchet and fire over the ordnances. Is that what all the AK-47s and the fucking RPGs in the tunnel, is that all unexploded Israeli ordnance, you fucking prick? God.
This is a misrepresentation of Hamas's weaponry at best, that's basically intended to evoke the extent of Gazan destruction as the enormity of the task of disarming. After that, they talk about the Israeli
We still have unexploded ordnances floating around, like off the coast in fucking Edinburgh. What are we talking about? Like, you know that was actually in every now and then in Scottish news. There is a local story about a place that has to get sectioned off because someone in a fishing boat or some fucking paddling dipshits in the beach or whatever stumbled across an unexploded World War II ordnance, and then they have to go and neutralize it. They have to go and deactivate it, and they have to cordon off the entire area. That happens quite a lot, actually, because in the war we were expecting the potential of a Nazi invasion from Norway. We were expecting a naval invasion from Norway potentially, so we manned those areas, and we also filled the fucking sea, the North Sea, and the areas around the center with mines.
To America, talking about going back into Gaza after the hostages are returned. I've got no problem with them calling him a right-wing nutjob, but
that guy that we were just listening to, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., seemed to have American accent. He is indeed from Scranton, Pennsylvania.
While that is true, I am wary of the way they just pointed that out. One prejudice you hear against Israelis a lot is that they aren't actually from the region and they should go back to their own country. Now we learn that Israel reused 3D imagery to gin up models of Hamas tunnels and infrastructure.
Of course, everyone remembers the famous 3D rendering of the Al-Shifa hospital.
If you remember that, you're weird. Maybe I'm an idiot, but I don't see why that in itself is a problem. The idea that they would both make bespoke models for each location and that they would broadcast the specific layout seems like it'd be an intelligence breach. But Crystal is making it out to be that this proves they were total fabrications.
What's the steelman of Reagan ending the conflict with a phone call? The timeline of Reagan and the phone call is that the siege of Beirut was already like quite a few months underway. The PLO had already accepted terms that they were going to leave Beirut and they were going to get evacuated, like 4,000 of them. Arafat had not agreed yet. Arafat had not actually said that he was going to finally leave Beirut until early August. So before they can get Arafat's approval or Arafat's decision, that's why they're intensifying the pressure on Beirut. But once they got the PLO to say that they were going to leave, there's already some tension happening between the United States and Israel. So in the beginning of August, the IDF would do this thing, mostly because of Sharon, where there would be a sort of limit on Sharon's capabilities, and he would always go one step beyond those limits as the defense minister. So he would send the army in to capture a neighborhood, but the government hadn't actually agreed to do it. But then once they were there, Sharon would say, we've got a strategic position, we might as well keep it. And then the US would say, you need to withdraw to the previous line. And then Begin would say, no, but just don't go any further. And then Sharon would go further. And then they would capture another area. And then the US would say, you need to pull back. And then the government would be like, oh, but I guess we shouldn't have done that. But we also have a more strategic position right now. So it would just go on like that for a bit. And then eventually, because of the tension between the United States and the Israeli government, Sharon was deprived, I think, of his ability to use the ground forces to push them further, which I think the defense minister has never really had done to them, or is a very rare move. So they keep negotiating. The cabinet gets the evacuation proposal approved in principle, but then because the evacuation proposal is approved, they expect the fighting to die down. But then Sharon, who doesn't have the ability to push his ground forces anymore, compensates by ordering airstrikes onto Beirut, killing about 300 people in one day. And that's when Reagan is furious. And the Israeli government, they know that Reagan is furious. So they have a cabinet meeting. And that's when they chew out Sharon and call off the strikes. And then after the cabinet meeting finishes, Begin goes for a fucking nap, the prime minister, and Reagan has a phone call that wakes him up and talks to him, and then calls for an immediate ceasefire. But the cabinet had already approved of the ceasefire. Like they'd already called off Sharon. So, but the steel man is whether or not they called it off because Sharon had basically sort of like wormed his way around their orders, or if it was because they had already heard that Reagan was angry. That's it. But as far as the broader context of the war, getting those sorties to stop would have saved a lot of lives, but it didn't actually make much of a change in the way that the war played out, because by that point, I think one day afterwards, Arafat had already agreed to evacuate, and the PLO in general had already agreed to evacuate. So it was already done. Like the Israelis had achieved everything they wanted to. But in any case, silly. Very silly. Anyway, I'm going to the bathroom. 1 minute. If you think you can handle the most toxic streamer on twitch.com, you can stay.
Called it began.
Yes.
Well, Deborah, if I were to pose to you the notion that Vladimir Putin appears to be, based on his recent remarks, what some might call in the academic sphere of military and foreign policy to be a Weasley fucking little liar, dude. He appears to be a liar, a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. We've consulted this military expert of Oxford, Cambridgeshire. Do you accept the notion that Vladimir Putin, this house believes, is a...
And repurposed it to be like, no, actually, the Hamas lair is under the hospital now.
Some of the locations were known for months, if not years prior to the war, to be used by Hamas.
Even for us, people who have been very skeptical, to say the least, of Israeli government claims and, very attuned to the amount of Hasbara and the amount of, money that's spent to pay influencers and all of that's been revealed.
I'm not saying that every attack was therefore correct and ethical and moral. It's just that from my standpoint, this in itself doesn't bring the legitimacy of these targets into dispute. And we're back to Venezuela and Maria Corina Machado winning the Nobel Prize. Ryan also misrepresents how she asked Netanyahu for help with Maduro.
She has even asked Benjamin Netanyahu to please come liberate Venezuela.
I can't prove it, but Ryan seems very upset that Emily decided to point out the most likely reason Machado won the Nobel Prize.
Imagine one of the reasons she got this is because there's a pretty decent case that she actually won.
Yes, it does. It does appear like Maduro rigged that election. So maybe that's, but
they also did. They were able to track because of the system. Actually, yeah.
Then we're on to ICE raids.
It genuinely is like a mass terror campaign to scare people into either leaving or to chill dissent.
That is correct.
I hate these people so much.
Agreed. Then the Republican who bought Dominion voting.
So that's a little ominous. Got to look into that more to find out what that means.
And that's day one. It wasn't great, but it was still better than I expected, actually.
Let me just say, it's not that I'm calling him a Nazi. It's that he has said he has admiration for Adolf Hitler. Every now and then, Nick Fuentes will come out there and he'll say something that seems true on, for example, the issue of the genocide in Gaza. There is such a thing as being right for the wrong reason.
The Likud regime in Israel has captured our government. They're responsible for the censorship. They're responsible for the war in Iraq.
You see, this is all true, but you see, we say it because, facts, because of Zionism, and he says it because of Judaism. Oh, no.
America is the seat of the liberal empire that controls the world.
So he's at it, not me. He actually doesn't really care about Palestinians. He doesn't really care about the genocide. I actually want the liberal order and international law to matter. I'm taking it for moral reasons. I'm taking this position. He's taking it for...
please find the bit of him saying that the Houthis were doing international law by attacking those boats.
Strategic reasons. It's a chicken shit position to say, I don't actually care about the genocide. And by the way, the reason why I low-key like the role he plays is because he functions as somebody who divides and conquers the right. He makes a stink on the right, and he starts throwing Molotov cocktails at largely his ideological allies, and then they start infighting with each other, and then the movement falls apart. May as well be a CIA op on the right.
That's all great until one side of the right wins, and if it's Fuentes' side, then they become an entire party of those fucking nutters. It feels like anti-Semitism is becoming so much more acceptable in the Republican right that Trump might be, God, he could even be one of the last ones to fall. It's a big risk. That's a big gamble. It could work, but God, if it goes wrong. Okay, let's see. I want to watch this because I'll come back to the video, but I forgot this even existed. Remember I told you that Fuentes actually has a thing for dodging debates about the Holocaust with anyone who knows what they're talking about. I didn't know that he had spoken to the Ask Yourself Discord. Him and to Ask Yourself and Avi. For those of you who don't know, Ask Yourself and Avi are basically like they run this kind of debate server where it's very like formalized. It's very much like they will write out fucking formal logic statements and try to organize debates in a way that there's like a very clear through line. And when people try to be rhetorical and all that shit to get to weasel around claims, like they'll be very quickly catch on to it. They have both actually wanted me to do a vegan conversation with them, to which I said no, because, it's just going to be a conversation where I just admit that they're right and I'm just an asshole who doesn't care about animals, but but no, they're good. They're good at what they do. No bad words for them, but I didn't know they spoke to Fuentes. I didn't know that.
Is going to be from Avi. Avi, you're unmuted. Go for it.
Hey, Nick, what's going on? Can you hear me? Hello?
No. Nick, you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, there you are.
Okay, can you hear me, Nick?
Oh yeah, Avi did vote for Trump. That is definitely a bad word about. Yep. I get around that.
Is he cutting out for me or just anyone else? Or
yeah, Nick, you're cutting out a little bit. There you are. Yeah, that's much better.
Is that Doobie? Oh, Doobie's in here. This must be really old.
Okay, Nick. Okay. So my question to you is, what's your view on the historical Holocaust? Do you accept the mainstream historical account? Specifically, do you deny or are you skeptical of the following mainstream historical propositions? Namely, 1, gas chambers were used as a method of killing Jews during the Holocaust, and 2, between 5 and 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust, and if so, why?
Between 5 and 6, it was 6 and no fewer and no more. I accept.
God, it's such a cowardly fuck. Okay, whatever.
I accept. Okay, I accept. Don't kill me. Don't burn down my house. Don't assassinate me. I totally accept. I do.
Look, he's just trying to meme his way out of it. He's such a fucking coward, man.
I'm not trying.
Come on, put the David Irving reading to practice.
I just really want to know, like, Nick, I'm not trying to get you in any sort of gotcha. I just really want to know your view here. The reason I'll level with you. Yeah.
I level with
level with me. Yeah. The reason is I genuinely was not sure. When I saw the cookie, I mean, everyone knows of this meme, the cookie meme, right?
Yeah, the cookie thing.
Yeah. Right.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah, go
ahead. There's a like, I will say, for reasons, we accept the historical narrative. Fine. That's what they want me to say. Okay. Here's the problem.
Well, no, I don't want you to. I don't
Oh God, he's such a coward. Fuck me.
I'm trying to I just want to know what you actually believe. I don't want you to say something because you feel pressure to say it. Like, what do you actually think?
Well, what I think is this. I think that there are a lot of accounts that have been debunked. Like Eli. So I went to Boston University.
Okay.
And one of the famous alumni from the university was Elie Wiesel, Jewish Holocaust survivor, and he wrote a very famous book called Night, which a lot of people read in grade school, even to this day. There's just a problem, though. Night, which is his historical account of the Holocaust, is riddled with inaccuracies, which he has admitted to, which have been exposed. This is not controversial. This is not disputed. He straight up lies in the book. He lies all up and down all over the book. That is still used in grade schools today to teach the Holocaust, and it's a story.
Hey, Jet DM, thanks for the 10 gifties. I really appreciate that. Whoa! Also, there's a super chat goal, guys. It's very starved right now, so you want to contribute. You got 1 hour left for the super chats. They can be teal or above for the goal. Don't make me cry. Thank you.
Historically inaccurate. He made it up. He lied, and it's almost like nobody cares. He still visits with sitting presidents. He actually shames them. I did a show a few years ago. He had the audacity to come into the Oval Office of the United States of America and speak to our American president, and he said he was demanding answers for why America didn't do more about the Holocaust in the 1940s, which is a little ridiculous because nobody that's alive today was president during the 1940s, during World War II. But he gets up there and puffs his chest out at the Oval Office, and people entertain this joker, and he's a liar. He lied. His whole book is full of lies. And so when you do things like that, I think that kind of it does undermine the credibility of certain things. So like that book is still taught today, and it's based on lies. The other thing too is there's all these other historical accounts about roller coasters and electrical floors and masturbation machines and lampshades and all of this, which has all been totally debunked. It's also true that many of the historical recollections of the Holocaust by survivors, a high percentage of them claim that they were experimented on by the Nazi scientist Mengele. And it's like so many that it's not even possible, right? So it's like, do I believe?
You can just hear the fucking smirk on his face when he says this kind of shit. I heard this because he was saying that like every Holocaust survivor says that Mengele experimented on them. He did fuck with a lot of people though. Or it's also the fact that a lot of people knew him because he was in Auschwitz, right? So people just saw him going by, talking to kids, schmoozing them, talking to other fucking prisoners. No, yeah, there were a lot of people. It was a concentration camp. There were a lot of people in the fucking camp. A lot of people will have seen him. And he also did experiment on a lot of people as well.
I believe that it happened, yes, but then you've also got a whole industry which has been created.
Oh, the industry.
Where people are they're creating basically fantasy. They're creating this kind of like, propaganda in order to prop up a liberal internationalist agenda. So while I believe it happened, I think that it's taken, it's distorted, it's twisted. And like I said, a whole industry has been propped up in order to basically shame white people, shame nationalists, shame Christians.
Don't mind me while I retreat into broad fucking narrative. Okay, let's go.
And everybody knows that anytime you try to talk about white identity, you try to talk about dual loyalty to Israel, you try to talk about nationalism, and what crops up? Jewish organizations talking about the Holocaust. And it's used to shame people in the 21st century and used to bludgeon people in 21st century out of a very particular political ideology. And so I'm against it in that form. It happened, and other things have happened too. The Kurds were genocided, the Armenians were genocided, the Christians were genocided in Ukraine. The 20th century is full. It's a graveyard of mass graves. And Anyway, so the existence of evil and the existence of mass murder in the 20th century, I don't know why that casts such a long, well, I know exactly why, but it's a rhetorical question. I don't know why that casts such a long shadow over American politics in the 21st century. So that's my long answer on that.
Avi? Follow up.
Oh no!
Oh, there he is.
The question wasn't in response to any inaccurate accounts of a given event, which certainly happened with various events, whether it be any Holocaust or any mass atrocity. The question I just wanted to know if, and you seem to have answered. You said you accept it. So just like the proposition, gas chambers were used as a method of killing Jews, you accept that, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And proposition between 5 and 6 million Jews, which is the various ranges of the mainstream account of the estimated
6 million. 6 million.
Okay, but now when you say it like that, it
6 million
seems to be. But you understand why it sounds memey when you say it has to be exactly 6 million.
No,
That's not.
I don't. I'm not saying exactly. I'm saying 6 million. That's what they say, man. 6 million,
right.
whatever they say.
And that's your belief. Just to be clear.
Correct.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. I have another question that I wanted to ask you, if that was okay.
Okay.
This is a different topic. It's about trans people. I was wondering your views on trans people and if you think that being transgender entails any sort of delusion.
Yeah, no, I think it totally does. I think that by definition it is. You cannot change your gender. You're born a man or you're born a woman. And I basically just reject, trans meaning like a cross, right? Trans is a prefix meaning like a cross or whatever. You cannot go from one gender to another gender. You're born a man and you will die a man. And you could cut things off and put them over here, and you could take these pills and you could cut your hair and you could, wear different clothes.
Are you born a cat boy? Good one.
But you're born a man and you die a man. You're born a woman and you die a woman. And I don't believe that you can go from one to another. And ultimately, I actually, here's the thing, I am against LGBT. I think it's morally wrong to be gay. I think it's morally wrong to be trans. But I'm not, some people, they're very cruel about this. And I understand why, don't get me wrong. Like Lil Nas X just released this song this week where he's like twerking on the devil or whatever. And there's a lot of perversion that goes on there. It goes well beyond. But if two people want to get married, it goes way, 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 way beyond that, right? Obviously, as evidenced by that music video that came out the other day. And people could say what they want, but hell is real and the devil is real.
What is this fucking yap, man? Why can't he just stick to a point? He's also just taking up as much space as possible so he can just drag this conversation out and exhaust everyone listening to it. I feel like a lot of the Fuentes clips are just kind of him being silly and funny. And it's often quite difficult to find him particularly scary or as a political danger just because he's kind of fruity, I guess. I don't know. Because he's like a closeted gay theater kid. But man, when he's in these conversations, he's so underwhelming. Because he knows he's in a room with people that he can't justify himself to. He knows that he would just get absolutely fucking annihilated in these conversations. So he's just being coy to avoid his way around to avoid the embarrassment.
Real. And that video is made in this real world. So I understand why people are cruel about it. I understand why people are militantly opposed to it. And I am certainly very opposed to it. But, I don't spend my whole day thinking about gay and trans. They're out there, they are, I think, a lot of ways off-putting. I see it. It's abrasive to look at. I don't want to be near it. I think it is very wrong. But ultimately, these are sad people. I think it's a sad sort of situation. And I look at them the same way that I look at a lot of liberals, the same way I look at a lot of people that are nihilistic, a lot of hedonists, and this is something that I think conservatives got to understand. I hope people don't misinterpret what I mean. We look at children today. We say, what a shame it is that children are being exposed to degeneracy. What a shame it is that children are born to divorced parents. What a shame it is that people are being exposed to pornography. And children are. And then they grow up. They become, trans or gay or whatever, hedonists of another stripe. And then we say, oh, now we're going to be cruel. Now we're going to, oh, you're sick, you're whatever, blah, blah. And they are, they are sick and it is degenerate. But I do think we have to be sort of clear about it, that people that choose that lifestyle, people that go down that path, they're only, they're hurting society in a lot of ways, but they're really hurting themselves. And I can't help but look at these like trans kids and even trans people. And it does show what a joke country we live in, that stuff is tolerated and promoted, because it's so sick and it's so unnatural and it's so ghastly.
So the first 10 minutes of this 20-minute video is just opening statement.
And perverse.
Okay.
But I also can't help but even feel bad for them, because it's like a horror show. I saw this video from, what's his name? Frank Hassel. He made a video called The Boxed Life. And it's this Twitch streamer who's trans. And, you could go and Google that and watch it for yourself. And you see these things and you can't help but think, what a nightmare, that a life must be like in that kind of a lifestyle, in particular, trans or gay people. And it's horrifying. And the reason, so I say deliberately that we are against that. I say with intentionality that we are militantly opposed to that, because it is creating suffering. It is a horror show. It's totally degrading the society, and it is destroying people's lives. It's destroying people's souls. It's a horrible thing. And you've got people out there that are growing up thinking this is totally normal. This is okay. This is what you do. This is what's going to make me happy.
Can we interject? Can you please stop fucking yapping? Come on. Well, the question was, is trans real? Yes. Like you could say yes or no.
The question wasn't about any of those like downstream effects. The question was just about if it entails a delusion. You said it did, and you seem to say like it's because you can't change your gender. Like, I just want to clear, what if you say they're delusional? What is the false belief that's entailed by being transgender?
I just said that, that they think that they can be one gender when they're born. Look, if you're transgender, you believe that you're like a woman on the inside or something, you were assigned your gender at birth or something. No, your sex and your gender, I believe, are the same. And even if you want to play the semantic game that they do and they say, oh, gender is a social construct. Okay, well, it's a social construct that's directly downstream from your biology. So no, your gender is man, your sex is man. Just allow me to yap for another 5 minutes. You can't change that. And nobody's born in the wrong one. People say, oh, well, what about like hermaphrodites? What is that? Like 1 in every 10 billion people is a fucking hermaphrodite, or Klinefelter syndrome is, they say that one or whatever. We're talking about something that's a statistical anomaly. We're talking about
yeah, but trans people are a statistical anomaly. So if you can accommodate intersex people outside of your gender binary, then why can't you do it for trans people? They're all statistical anomalies. There aren't that many trans people in the world. Okay.
Deviation from the norm. And for people like that, that's a medical condition, right? But people that are like, oh, I don't have a dad and I was like abused and whatever. I was born in the wrong body and I'm going to become a woman. Those are the two foundational delusions. Is number one, that you could change your gender, and number one, like you are never fully your gender. If you're a man, you're a man. Even if you're like a fag.
I don't know. I see trans people all over the shop these days. That's because you're a chaser. You're one of those right wingers who's like horny for trans cock.
Even you're like effeminate.
So it seems to be that you think you're saying the delusion is that they are a gender that they're not, and you take it, the reason why you say that is because gender and sex are one and the same. Would that be an accurate representation of why that would be a delusion, the false belief?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the thing, there seems to be an equivocation on the word gender.
Trans.
It seems to be an equivocation on the word gender because I don't take it to be that when transgender people say that they're a different gender, that they mean that they're a different sex. So if you're pointing out that you're using the word gender differently than they are, I'm not sure why a false belief is entailed. It just means that you two are talking past each other. So what false belief do you think is entailed?
I disagree. They call themselves trans women, right? If you're a male and you transition to being a woman, they say, I'm a woman, I'm a real woman. And it's like, no, you're not. You're not.
But which fact do they disagree on specifically? Which biological fact? Do they think their chromosomes are different? Do they think their hormone composition is different? Do they think that their brain chemistry is different? Do they think their genitals are different from birth? Which actual concrete fact do you think they're disagreeing with you on when they say that?
A biological woman, you're not a woman and let's entertain it for the sake of argument. Let's say there's this distinction between gender and sex. and let's say that gender is socially constructed and therefore fluid. No, you're still not a woman. You are a man that is presenting as a woman. You know, you're a man putting on a costume as a woman. And how far do you want to go in your costume? Do you want to, you know, cut your penis off and put it somewhere else? I mean, okay. But you are still and everybody knows that. Everybody can take a look at a 6'3" guy with man hands and, you know, male features. Oh, but he started taking estrogen. You know, he drank milk and tap water, and he grew his hair out, and he put lipstick on. Is anybody under any illusions? And, you know, sure, there are guys that can pass or whatever, but they're still men. And you want to know why they're men? Even when they I mean, it's well known that they go out there and they'll have like sex with a black guy or something, and then they'll get killed. I mean, they'll literally get killed because they're not a woman. They're not a woman biologically or in a gendered way, you know, and everyone knows that.
The thing is, when you say they're saying a woman, you're saying they're not a woman. I think you're using, again, I think I'm still just an equivocation.
You're not a real woman.
Well, by real woman, I don't think they mean that they are a biological female. I think what they're meaning is that their gender is a woman gender, and that's what they mean when they say they're a real woman. They're using the word. Wait, what's wrong about it?
They're not a woman, like I just said. I just explained it.
Well,
whether they're talking about sex or gender, they're not a woman.
Okay, but the reason you're saying they're not a woman is because they're not biologically female. That's not what they mean when they're saying they're a woman. Then you're just equivocating.
Well, I'm not equivocating because,
you know what equivocating
as I just described, I do know what equivocating means. As I just described, they are not real women, okay? In terms of sex or in terms of gender. I mean, I guess ultimately what come down to what? Hang on. I don't want to play word games. Let's just.
The reason he's equivocating is because he's saying that women are that you're born male or you're born female, and that trans people are deluded because they think they're one gender or the other. It's like, okay, why is that the delusion? Well, because male is XY chromosomes, and it's this genitalia, and it's this predominant testosterone production, or like this hormonal composition, or this brain chemistry. And then they're saying, well, they don't disagree on those things. If they don't disagree on the biology, where's the delusion? Oh, well, they're not a woman. Well, what is it about them that makes you a man or woman? Oh, it's the XX. It's clearly an argument about definitions of the term woman and where gender falls in vis-a-vis sex. That's what the disagreement is. But he keeps on saying, well, it's a factual disagreement. But the factual disagreement seems to be resolved, even though they still argue for the different explanation of gender. But he doesn't want to have that discussion because that makes it complicated. He can't do that.
Let's get to the fundamental point of it, which is, what would be the woman gender then? Because if the female gender is taking estrogen and growing their hair out and wearing girls' clothes, that's what they're doing, right? But I don't think that is what it means to be a woman in gender or in sex. I think what it means to be a woman in gender is, I guess you're right. I guess ultimately you would have to be biologically a woman, because if we could just create these kinds of categories, if woman doesn't mean anything, woman means just like, again, the sort of trappings of what women used to do. Because there's kind of this.
The question is that for most people, the gender that they're born with is the one that they're fine with. So why not just expand women to include the 0.5% of people or whatever who are trans women? Why not just, what's the harm in doing that?
This thing where at once they say guys can wear girls' clothes, but also if I wear girls' clothes and grow my hair out, I'm a woman. So really they define down woman and men and gender. Gender then just to them becomes like this completely arbitrary category. And that's where it invites these kinds of jokes of I'm an attack.
Nick, the point here is just that I asked you what the false belief is. You're saying the false belief is that they're a woman, and when they're saying they're a woman, and you saying they're not the woman, and you two have a different meaning or understanding of what the word means, you're not demonstrating a false belief. All you're demonstrating is that you're equivocating on the word. You said you're not equivocating. You refused to answer.
I said what the false belief is. You think this is a gotcha?
No.
Your false belief.
Now he's pissy because he doesn't want to get into a conversation about actually what gender should mean or why his definition of gender is more correct than someone else's. So now he's going to get pissy. Yeah.
AMA. You let me finish. I let you talk. This is my AMA. The reason that they're wrong is because they think
you can't answer what an equivocation
become
is.
a woman when they can't.
You're saying you're not.
And they also think that gender is different than sex.
What, Nick?
You know what equivocating means? You're just trying to divert attention away from the fact that you're trying to divert attention from the fact that I clearly laid out the delusion. The delusion is they think that. So I entertain gender for the sake of argument. But my initial claim, I said for the sake of argument, well, let's say gender is real, but it's not. Gender is the same as sex. Gender is, I think it's basically the same. And even if you wanted to quibble about it, it's an extension of sex. And I just laid out a woman or a guy can change his hair and a woman could change her hair and a guy could change his dress and a girl can change her dress. I could stand in a garage. It doesn't make me a car. And, if you want to create this category, which is ultimately meaningless of what it means to be a gender, I mean, there are people out there that say, oh, I'm a male to female transgender, but I'm also like, I'm also lesbian, or I'm also straight, or I'm cosplaying or whatever. And ultimately it just turns into what are you keep interrupting me?
Because you're not tracking what I'm saying with your you're just rambling.
Let me ask you a question now.
Well, you haven't answered mine. You have no, I'm not.
Are you trans?
I'm not. Okay. You haven't now would like an answer to my question. The issue here is that your demonstration of a false belief relies on an equivocation. You're saying it doesn't. I would like to know what you think an equivocation is and how it's not an equivocation. Or just tell me how it's not an equivocation.
I told you.
How? Well, first
I told you.
I'm not convinced you know what an equivocation is. So you can answer that question, or you can show me how what you're saying is not equivocating.
I answered the question. I answered the question earlier.
No, you didn't.
I did. You asked what the delusion was, and I said what it was.
No. But then I pointed out to you that you demonstrating that delusion is not demonstrating delusion because you're just relying on an equivocation.
Below the waves of
what
Lake
you're
Superior. R.I.P. to the crew of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Gone but never forgotten.
The who? The what? Thanks for the $20 though. The 29 actually. Really appreciate that. God damn.
Using the word is not the same way they're using that word. That's what the same word is being used in two different senses.
And they're wrong. And they're wrong. And they're wrong.
You think? Wait, are you a linguistic prescriptivist? Wait, what? Do you think they're? Do you think like words have like this objective meaning, like that's external to like?
Yes, words do have. Okay. Yes, words do have.
See, this is where he's fucked, right? He thinks that like gender is this kind of like unchangeable, solid, set in stone where you can dissect the letters of the word gender and it'll just like give you the answers as inscribed in the stones by fucking God. God damn it.
Meaning,
oh wow! So it's not like this intersubjective thing. It's just words have objective.
You're such an idiot, dude. How are we? But wait a second. If you think that words don't have meanings, then woman means
words don't have meanings
and equivocate.
That's a straw man.
Laptop and words don't mean anything, man. Nothing means anything.
No, that's
right? I think when you're transgender, that's what you believe. You're a total nihilist.
I think we gotta.
You just scoffed because I said that words have a definition.
Cool. We go from like we can't include this tiny proportion of people who identify as women into the category of women to that's nihilism. It would be nihilism to add 0.5% of people into the women category and into the man category. Just a switch over, a little population exchange.
Definition. What are you retarded?
Nope, that's also another straw man. So you're really tracking out.
Okay, I think we gotta move to the next question.
Steve and dilate, dude. You will never be a real woman.
Okay. Holy shit. Next question. It's gonna be from Mr. Chad King. Chad, whenever you're ready.
Wow. So at the end of the day, he is he's not the most impressive person when it comes to his actual thoughts and opinions. Just a good entertainer for fucking lost American Nazi Zoomers.
Right.
Shit.
To divide and conquer the right. And that's why I love it. Because then you collapse under your own weight. And as you all know, the Democrats are fucking useless. They don't know how to fight. So you need the right-wingers to take down other right-wingers in order to block the agenda.
Okay, hopefully today doesn't start off too bad.
First, the open admission of how corrupt the Israel lobby is and how they buy all of our politicians.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Miriam Adelson is a billionaire, and Miriam gave $100 million to Trump. And the quid pro quo was basically, you need to be a cuck to Israel.
My criticism here isn't that someone has undue influence on the president towards Israel. I don't dispute that. My issue is that the framing Kyle uses here in an effort to be bombastic is basically implying that Israel controls the government.
Bragging about him doing the bidding of that pro-Israel billionaire and the Israeli government? I mean, he's making the case about how the Israel lobby needs to register as a foreign agent. Right now, AIPAC doesn't register as a foreign agent. Well, here we know pro-Israel donors in the U.S., billionaires with dual citizenship, clearly they're repping Israel. They're backing Israel.
Cool. Do a loyalty trope. Miriam
they're American citizens who, that's where AIPAC gets its money from.
Adelson is not broad justification for labeling a group as a foreign agent.
They're not the America first, my ass cheeks. This is America last. This is Israel
America
first.
And
last.
Of course, the Democrats aren't doing enough about this.
You know, it sure would be nice to have an opposition party in this country that could call this out and slam him for it. No, instead what'll happen is the Democrats will keep quiet and try to suck up to the same Israeli billionaires, hoping that they'll pick them. How are you going to out-corrupt Donald Trump?
The Likud regime in Israel has captured our government.
Trump was protested while giving a speech in the Knesset.
Now, I got to be honest, I don't know.
The Adelsons do suck regardless. I don't doubt that they do. They more likely than not will. I don't know anything about the Adelsons. They definitely suck. They're American. Hey, what the fuck?
This protest was. It's very possible it could be the Ben-Gvir or Smotrich types, the super far right.
Okay. Feel like you should know. It was the Israeli left. They explicitly called him out for aiding the genocide in Gaza.
If it hasn't hit you yet, it's at this point it should hit you that both Israel and the U.S. are going to go down in history like Nazi Germany.
Until such a time that the United States becomes fully and permanently incapable of providing the world with humanitarian and diplomatic aid, as well as safe pathways for trade, I don't think that's true. What's happening in Gaza is, to put it mildly, fucking atrocious. Trump is enabling it. To say that doesn't contradict either idea that the people in Gaza need a government that supports them instead of using them as a meat shield, and that America's culpability in that does not outweigh the literal millions of people it has kept alive with food, clean water, and medicine. Part of what I think is necessary to fixing the problems we're currently having is to actually feel like America is worth fighting for, and condemning us to the dustbin of history serves only to validate its destruction.
Literally right up there with the evil guy with the freaky mustache. He knows how to use those weapons. He sure does. He aims it right at those toddlers and goes, pew, pew. That's what he does. So the only good news that's come out is the 20 Israeli hostages released, but the 2,000 Palestinian hostages being released. By the way, they said you're not allowed to record their reactions.
The problem is that you need to disentangle actual issues with Israeli detainment from the Hamas propaganda that would obviously be created, the same way they created propaganda for the hostage releases that were spread by people who should have known better.
Hamas is giving them drugs, and that's why they're dabbing them up. Hamas gave them the drugs that make you dab up Hamas.
Thankfully, you were off
I
Gaza.
think they just threatened them, but okay.
Kyle has a good idea to have lawyers at ICE protests documenting and explaining what's happening in real time.
There should be a lawyer at every single one of these protests with a megaphone. We need that professionalism. We need that energy. We need that understanding of the law. Is the U.S. sending troops to Israel?
But we just left.
Trump just illegally sent U.S. troops to Israel.
It's not illegal for Trump to send non-combatant members of the military to Israel, and nowhere in the article he's looking at here does it actually say it is.
This would be referring to people who are overseeing the ceasefire. They're not even in Gaza, right? They're going to be in Israel. They're going to be in, I think, are they in Sderot, or are they in one of the towns that's close to the border? But that's why you've also got like American drones monitoring, and you've got, I think there's some Egyptian personnel in there now as well to help find the hostage bodies. There are a few parties that are now getting involved in this whole mechanism. That international body is just kind of slowly getting one or two people from here and there added to it in limited roles.
Nor does it say anything about the legality of this operation and reporting from BBC, NPR, or PBS. By all accounts, he does not, as Kyle says here, need to go through Congress.
You would need to go through Congress in order to do that.
But it creates a new opportunity for Kyle to say that Dems aren't doing enough.
Congress is to declare war. You can definitely argue that the president misuses their powers and they'll go to what is effectively a war without calling it that, and that's their way of bypassing Congress. But for sending people over to monitor the ceasefire is not going to be a congressional issue.
It's not like Democrats are actually acting as a sufficient opposition party, so they're not fucking talking about this. By the way, I like what Wajahat Ali says here.
Oh my god, he's reading a Twitter quote in the article. It's inescapable at this point.
You're going to get a peep in mainstream media, but more importantly, you're barely going to get a peep out of the so-called opposition party, the Democrats. And that is incredibly disturbing and incredibly disgusting.
In the next segment, Kyle talks about
what can someone just ask him what the troops are doing? What are the American personnel doing in Israel right now that you think Democrats need to make a massive noise about? I love it how he doesn't tell you, because if he had any indication that they were there to conduct airstrikes or to send ground forces in to shoot people or whatever the fuck, he'd be on it like he'd be speaking about that 24 hours a day. So the fact that he can't find anything like that is probably just suggesting that he knows it's not actually that overwhelming, whatever they're doing there. And he's just saying it to leave it up to the imagination of the audience. It's so cringe.
Rogan seeming like he regrets his rightward shift given the level of violence being enacted by ICE, and it's like, you remember the kids in cages from the first term, right? Some of them might never actually be reunited with their parents because they didn't do anything to keep track of them.
He made his bed, and now he's going to sleep in it. You rode the wave, and you rode the vibes. It wasn't about policy. It was never about policy, and that's obvious.
Israeli troops, in their withdrawal from Gaza, destroyed a bunch of stuff, including a sewage treatment plant.
Without a doubt, is an attempt to continue to make Gaza completely and utterly unlivable, so they have to leave, so Israel can steal all of the territory.
Whoa.
No idea if there's some justifiable context surrounding it, given the pictures they took. I'm more inclined to think that there isn't any. This was a stupid and egregious action, not just because there are now no operational sewage treatment plants in Gaza, but now the sewage that will most likely get dumped into the Mediterranean will just end up contaminating Israeli beaches. And I unfortunately have to give Rand Grim credit for having pointed that out later in the week. I hope Israel actually punishes these soldiers for the additional suffering they've now caused, but I'm not going to hold my breath.
This is the reality of what Palestinians are returning to. I have a fucking bridge to sell you if you're dumb enough to think, oh, this was defensive and they were only going after Hamas. If you actually believe that, you might be the dumbest person on the planet. Because there's about 30,000 Hamas members, and there were over 2 million people in Gaza. But somehow you blew up 80 to 90% of all of the buildings in Gaza, and we're supposed to believe this was super targeted and defensive against Hamas.
30,000 people with guns and the ability to force other people to work with those guns and 2 decades to operate are actually extremely capable of outfitting the majority of buildings in Gaza with traps and supplies that would need to be destroyed. They have talked about this. This isn't a conspiracy. The intention of Hamas was to draw Israel into Gaza, get them to destroy everything, and turn the world against Israel so that they can force everyone there to leave if they can't just kill them. You might think that's crazy, and you'd be correct. The leaders of Hamas are religious authoritarian extremists.
Whoa.
They are crazy.
No way.
That doesn't absolve Israel of actually doing it, but it also means that Hamas played an active role in its destruction as well, and the people who suffer for it are the Palestinian civilians who could just as easily set off the booby traps left for IDF soldiers if they aren't dealt with.
Let's also say this. If anybody is celebrating at this moment, when this is what has already happened to Gaza, that takes a special kind of sickness.
Yes, I will celebrate that these people are not...
What was one of those things that I read about? It was Jenin in 2002. It was one of the leaders. It was mostly Islamic Jihad people who were fighting there. Is the 80% figure true? It's true in terms of like either like damaged or destroyed. Yeah. Where is it? Hmm. Oh, it's here. This guy from Islamic Jihad who died in a battle in 2002 in Jenin, I think he was the commander. So he's one of the biggest leaders that was killed in this battle. And they're talking about what he did. And this is way back in 2002, because there was quite a lot of destruction in this battle, even though only like 50 people died on the Palestinian side and about 25 on the IDF side. This is them talking about his actions. After a fierce and intense resistance by the Mujahideen that lasted for several days during the heroic Battle of Jenin on Monday, April 8, 2002, the Zionist enemy was able to pinpoint the location of Commander Mahmoud Tawalbe and a group of Mujahideen following the heroic ambush carried out by those Mujahideen against the occupation soldiers. It's when they talk about preparing for the battle. Where is it when they talk about the preparations, actually? They talk about rigging, or? Yeah, here. Before the start of the Battle of Jenin camp, Commander Mahmoud Tawalbe and his fellow Mujahideen began preparing to confront the occupier. He booby-trapped his house and all the neighboring houses. He spent night and day preparing the explosives as he was the first explosives engineer in the Jenin camp. They've been using this tactic for a really long time. They've been using this tactic for a really long time. So yeah, if you have an organization that gets to prepare for more than a few weeks or a couple of years, and you have 17 years preparing with UN aid and concrete and everything else, and the space and the funding and the resources to build tunnels everywhere and to basically turn as much of the urban landscape as you can into parts of the war machine, then yeah, of course you're going to get a shitload of destruction. Urban wars, even without that level of preparation, are massively destructive, because it's not just striking targets that have weapons caches and explosives and everything else in them. It's also because of door-to-door fighting, and because of booby trapping, and because of people taking shelter in one place and then going to another, or someone using an abandoned house as a fucking sniper spot or whatever the fuck. But whatever, people don't know or care, whatever the fuck. All right.
Dead. From Gaza, we go up to Lebanon for the Israeli strikes occurring there.
A journalist was
Is
on
this video just going to be about Kyle talking about Israel? I thought it was going to be about the populist sort of thing going on in the United States as well, but
ground in these towns where residents are attempting to return to their towns amid constant drone attacks. So it's not really a ceasefire. It's you cease and we fire.
Once again, this kind of reporting omits that Hezbollah, the group that has been ordered by the UN and the actual government of Lebanon to disarm, but still refuses to, will violently come down on anyone who does not toe the line on their narrative about Israel. Before even getting into the substance, the first reply to Ryan's tweet that Kyle's looking at is not great. Kyle says Israel is collaborating with ISIS-affiliated gangs in Gaza to steal aid and continue fighting Hamas so they can abide the ceasefire.
Literally, ISIS-affiliated gangs. I'm not kidding. ISIS-affiliated gangs.
Almost. Israel is arming groups in Gaza, and they all have their own individual issues with extremism and criminality, even as they're opposed to Hamas. Netanyahu has admitted to doing it and has been called out for it, given that it is reminiscent of their last strategy to keep the Palestinians divided. But the ISIS affiliation is tenuous at best. One group, led by Yasser Abu Shabab, is claimed to have ISIS connections, while Shabab was a narcotic smuggler, but I have not been able to verify them and have seen nothing to indicate that those ties would still be active. But more importantly, I haven't been able to find anything tying any other groups to ISIS. From what I can tell, this claim emerged from an Israeli minister vaguely mentioning ISIS connections when revealing that Netanyahu was arming the gangs to the press. This is why you don't use Twitter as a source.
So, yet again, I'm correct. Aid is on the way. Bon appetit. And it's literally a missile.
That is gross. Then he talks about Bill Burr performing at a comedy show in Riyadh.
Doing a little jig for them. Doing some little tap dance for them. You like this, Massa? You feel comfortable?
No. Now I feel really uncomfortable, actually. Lastly, Kyle goes over the $200 million crypto short, most likely pulled by someone with insider information of Trump's Chinese tariff.
How long did the Al-Shara visit? I still can't see it. Did he actually go into the White House yet? Or is it... I'm just seeing... The Associated Press has just been live streaming the White House. Maybe there is because it will only be 60 seconds where you see them shaking hands at the front and going inside, but I don't actually know if he's gone inside yet. But we'll talk about that, don't worry, after this video.
Announcement.
This is what we'd like to call insider trading. But, of course, crime is now legal, so they're going to get away with it. Everybody just feels like nothing matters anymore. And so, just it is what it is. And I'm sorry, man, but that's the mindset that brings us to hell. Things have to matter. We have to care. We have to, log these things and then eventually hold these fuckers accountable.
Day 2, Kyle, in the bag.
Let's start with China.
Trump, in what was likely an Adderall-fueled bender, decided that China was being mean, and so he decided that there would be 100% tariffs.
Trump saying, quote, everything will be fine. It's not exactly the confidence boost.
Congressional Republicans nowhere to be found as Trump unconstitutionally usurps their authority. And we're looking at Twitter to go into what China's strategy is for dealing with Trump and his nonsense.
So now they're in a position where they can play this, what he describes as the rare earth card.
And here's where the China glazing starts. Crystal here reaches for every word to explain how China has been pivoting to state capitalism without specifically saying state capitalism.
the promise and the peril of a more planned economy.
Yeah.
Because the Chinese are executing this extremely well. The amount, when you look at the number of people who've been lifted out of poverty over the past number of decades, overwhelmingly, that is because of growth in China. Like the number of their rapid economic growth and the number of their own people that they've been able to lift out of poverty is truly like one of the great economic miracles.
This video about secular talk or breaking points. It's about both of them, I think. Also, just as a bit of a sanity check as well, because Kyle is obviously today being quite correct and calling out all these 8 Democrats who ended the shutdown. Conveniently enough, 8 Democrats who don't have to face the public for a little while. Oh, no, not this. Sharing the Jelani molding. I think Kyle really does not like al-Shara. He does not like al-Shara in the slightest. He has a lot of smoke. But he's also very, very mad about what the fuck? About the Democrats who ended the shutdown. Chuck Schumer humiliation fetish. Primary Chuck Schumer for the good of America. Senator Schumer is no longer effective and should be replaced. If you can't lead the fight to stop healthcare premiums from skyrocketing for Americans, what will you fight for? Healthcare is one of the big issues for the American voters, isn't it? Damn. And it's going to stay that way.
In history. They rejected the path that we, pushed on like the former Soviet Union of like this neoliberal shock doctrine. Saw that did not go well and understood the global international system well enough to basically sort of use it and for their own end. So they've been able to accomplish something that is extraordinary because it's been driven by the top.
Then they talk about the government shutdown leading to Trump and the Project 2025 writer Russ Vought cutting a ton of government jobs, and it's weird. They do say the Democrats have a better position in this fight since the base is behind it and they have effective leverage, but they can't help going in on them anyway.
From the perspective of like average normie Democrat, it's starting to look dire for how Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. I mean, if I were average normie Democrat, I would have zero confidence in either Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries at this point at all, both on the politics and on the substance.
They certainly feel pressured from their base. Like, y'all got to stand up. You got to do something.
And this might not be a very well-timed video given what's happened today. I think a lot that sentiment for Chuck Schumer is probably more widespread amongst the Dems than ever, isn't it?
And they look so dumb when they're trying to stand up. Like, I agree.
Yeah, they're not great at it.
Just, trust the Republican Party, let those subsidies lapse, pay double in your monthly premiums. Everything's going, like, that is an insane argument to make.
Yeah.
On the other hand, for Republicans to come to the table with Democrats on healthcare subsidies for non-citizens is also, like, Republicans are not going to do that.
It's a good thing Democrats haven't supported that then. For years already, Medicaid has been obligated to cover any life-threatening emergency that people come to a hospital with, regardless of their legal status.
I was going to say, like, it's the same thing with what we were talking about, the tariff policy earlier in the show, which is that, like, in theory, there's a way to do this that is coherent and makes sense and would be a bitter pill for the neoliberals to swallow. And in the same way with, like, the theory of Doge could be a bitter pill for, like, the, the federal unions to swallow and the, quote, swamp to swallow.
We already had federal audits for government waste and corruption. That's part of why they didn't actually find any.
Oh, but I should have mentioned, Chuck Schumer had another just completely idiotic tweet where he said, like, riff, Russell, vote. It's like, this is Dem leadership right now. It is so pathetic.
Do not judge your representatives by their ability to get Twitter dunks. Marjorie Taylor Greene appeared on a podcast, and because she wasn't a total loony bird, I guess that means we should take her seriously now?
Even if some of MAGA's kind of, quote, drain the swamp policies are ideologically defensible or coherent from a populist perspective, the execution of them it's process versus direction. And when the process is annoying Marjorie Taylor Greene...
It's not annoying her. She doesn't care. She is and will always be a QAnon conspiracy theorist who harassed school shooting survivors.
She says this very clear. She's like, she has not wavered one bit on these policy ends. It's the means that she's questioning. And people suddenly saying, oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene has changed. Again, if you think that, you should go back to her original run for the House in Georgia and look at how similar exactly what she's saying.
Why is YouTube recommending me a live stream from Namibia in the desert? I was looking for any updates on the Al-Shara meeting. There is going to be there's been a public announcement for like the reviewed U.S. position on sanctions on Syria, but I'm also getting to see the Namib Desert and this little fucking water hole, I guess. And is that an ostrich or an emu? I think it's an ostrich. Look at that! Look at fucking gazelles and shit. That's crazy. I'm probably going to misidentify every single animal that I see, but okay. Wow, cool.
Is over and over again. Healthcare is a part of her origin story.
It's funny that this conversation actually goes into the way podcasts offer casual insight into people as a way to ingratiate yourself, and both of them actually still seem to be ingratiated.
I think if you watch all of her interviews recently, she's literally just speaking her mind and not letting any of those talking points get in.
You know, the fact that she wasn't a career politician.
Yes.
And was just like a MAGA Facebook mom sharing weird conspiracies. Like, she's kind of legit in that way, in a way that a lot of other MAGA politicians aren't.
Can't defend your stance? How did you
Fucking
get
MTG.
over 30 appointments with senators? How'd you do that? How did you get major press coverage on this issue? And how did you get kids? Why do you use kids? Why kids?
And I like, if it sounds like we're glazing Marjorie Taylor Greene right now, it's actually just like she's a very interesting case study.
It is worth saying, though, that her position on Israel in particular, which is an area where I would say she has definitely changed, and, you know, very possible that AIPAC funds some candidate against her to the tune of millions of dollars.
Marjorie Taylor Greene ran unopposed in her last primary and won the election by almost 30 points. In what world does AIPAC, of all things, shift a single voter in that district? Crystal rightly points out that anyone who looks at what ICE is currently doing and decides they want to join in is probably a psychopath.
Like, think of the type of people who would watch this sort of thing, or know that you're like zip tying children and you're like, yes, that's the job for me. They will just lie, like brazenly, blatantly lie, even with the Venezuela like drug boats.
There was this video going viral of an ICE agent saying to a U.S. citizen, turn around or you're getting the dog. Turn around or you're getting the dog.
But your job as an informed citizen, and certainly our job as journalists, is to be skeptical of government claims and to not just accept them at face value, which is also a lesson that most of the news media needs to take. It is worth saying, though, that her position on Israel in particular, which is an area where I would say she has definitely changed.
They're taking advantage of you know, well-intentioned people who...
Did she really change? I thought she was talking about Jewish space lasers like 2 or 3 years ago.
Who trust them.
Yeah.
I could go harder at this one, but I'm just gonna say no. If there were any good intentions behind this, they were foolish to the point of delusion. And now for the Israel-Hamas ceasefire. They think only Trump could have pulled this off because of his financial investments being threatened by the Israeli strike on Doha, amongst other things. Oh, but Crystal believes in the one perfect phone call that could have ended this because America runs the world, so I guess technically she does believe Biden could have done this. And I once again feel the guitar strings tighten.
Look, there's so much to say about this. Number one, this deal was always available. Always. All it took was an American president, whether it was Biden or Trump, saying, we're done. You're done. We're done. This is ending. Death and destruction and disease and horror that has been enabled now by 2 successive American administrations is something that none of us should ever forgive.
Even if you put the entirety of Gaza at Biden's feet, despite the fact that he does not own Israel, that still pales in comparison to Trump's handling of COVID that killed more people than the entirety of the injured and killed in Gaza.
I don't think Joe Biden could have done it. I don't think Kamala Harris could have done it. I don't love...
Well, they could have.
Well, they could have done a lot of things.
It was not hard to achieve.
Clearly, everyone in charge just missed the most obvious and rational way to avoid bloodshed. I'm sure that's exactly what you were thinking on that day. Oh, right. That comes later.
And it will require Trump to hold firm and say, no, I said the war's over. You're not doing this. I'm not supporting it. We're done here.
For business reasons, I actually think there's an argument that Trump is more likely to hold firm.
That's stupid. You're stupid. Stop being stupid.
And in some respects, like, they have been...
The Turkish foreign minister is in the US for the meeting. Well, that makes sense because Syria and Turkey obviously have a lot going on. And Turkey has a pretty strong interest in keeping Syria in a particular position going forward. We should talk about that. Maybe talk about it now. I do want to see this take on the shutdown just because I don't know it in that much detail yet. The shutdown is a complete victory for Democrats, and it's strange that people think otherwise. Dems have Republicans in a chokehold, no thanks to Chuck Schumer. Here's a breakdown of everything Dems got from this. Voters feel the pain. The worst thing Democrats could have done with the shutdown is get what they wanted, the ACA subsidies. Voters need to feel the consequences of voting for an anti-governance party. If Dems keep bailing Republicans out, voters will keep voting for them. That's a very controversial take. Okay. Damn. I mean, I can say it because I'm Scottish. It doesn't affect me. Fuck you. 1B. Wait, that's cheating. What? The win that Democrats would get by securing ACA subsidies in the CR is much smaller than the loss Republicans will take from hiking people's healthcare costs. Voters feel pain more than they appreciate normalcy. 2. Issue awareness branding. Democrats raised awareness of ACA cuts right as open enrollment begins. People are shopping for insurance and seeing their premiums spike. Democrats also restored their brand as the pro-healthcare party. We stand for something. I definitely agree with that. Trump self-sabotage. He committed unforced error after unforced error, demolished the White House for expensive renovations while fighting courts to block SNAP payments. Yeah, the courts are against him on that, aren't they? Or potentially. Using people's lives as bargaining chips. He's more unpopular than ever, largely because of this. I mean, yeah, I didn't even think about that these gubernatorial races and the New York mayor, that all happened, that blue wave, the blue wave of death, it happened during the shutdown. Huh. ACA vote in December. Again, this is... I'm not sure whether I've seen this as a win or not, or described as a win by other people. As part of the deal to end the shutdown, Republicans agreed to hold a vote on the ACA subsidies in December. What if they're lying? They don't hold a vote. Dems hammer them. They vote no. Dems hammer them. They vote yes. Dems win. Well, the Republicans. Okay, yeah. The CR only lasts. It wasn't even Trump who made the agreement though. It was some guy from fucking South Dakota guy. Was it the Republican House leader or the Senate leader? Whatever his fucking name is. Fuck. What's he called? He's so unmemorable. John Thune, South Dakota. Yeah. Who cares about the Dakotas? What? The CR only lasts till January 2026. That's less than 4 months. Democrats can easily just force a shutdown again to receive more concessions. There's nothing Republicans can do about it. Republicans don't hold that ACA vote in December. Dems can shut it down. Downs, wow. Points 4 and 5 are made stronger, given that both of these votes will occur with a backdrop of insane premium hikes. Will be impossible for Republicans to ignore the pressures from their voters. Giving voters a month to live with new premiums and then voting again is genius. So in summary, Dems reasserted their brand in a time when they were brandless, made Trump look like a buffoon, inserted multiple poison pills into the deal, didn't let Republicans off the hook for their bad policies, complete win. Not so sure. One important thing to add that I thought was implied, but I guess I should clear up. I'm not saying Democratic leadership is strong now. I'm not saying that they're making smart moves. Schumer got lucky. He is mostly completely unsuited for this moment. The biggest negative consequences from the shutdown is that it reaffirms the base's perception of Dems as weak on Trump. This is mostly an inside baseball Dem voter issue, and as I've outlined, not rooted in fact. Well, we'll see. The only argument I can see there is that, like, being in a position where you can stop the suffering caused by the shutdown and not stopping it for a gain that doesn't even seem like it's showing itself. Because it didn't seem like Republicans were willing to concede ever. There was no sign of any conceding at any point, anywhere ever, which meant that that shutdown could have just gone for like a year. And having the ability to stop it when you are not getting anything by keeping the shutdown going is, but it is also just caving into a fucking bully. So... and that does have problems. It sets an example for future nastiness. Who knows? it could go until the midterms. Yeah, right. But is that fine for people being stranded at fucking airports and travel being limited and people, federal employees just being out of a job and out of pay for that long and SNAP being fucking withheld? Like, who knows? Maybe it's nuanced, but I don't think, given that it's only 8 Dems, it's like, and it's Dems who had didn't have much to lose. I don't know.
Republican House
Not
members
convinced, yeah.
still are not back in Washington. They've been in a 6-week
I'm just learning the
witness
arguments.
protection program. They refuse to come back to Washington. They refuse to sit down. They refuse to negotiate. So we're witnessing Robin Hood in reverse. We're seeing money taken from the poorest and given to the richest. That's what this is all about. And what they're taking from the poorest and the middle class are their health care. It's their protections. So from my perspective, this is a mistake.
Oh yeah, because I don't think the government shutdown is completely over yet, is it? They got one step forward on this bill, the 60-40 bill. But it still needs House approval and whatever else. But okay. Yeah, it's going to pass the House though, and then it just needs Trump to sign it, which of course it's going to get as well. So it is basically over, but not like officially over. Okay. Whatever. I want to talk about Mr. Al-Shara. Okay. Man, today's actually quite a historic day for some people. Whoa. It is, I didn't even consider this, the first White House visit by a Syrian head of state. Really? Did Assad or no one before him or even Hafez ever visit the, I guess they wouldn't have, would they? Because they've always been at odds over one thing or another. But yeah, we've got Al-Shara visiting the White House. The backdrop of this visit is largely to do with him signing on to what is called the 89-member, the Global Coalition to Defeat the Islamic State. So Syria is in a position now where it has been at odds with the United States and often like the rest of the developed world for a very long time because of either, you know, once upon a time it was being a Soviet ally, then it was like the Ba'ath regime, and then it was to do with supporting terrorism and specifically supporting or aiding and abetting ISIS. So, not to mention supporting Hezbollah in Lebanon. So it's been a rift for a long time, and it seems like Al-Shara is the first one who's trying to make pretty significant steps to ingratiating Syria into the developed world or to the Western world. So they've been under US sanctions for a very, very long time, as well as a range of Security Council sanctions. Quite a lot of them have ended just recently, and the rest of them are set to end pending certain conditions. So the conditions that Trump have put on to Syria for properly cementing their ties, because obviously Syria needs to rebuild, right? They've had the civil war, there's been a lot of destruction, there's been a lot of refugees trying to return, there's a lot of internal conflict as well that they still have to deal with, there's lots of Assad regime leftovers, there are sectarian divides that seem to have been showing themselves a lot more now that Assad is gone. So there are lots of things that they need to work around. And that's why European, American, Canadian, whatever aid is going to be quite important to them, not to mention help from other Middle Eastern countries too. But there's a bit of a tug going on, like a tug of war. But Trump's main 5 points that he wants from Syria, the Trump admin, is they want the Abraham Accords to be signed with Israel. You know, long ways away maybe, but they want deporting of foreign terrorists in Syria. They want the deporting or the imprisoning of Palestinian terrorists. They want to ensure Syria's role in preventing an ISIS resurgence. And they also want the Syrian government to become responsible for a bunch of detention facilities that are holding IS fighters, mostly in the northeast of Syria. There are a few other points as well, like the investigation of Americans who have gone missing in Syria over the last few decades, of whom there are a couple, chemical weapons programs, and also countering the IRGC, Iran, which used to have a lot of influence in Syria. But that's going to be related to other channels. It's not going to be to do with the sanctions or to do with Trump's demands. They've made a surprising amount of progress on some of these. As far as dealing with Palestinian militants in Syria, they have arrested at least, I think, 2 PIJ leaders, Islamic Jihad. One leader, I think the head of the PFLP GC in Syria. The PFLP being the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the Bad Bunny Party, the communists. The GC is because they split. There's the PFLP and there's also the PFLP GC. They're 2 separate groups. They've been arrested and deported. Other people from the Palestinian Popular Struggle Front and the Fatah el-Intifada movement, I don't know who they are, but they've had their leadership decapitated or deported as well. And they have also been making a good effort to counter ISIS resurgence efforts. So they've stopped quite a few attempted bombings. They've stopped a few covert operations, especially within Damascus. In some cases, they've actually been working with US intel to stop ISIS operations. And they've also just recently arrested a senior leader, a couple of them, and a few cells have been broken up as well. So they've had a role there, but it seems like for the other things that Trump wants them to do, there are roadblocks. So one roadblock is the deporting of foreign terrorists. Al-Shara has argued that a lot of these foreign Islamist militants that are still in the ranks of the military and in the security forces are quite vital to the regime. So he appointed recently 50 people to military roles, and 6 of them were actually foreign Islamists. So that included Uyghurs, included a Jordanian, and also someone from Turkey. But Shara has argued that because these guys have been quite loyal, they've long since stopped being a threat in terms of international terror or anything else, in his words, that they're likely going to be granted citizenship, or they're going to review granting them citizenship. I didn't also know this, but also the East Turkestan Islamic Party, which is linked to Al-Qaeda, made up of Uyghurs, has also joined the ranks of the Syrian army. So it just seems like he's kind of got his own arguments that he's going to make to Trump here. Like he's going to argue basically that there are some of these people who America considers foreign terrorists or Islamists who are just going to stay within the Syrian ranks because they have, like al-Shara, I guess, kind of renounced their old ways and are no longer a threat and are actually quite valuable to Syria and to the regime. But we'll see. Other sticking points. The Abraham Accords is obviously going to be a sticking point because they need to address the Golan Heights, the DMZ, and IDF incursions into Syria. That could take decades to solve, if even ever. The ISIS detention facilities also matter as well, because if you look at the map, the UA map of Syria, actually, does UA map still do Syria now that the fighting is over? Yeah. I guess it's not all over. The problem here is that a lot of these ISIS detention facilities around here are in SDF territory. So for the Syrian government to properly take control over these centers, it also means that they need to have an agreement with the Kurds, because so far, the reason this is yellow and this is green is because the Kurds in this region here in the northeast have their own militants, the SDF, and they have their own sort of like, in some cases, like a sort of quasi-parallel government structure as well. And they haven't made a proper agreement with Damascus over whether or not they're going to get absorbed into the military or how they're going to decide how to split up roles of civil governance. So there's still an issue there. Same thing with Sweda as well. Because remember, Syria is very divided. It's very diverse. It is mostly Sunni, about 3/4. But there are also Druze. There's a substantial Druze minority. There's a substantial Christian minority. There's a substantial even Shia and obviously Alawite minority. But yeah, there's the Kurds as well up in the northeast. So they're going to have to deal with that as well before they can satisfy the demand about the ISIS prisons. The SDF, the Kurdish SDF, has said that they've captured a senior ISIS leader just today, actually, in Al Hol camp, which is where a lot of ISIS families and ISIS militants are. So those are the sticking points, but it's a lot more complicated than that as well. I think people don't really give enough emphasis to how much of a challenge al-Shara is facing right now in terms of trying to keep this country together. He's obviously come under fire a lot because a lot of his rhetoric about protecting and representing minorities has been undermined in part by his own actions, by the new Syrian constitution is not, like, the language of it is not it's not the most pluralist thing you could come up with, right? Like, it obviously prioritizes like Sunni Islam, and in terms of leadership, it's also very much prioritized. I think he appointed one woman out of 25 or 26 particular government roles. But it's definitely also not helped with the fact that there's still a lot of internal leftover tensions from the Assad regime as well, because in the coast, Latakia and Tartus, which is the largely Alawite region, Assad was an Alawite, there were old Assadist loyalists who were fighting with security forces up here, and the security forces came in to quell the situation, and then over the space of about 48 hours, there was a massacre of over 1,000 civilians in the area. So people argue over whether or not those murders were done by Turkish-backed forces who are still here or by the government security forces. And some people argue both, although I think most people say it was mostly the Turkish forces that did it. In any case, al-Shara failed to keep this minority group safe in that period from that pretty brutal event. And we are still, I think, waiting to hear what the findings of the internal report was over why that happened and who was responsible. There's also been issues in terms of Israel with the Druze minority in Sweden as well, because I think what started as clashes between Bedouins who live just outside of Sweden and the Druze locals in here, the security forces came in under the pretext of trying to quell the violence, but then they were also accused of standing by while these Druze militants, while these Bedouin militants in the thousands, who also had they had mortars, they have military weapons, firing on Druze people in here, and then that's also what spurred Israeli Druze and the Israeli government and the IDF to fire on quite close to government positions here as well in Syria. So there's quite a lot of stress tests going on for Jilani's rule. I think the way that the Druze and Bedouin clashes ended was that there was a US brokered ceasefire, one between Israel and Syria, but also between the Druze population in Sweden and Damascus. It had to get broken briefly because the government had to come in and break up the Bedouin and Druze because they were still fighting. But as far as those clashes go, it still points to a very, very delicate situation where you've got a very small but quite influential Druze minority in Israel that is going to flare up and want the government to get involved every time there's fighting going on in the south. And the future of the Druze minority here is still quite in question. Same with the Alawites up here. And what happens with the Kurds is in question as well. So there's still quite a lot of challenges, but obviously dealing with those challenges is easier if you have cooperation. I've never even spoken about this in the past as well, but it's not just the US and Syria or even Israel and Syria. You've got Hezbollah in the south here, who according to some reports, are in a process of trying to regroup and rearm somehow. I don't really know how arms are getting smuggled towards Hezbollah right now, or if they're just unearthing or consolidating weapons that they already had. But were the Druze loyal to Assad? I don't actually know. I don't think they were, because there were Druze militants who rose up against Assad in the final offensive. But in any case, there is starting to be a kind of growing tension between the Israeli government and the Lebanese government now, because although the Lebanese government has made it a priority of theirs to disarm Hezbollah, the Israelis are accusing them of, or starting to suggest that they might not be going as hard as they ought to be. I think one of the issues that's coming up is that the Lebanese government will say that they took out a Hezbollah position in the south, or they dismantled a weapons cache or whatever else, but they often don't release pictures of it for some reason. And like there's like a very limited amount of photographic evidence of what they've been doing in Lebanon. And like, I guess they don't have their equivalent. There's no Lebanese army Hagari doing videos after the fact. But we know that the IDF will be seeing their intel. They are cooperating. They have a mechanism where the US, the Israeli government, and the Lebanese government and the militaries are all reviewing evidence and reviewing cases. So I'm not sure what's happening there, but it does feel like the end of the year ambition, which the Americans were hoping for to get rid of Hezbollah, is not actually going to get met. It's not even going to be close, I don't think. That matters because Iran over here, by the admission of their own leaders publicly, are very interested in getting a foothold back into Syria. Obviously, through Assad and Iran got on very well, and al-Shara hates Iran and hates anything that, and people in Syria hate anything that reminds them of Assad. So Iranian influence is obviously not very welcome in Syria, but there is still a way in. And we know that Iran is pursuing this, and we know that their way in is actually through Iraq, because Iraq and Syria are also in a bit of a conundrum right now, where they would both benefit from security cooperation, especially over the border, because the Syria-Iraq border has been an issue ever since 2003, really. It's because it's had, in one time or another, it's always had parts, or just the whole thing, open to terrorists to move back and forth between these two countries. For example, after 2003, obviously the Iraq War was a big issue when militants from Syria were able to go across and fight against the coalition forces in Iraq. It was also an issue in 2011 during the Syrian civil war, where destabilization means that militants can move between the two countries quite freely. That's why ISIS were able to establish a caliphate basically like across the two borders. Right now, it does look like there's some will between Syria and Iraq to start working on the borders. But the problem is that introduces a lot of threats as well. There are still, I think, leftovers of Iraqi militias kicking around in Syria, very small. The problem with Syria-Iraq is that Iraq has a Shia influence. Iran has a lot to do with Iraq because of the Shia majority in the country. And the worry is that cooperation over the borders between Syria and Iraq could empower Shia groups, particularly Kataib Hezbollah and Harakat al-Nujaba, and put them in a position where they can actually start to become empowered within Syria again. Because one thing that Iran very clearly wants is to rebuild its land corridor to Beirut, because they call that, like, the Shia Crescent or whatever the fuck, right? And what Syria does about that is a big question. Like whether or not they're going to cooperate with Iraq and share in mutual interests over pipelines and things like that, because there's like an oil pipeline as well between Iraq and Syria that's been inactive for a few years. There's problems with Syria's dependency on oil from whichever country, because whichever country they depend on is also going to influence their politics. There's also Saudi and the Emirates part of that. They're trying to get Syria involved into a new Arab axis that's completely separate from Tehran. There is the problem that Shara, actually a former Iraqi prime minister, was talking about dismissing al-Shara from an Arab meeting in Baghdad. And it was because a lot of Iraqis accuse al-Shara of spilling Iraqi blood in his days as a HTS or a Nusra or whatever the fuck person he was, like Al-Qaeda affiliate. So there's a lot to consider there. There's also Turkey's involvement, obviously, because Turkey has a close connection to HTS. But Yeah, there's quite a lot up in the air. It also means there's a lot that can go wrong as well. The Iraqis, I think, are having an election tomorrow. So I think what happens with this border might be influenced quite a bit by that. So whatever comes out of today, there's a lot to consider. Big goings on. Actually, Al-Shara was on 60 Minutes not long ago. I wonder what he had to say. I never saw this yet.
Now,
really cute, very Obama, okay, very statesman-like. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of challenges here, and there's already a lot of question marks about whether or not he is properly equipped to deal with them, right? So, like, again, it's not going to go past anyone that it's quite a lot of his guys and a lack of discipline amongst his guys that are involved in a lot of these violations, like a lot of these guys in the security forces and the military who are former or were HTS are massively lacking discipline or commit these crimes. The buck for there is going to stop at the government, right? But yes, he does play basketball and it's cute. It's funny because everyone likes to call this guy like an Al-Qaeda fucking nutter and whatever. It's so funny that America's helping an Al-Qaeda guy. Mostly people who are either knowingly or otherwise falling for Assad propaganda. But at the end of the day, his issue is actually very little to do with Al-Qaeda. His issue is whether or not he is actually got what it takes to handle the extreme sectarianism that has plagued Syria ever since it was fucking formed, and also whether or not he's going to be able to actually discipline his military and bring them into line with that of a regular state. So he's made a few bold moves already, like appointing Islamist militants into key positions in your army. It's that could be one issue. Another issue could be making the right or wrong foreign policy calculations with regards to Iraq or with the Gulf or with Iran or with Israel or with even with Lebanon, right? Because Lebanon and Syria have had a very fucking rough history. And with the government looking like they might be struggling to finish the job against Hezbollah, that's going to be an issue as well, because whatever happens with Hezbollah in Lebanon will have implications for what happens to Syria too, right? Same with what happens in Iraq will have implications for Syria. Not even to mention whatever Turkey is up trying to get from them. So, damn, not easy. Not easy at all. But yes, basketball, cute. If he joins the Abraham Accords and starts coordinating security with Israel, that might be the right move for Syria. Yeah, the problem with him doing that, obviously, is that if he joins the Abraham Accords without a settlement on the Golan Heights or even the DMZ, God, if he doesn't get anything in the DMZ, if he joins the Abraham Accords, he won't be getting all of the Golan Heights back. We know for a fact that Israel's never letting go of the Golan Heights, okay? So that's a problem. If he goes to the Abraham Accords, he's going to have to face multiple issues. One, internal dissent, obviously. The fact that this guy called himself fucking Jelani when he was fighting against Assad, giving up the Golan Heights, that's going to be a problem. The second problem is going to be him trying to get into any coordination with Iraq and how that might actually embolden the more pro-Axis people either in Syria or in Iraq to destabilize. Like that's going to might mess up their coordination with that country, with Iraq. Yeah, I don't know. Like joining the Abraham Accords might be good for Israel and Syria, but well, we don't know how it would be for Syria. That could cause huge problems because you might not agree with the way that the Iraqis are about Israel or with the way Iran is about Israel, but you have to consider it. It affects Syria.
Since becoming president.
The story will continue in a moment.
Who committed crime.
So if I'm remembering correctly, maybe I missed it. The report that was supposed to talk about the internal one, about the coastal killings, that was finished in July. But I don't think Al-Shara has ever published it or even let us know when or if it's going to get published. So that is still up in the air.
Crimes against civilians of any party or side.
They released a synopsis. What did it say? My guess is it would have mostly blamed SNA, but I don't know. Fucking Abraham Accords is going to happen anytime soon. This guy's Israel's blowing up this guy's fucking buildings and shit.
One time I wasn't there, but the other time I was in the palace close to the site that was
One of these clashes, just so you guys understand how fucking fragile it is, one of these clashes that took place in Sweden was because of a social media clip that was fake, apparently. It might have been fake, of a Druze cleric insulting the prophet. A lot of this fighting isn't actually even stirred up by fucking anything. It's just, yeah. This country has a rough past. Sectarianism goes hard. Well, obviously now the Kurds are in a position where they've just watched what happened in Latakia and Tartus. They've seen what's happened in Sweden, and they're like, oh, are we just going to become another minority that a lot of people fucking hate? So, and give up and just get absorbed into the regular army and make an agreement with it? We don't know. Would you? Probably not. That's going to be a long ass process. I feel like the only way these areas can survive is if they just kind of embrace whatever like Ottoman style millet system where Sweden, Latakia, Tartus, and fucking the Kurdish regions in the north, where they just kind of all live in their little bubbles and have their own little police and security forces. But obviously that's got problems as well when you're, modern state build. Just to summarize, or to cap off, I suppose, this is the overview of the sanction relief today. It's 2 pages. Removing sanctions to rebuild the economy, provide prosperity, including for ethnic and religious minorities, to combat terrorism. What business is permissible? The United States can no longer impose comprehensive sanctions on Syria. The Caesar Act is suspended. That's a long-lasting sanction, except for sanctionable transactions with Russia and Iran. Transfer of most basic civilian use U.S. origin goods, as well as software and technology, or to within Syria, is permitted without a license. There are some that remain, though. They still have sanctions on the worst of the worst, i.e. Assad, his associates, human rights abusers, Captagon drug traffickers. This is a big issue with the border in the northeast at Deir ez-Zor, this area here. The border between Iraq and Syria along this area is a problem for drug trafficking as well as terror. The US government continues to review the state sponsor of terrorism designations. That's not gone yet. Most commerce control list items going to be to Syria still require a US export license. And then it's just like a little timeline of different acts. So the FTO designation, the foreign terrorist organization, that is gone from HTS and al-Nusra. Export controls, the Caesar Syria Civilian Protection Act, suspended. Conclusion. President Trump is delivering on his commitment to give Syria a chance at greatness and to let them rebuild and thrive by lifting US sanctions and ensuring accountability for harmful actors. The US government has adopted new policies and regulatory posture to encourage US business and banks, the international community, the Syrian people, and regional partners to contribute to Syria's stability while denying resources to harmful actors. To that end, the US government will coordinate with the public and private sector to provide guidance to support these new policies. The US government retains authority through the International Emergency Economic Powers Act and the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 to maintain and implement national security measures if needed. Okay. So, looks like some hope for Syria, but the big challenges still remain, I think. Israel is going to be a big challenge. The treatment of minorities and the safety of minorities is going to be a challenge. Dealing with terror is going to be a challenge. And security cooperation and economic cooperation with Iraq is going to be a challenge. Not to mention the overriding challenge of Iran constantly trying to get back involved into Syrian politics. But we'll see. Do we have faith in basketball player? He looks competent, but we'll see. We'll see. Right, I'm gonna go back to the conduit video. But I also need to get my fucking water bottle filled again. 1 minute. Give me a minute. Fuck. Sounds like shoddy nation building again, but without American boots on the ground. Well, we don't know if boots on the ground might make it harder. It might be easier without American boots on the ground because that's got its own problems. Don't know. Give me a minute. Kids, until now. And I was actually really hoping, given the way that he reacts every time he sees me in chat, I feel like a son to this man. You know, he backed me up in debates, took me on his stream, reacts to my content. You know, puts my fucking videos on the fridge. I thought I was his son. Was I deceived by Chud logic?
Like I've had.
That's complete nonsense. Why are you authorised to give me the number of terrorists you've killed and not the number of civilians?
Oh,
I don't understand.
Wait, no. Is he just fucking... Whoa. Bro, he just disengaged. It said Trump 2024. Fuck Biden. And it's still fine, but with South American stuff or like Bach and all that, it's all just so like random. You know, there's no logic to any of these chords. They're just like, you can tell they were just vibing it, and that's how. Like there is a key signature, but even then they deviate from it so much. Like there's lots of chromatic stuff, and whereas even if you're playing like jazz, you've got different patterns. Yeah, like jazz is even easier than like remembering because jazz you make up a lot of it, and also just because you got like there's still a few like scales and patterns that you remember. But with the South American stuff, it's just very, very odd. Like every shape in a tune can be like a new shape that you've never played before.
You got this.
David, shut up. No. Someone with a fucking explosive, he's obviously like, but like if someone was
I need my Sundowner translator app. I can't understand what he's saying.
Jesus, clear enough, isn't it?
Because it's Aro?
Ask me yourself.
No,
you
racist.
Whoa,
Albie, you're so fucking racist.
It broke my heart.
I had to get used to it. It's just the fucking microphone. I don't know. You have to tune your ears.
The combination with the shitty mic and the accent, I genuinely.
So it is because he's Arab.
Oh my god.
No, it's not because he's Arab.
If he wasn't an
It's because
Arab
he's not.
with the same accent, I would have the same problem.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, I'm like, listen, Abby, you need to stop digging, please.
Listen, I'm saying it. In 5 years from now, we will have social credit scores in this country. There will be a civil war. There'll be World War III. And a Trump landslide. No relation. I'm telling you. And it won't be because they're evil. They are evil. The Democrats are evil. But it will really be because of the people who saw what was happening and did nothing. This is what the Democrats want, okay? They want open borders. They want puberty blockers. They want 19-month abortions. They want a safe and sovereign Ukraine. Blah, blah, blah. They want open blockers. They want puberty abortion. They want a safe and sovereign borders in Europe. What they want? No, they want open board. They want safety for Ukrainians to live in peace. What's happening? No. I'm a vessel. No. What do you think? I think he probably just looks at other TikToks and does. Okay, my OBS was like not responding to any of my shit. I was clicking stuff and it just wasn't accepting that it's being clicked. That's so bizarre. It's fine now. Huh. Okay. Wow.
Screwed by like neoliberal Western deal making.
God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter.
This is why you don't use Twitter as a source. And lastly, Peter Thiel thinks Greta Thunberg and anybody who opposes AI is the Antichrist. Don't think we really need to marinate on that one.
Very convenient that he sees any sort of infringements on technological development as helping to usher in the Antichrist.
Agreed.
Friends of the show, Dave Smith and Omar Badr, went on Piers Morgan's show, and they debated this Israeli propagandist. This is a lesson right here from Dave Smith. He is going to absolutely disarm this Zionist propagandist and run circles around her. I swear to God, all of the Zionist propagandists, it's like you pull the drawstring on the back of the puppet, and it says, like, the same three things over and over. Accuse somebody of being sympathetic to Hamas, or call them an
Damn. What's that like, eh?
anti-Semite, or bring up a very skewed version of history to try to portray the Israeli narrative. Well, you're supposed to handle that exactly as Dave Smith handled it here, where he just deconstructed it in record time. Usually, the Zionist propagandists who go on Pierre's show, usually they're total fucking psychopaths. Look, I think they could tell they're losing the propaganda war. The aggressive, we're going to yell at you, we're going to call you liars, we're going to say you're anti-Semites, we're going to say you love Hamas. I think they realize that is failing miserably. And so now you're getting this new flavor, this new variety of like liberal Zionist, moderate Zionist, who tries to be more level-headed in the debates. But as you can see, even with that presentation, all falls apart anyway.
Day 3, and I'm ready for more Israel like I'm about to dive into an empty pool. But first, more Trump corruption and, to quote my last video, authoritarian tendencies.
It is very clear, it is plain as day, that this is unconstitutional. This is against the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution. The president cannot profit off the White House. The Mukbarat disappears and tortures people for spreading false news and insulting the state. So when Trump says, you take care of your crime, that's what he means.
Okay, lay it on me, Kyle.
Dropsite News says the following. Israel supporters are furious that CNN's Christian Amanpour accurately...
God, they all use Dropsite as a source as well. That's so fucking horrible. Ugh!
Noted on air that Israeli captives have, quote, probably been treated better than the average Gazan. If a single hostage was treated like this, if a single Israeli hostage was treated like this for one day, it would be a story we'd hear for decades.
I don't dispute, nor would I want to, literally anything these people are saying about the conditions they were held in. Regardless of its embellishment or not, I know what Israel has already been accused of and what they've tried to defend themselves with, and that's enough to know, before they've said anything, that it was likely an awful traumatic experience. Literally, my only criticism here is the lack of acknowledgement that Hamas has tortured, sexually assaulted, starved, maimed, and executed hostages.
Meanwhile, The overwhelming majority of the Israeli hostages are not treated like this at all.
Then J.D. Vance on George Stephanopoulos.
Just the smuggest prick you've ever seen. I'm going to sign up to coddle Trump's balls. It's about fascism. It's about sucking off billionaires, and it's built on lies.
Trump gets the geography of the Middle East wrong, saying you can walk to Qatar from Iran.
No, you can't. You will drown if you try that. There's never like a wake-up moment or a come-to-Jesus moment where his own followers go, huh, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Turns out he makes shit up all the time. He just said, he spoke confidently about geography and was just dead wrong.
Sorry, this just made me think of someone else.
Nope. 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 Got it.
More government shutdown layoffs.
The CDC is over. RFK Jr. lays off over 1,000 employees in Friday Night Massacre. I'm telling you, man, the next pandemic, we are so fucking cooked. It's going to take a Herculean effort just to get us back to where we were before the damage of the Trump regime, which is saying a lot because it's not like things were great. It's not like things were perfect.
I'm glad he said this because I'm worried that once Democrats regain control of Congress and the presidency, he'll go back to wondering why they don't do more. But until then, this is good. In the next segment, he talks about the Argentina bailout some more, but I want to zero in on something he says about the U.S.
When were we most prosperous? Well, it was during the FDR era, during the New Deal. You know, when you had government spending on the public, when you had a robust social safety net and shovel-ready jobs for people, when the government dug us out of the Great Depression, that's when we were at our best. That's when our middle class was thriving, for example.
That is not true, actually. Maybe it's the common belief in the success of the New Deal getting exaggerated over time, but that was not when we were the most prosperous as a nation, and if it was because of an economy supercharged by wartime industrialization, and nearly the entire rest of the world's absence from trade due to that wartime. Here's Kyle's take on the Peter Thiel nonsense.
With no regulation whatsoever, how can we tell what the fuck is real anymore?
Steve Bannon shit-talked Congress.
Democrats, do you understand what they're saying here? They're saying, y'all a bunch of bitches. They're saying, you're useless. They're saying they could fucking steamroll your ass and get away with it day after day after day. That's what they're saying. Are you going to do something about it, or are you just going to sit there and bleed? I'll give Chuck Schumer credit on this, the government shutdown portion, which...
Yeah, I know the argument with the Great Depression is that the New Deal was only like 8% of GDP or something, and then it was only until the war spending when the benefits of government intervention started to kick in. But whatever. Apparently, the joke might be on these guys soon, because there is a proposed tunnel to be built between Qatar and Iran. That's crazy. Look at that. I mean, if you consider the map, it's a no-brainer, really. Why wouldn't you? I mean, I know there are boats, but if you could tunnel from here to Iran, why wouldn't you? What the fuck?
Half credit, because I think they should have asked for more. I think they should have asked for withdrawing ICE and the U.S. military from invading American cities, right?
More Democrats in the media aren't doing enough to talk about this issue that he is directly pulling from the media.
We need an opposition party. We need an opposition party. We need an opposition media. We need people to cover everything he's actually doing. I'm like one of the only people fucking on top of this shit. And I'm just an asshole with a loud mouth on YouTube. Jesus Christ.
So I guess that means you want to be part of a chorus? Time for day 3 of Crystal and our first appearance of Sagar.
An omen?
But it starts off alright to the extent that they get it factually correct that Israel got more hostages out through diplomatic means rather than with military intervention.
They were gotten out through 3 successive ceasefire diplomatic negotiations.
And then it all goes to hell.
It actually was that simple the entire time.
That's right.
And I think that is so validating. We were told under this previous administration, we can't just tell Israel what to do. And it's like, oh no, you can. With Russia, with Ukraine, with Israel, with every other proxy conflict, it actually is as simple as the president of the United States calling somebody up and saying, you're done here.
Your indolence is inefficacious. Let me...
They're all proxy conflicts. Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, that's all proxy conflicts? Damn. That Sagar guy loves the United States. Everyone else is a proxy. World War II, proxy conflict. Hell yeah.
You're terrible! Yeah, you said you wanted to destroy Hamas. Yes, Hamas gave up power, but part of the deal is that Hamas gets amnesty, they get to give up their weapons, and they get to become a legitimate political party.
No, it's not. You can look up the ceasefire
What
terms.
fucking deal was that? Did he just make that up in his dreams? What the? Okay. That's the thing. They turned it into a meme, right? They turned it into a fucking, oh, but all you want to talk about is Hamas. Oh, but Hamas. I was like, well, yeah, because you don't know anything about Hamas. You don't talk about what their side of the deal. You don't talk about anything to do with them. And I guess that gives them the opportunity to just make it up. What the fuck?
The only way you can accomplish anything approximating that is through diplomatic negotiations, through giving people in Gaza a better alternative to Hamas.
I'm not going to say that Israel didn't cause a lot of its own problems in Gaza, but it is not that simple. The same way you couldn't just bribe the South to not be racist to avoid the civil war. The system is entrenched beyond just what the individual people could dig out. That's not to say that everyone is Hamas or even that a majority are. You can't tell someone's political affiliation just by looking at them. So I assume the best until proven otherwise. My point is that this is tied up in religious, economic, and political motivations so tightly that there is no one weird trick. To provide a better alternative to Hamas, you need an alternative that wouldn't get taken advantage of or just destroyed by Hamas. Prior to October 7th, the status quo was built on this idea that economic improvements were the way to keep the peace as much as the mowing the lawn strategy. Hamas literally and figuratively blew that up instead of just working from there. Unless you think Israel, as a society, is completely incapable of making peace, in which case, that's a different issue.
Something approximating this deal has been available the entire time.
No.
The Biden administration refused to engage in real diplomatic negotiations
shit, man.
with Hamas. You have to give Trump credit.
No.
They would have done this.
I got this. Man, I was so triggered, hashtag, over these arguments. There are so many people who think that Trump did something exceptional and like reward worthy in terms of negotiating with Hamas that Biden did. The idea that the war just went on, and usually as a war goes on, it comes closer to ending because one side kind of loses a leg to stand on, and also there's internal pressure. Say, for example, Israel with their own internal pressure from people wanting to end the war sooner rather than later. Not to mention the lack of reservists, not to mention what's happening in Gaza with Hamas having less and less to fall back on in terms of safe areas. But people still believe that Trump came in and just worked his magic to get a ceasefire. It's so stupid. They don't even tell you what he did. I asked people this sometimes. I'm like, okay, what did Trump actually do? Did they threaten Israel? Well, no. Did they give them rewards? Oh, well, actually, yeah, they kind of did. Potentially. There's a better argument for that because when Trump came in, as soon as he was inaugurated, within weeks or within days of him being inaugurated, he started to roll back sanctions on settlers, which is a reward to the government. Gave them 2 weeks. Yes. What else did he roll back? He also rolled back the freeze on the 2,000-pound bombs. He did that as well. That shipment of like 1,800 bombs. That was rolled back within a week of Trump becoming president. And even people who were officials involved in this, like one of the opinions that I think is quite easy to believe is that Netanyahu was delaying accepting a ceasefire for Trump's presidency because that would benefit Trump, which by extension would benefit him. Because they have much more mutual interest. They like each other a lot more than Biden likes fucking Netanyahu.
Same under Biden. And so, this is where the, high-minded liberalism of the Biden team, of Anthony Blinken, of Jake Sherman, these guys are clowns.
New. You can want a diplomatic solution, but so long as the main contentions of this conflict are the mere presence of your people in certain areas, it's not going to be as easy as what you're saying.
Would that it were so simple. Would that it were so simple. Would that it were so simple.
It's really not about Trump himself. It's about proving all of those defenders of the Biden status quo wrong. We're the primary actor. We have the ability to drive and to shape events, if not outright dictate them, from the Ukrainian side to even to the Russian side in terms of direct diplomatic negotiations.
О боже мій, відчепись.
Hilariously, the next segment is about how Trump is bribed by Israel.
Yeah. I mean, there's like really, honestly, no analysis needed for this
Yeah,
clip. It's very
that's it.
self-explanatory.
Yeah, he said it.
Trump is out here bragging about how his foreign policy was for sale. And this is the lady who bought it, at least with regard to Israel.
Does Israel just break people's brains? You spend the entire last segment talking about how Trump was the only one who could end the war, and now you're talking about how he's bought by Miriam Adelson.
When you literally have the president of the United States saying in this case that they have loyalty to a foreign country and they use their dollars to fund causes to promote more loyalty to that government.
I do wonder how they square that. The idea that Trump quelled Israel's otherwise insatiable lust for Palestinian blood, basically making them do something they don't want to do in their world, which is ceasefire. But then also he's like compromised by that. It doesn't make any sense. What makes you think they square it? Oh, there's a... well, they get their cake and they eat it, right? American exceptionalism tied up in a fucking bow alongside Zog.
What world are we living in where that doesn't have to qualify for foreign agent registration? Or we need to change the law, honestly.
And what exactly is this First Amendment, Mr. President? Right to free speech.
I guess, you have the right to do what you want. Literally quote the Adelsons and then point to their giving and what their priorities are. You're called anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
And then Trump just says the shit out loud.
That card just doesn't work anymore. And, and it's a problem when you have genuine anti-Semitism, because now everyone's like, well, was it really? Because you say that shit about like literally everything. So,
Please tell me more about fake accusations of anti-Semitism as you talk about Israel controlling American media.
This increasingly heavy-handed effort to censor any pro-Palestine or Israel-critical commentary, including, what's happening at CBS being one piece of that, what's happening at TikTok being another very important piece of this. So, this was a sort of sign that they recognized they needed to get more aggressive because their previous tactics in Hasbara were just utterly falling flat.
Barry Weiss sucks. Larry Ellison sucks. If they're censoring people, that also sucks. It should be condemned, and they should stop. But you're not just saying Barry Weiss and Larry Ellison. You're saying Zionists. You're saying Hasbara. And you're framing it all in dual loyalty. They talk about the AI bubble.
It's looking a little bubbly.
And again, calling something out specifically for how it is trying to manipulate your perspective, and then just saying, yeah, but it changes my perspective.
Now, I've seen a lot of criticism about, you're glazing. Listen, we can acknowledge all of their problems. Authoritarian government, bureaucracy, a lot of it is for show in some cases, like the bridge, for example. There was some criticism of people who covered the bridge, like, you're buying into Chinese propaganda. I'm like, well, even if it is a bridge to nowhere, it's still a remarkable engineering accomplishment.
This doesn't act as a qualifier. It is saying you can ignore qualifiers.
At a graph of life expectancy. Southeastern United States is life expectancy 20 years lower than the rest of the country. Wow. Who is doing anything about that? Is anybody doing anything?
Sagar is he's like one of the worst ones. I just feel like he's absolutely the fucking devil the way he talks about like any of these issues. Isn't he still, I know for a while he was much more on the MAGA sympathetic side. Is he still? Like, what is he? He always just seems like a very confusing and confused populist. Because I know that the Hill or Breaking Points, like they do have this kind of like populist, anti-establishment aesthetic, but they still move towards like the right more than the left. There's a couple of them like that. Huh. Centrist campism. It's so weird, man. Like it's populist, isn't it? It's just whatever sounds good with, I guess, as many left and right people as possible, and obviously populism does speak to both of them. But the fact is that you can actually believe everything he does and still be MAGA, which is quite wild. Broad church.
About that. Right, no, okay?
I know before even looking it up that Joe Biden had done something about this. Let's see. Yep, here it is. Now let's see what Trump did. Yep, he killed that.
At the very least, the CCP pretends to give a shit about your problems. Sometimes they're actually really good at it.
You want to run that by me one more time?
Sagar has an interesting perspective on how Putin took power in Russia.
How do you think Putin came to power? People are like, oh, he's so authoritarian. He just came out of nowhere and he tricked the Russians. I'm like, oh, he tricked them? Their empire was, torn apart by the West. Then the West created NATO and started marching it forward.
Did I miss something in the beginning? Because I do not remember it being this stupid. Then Ghislaine Maxwell.
She's
the first time Putin came to power, he was appointed by Yeltsin as an acting president, but okay. And also, this was before most of the NATO expansion had happened.
gotten special treatment. Why? Like, what the hell is going on here?
And now it's time for the fun one.
Failed presidential candidate Kamala Harris has been on her book tour.
Fucking Bojack.
Oh, fish.
Failed congressional candidate Crystal Ball has some criticism for Hillary and Kamala.
But there's this mythology that as soon as Trump came into office, people stopped caring about Palestine. The protests were not as heightened as they were, while she and Biden were in office. I think, number one, because there was a sense like these are people that we may be able to actually influence. We're
It's
part
always
of
the
their
same
theoretical
arguments. It's
coalition.
always the same
Number
arguments.
two,
It's
you
always
have
the
a
same
level of
arguments.
fatigue.
It's
And number three,
always
this
the same
government has been
arguments.
very
It's always the same arguments.
This fiction and this lie and this insinuation that low-key people, if you were pro-Palestine, you actually wanted Donald Trump to win, and then you're happy with the mass deportations, which she name checks here.
You survived 4 years of Trump. You can survive again.
There are dead people who would be alive in places besides Gaza, including the United States, if Kamala Harris was president.
She's blaming them rather than taking any responsibility for the active choices she herself made.
It is almost mostly Joe Biden's fault. Let's start with that. He is the chief villain. As Daryl Cooper said, the chief villain of the 2024
Daryl Cooper reference, The Holocaust denier. Let's go. Yes.
election.
Did he just reference Daryl Cooper?
A little hyperbolic, maybe. But I told him, maybe trying to provoke him a little bit, that I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War.
And in a way, maybe one of her great errors was immediately accepting the nomination and not at least trying to make it seem as if people.
That is definitely the thing about them is their big thing is to say, even if they don't like Trump, it's that if there's one thing we definitely hate, it's Biden. We all hate Biden. We all hate the Democrats. And some of us hate Trump, but occasionally we'll hand it to him. Like, fucking hell.
Jump in, and that there would be some process
That's an
because,
interesting
if we think back to it, do you want to be handed something or do you want to earn it?
Just say affirmative action. This is taking forever.
If that was your number one issue, you kind of made the right call. To be honest, I'm not sure we get this ceasefire under a Kamala administration.
That isn't smug. It's smug.
Go protest Trump. It's like, first of all, anyone who's like rabidly pro-Palestine is not pro-Trump at this point. It doesn't exist. So it's like,
Yeah, maybe I'm racist. Maybe we disagree on issues of race, but I'm against murder. I'm against genocide. And like you said, is that not the actual moral paradigm? Is like,
There is such a deep psychological helplessness to these people.
Yeah.
Like nothing's ever in their control. Nothing's ever in their power. And the upside of that is if nothing's ever in your control or in your power, then nothing's ever your fault. And, from the Obama administration, all they
Says the person who thinks every fucking decision in politics is controlled by the Zionist lobby. Like, what the fuck are we saying here? What is this projection?
excuses about why the Affordable Care Act really kind of sucks. It's because they don't want to have any responsibility for their actions. They know that they were complicit and they don't want to take responsibility for that. And they're just thoroughly incapable of acknowledging that there was any error there. And
what the fuck are you talking about? Who would that go a long way with? You specifically? You just used an entire segment to call her out.
There was H3 drama over the weekend. What was it? Was it the debate aftermath? Is that what that was? Or,
dismissing protesters because she had no influence on the problem they were against. What could she actually do that wouldn't be met with post hoc derision for some other thing she also could have done to make things better?
you've missed your moment to be able to really take a moral high ground over, what the Trump administration has done here. Maybe they wouldn't have had the complete starvation. We know the Biden administration did push and, maintain some higher level of aid than was maintained under the Trump administration, where he didn't have the total and complete starvation. We'll never know.
Hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
Oh, Hutch's hair.
And you never took the time. You, Kamala Harris, never came out and said, I object to this thing that the Trump administration is doing in Gaza. Here's what if I was president, here's what I would have done differently. You never did that.
Why would she have to? You just gave definitive evidence of the difference between Trump and Biden's approach to Israel. If she said she would do things differently from Trump, all you would need to say is that she would have done the same as Biden, and then you'd equivocate Biden to Trump. But I guess we'll never know, right? We'll never know if those dead people would still be alive. It just wasn't worth the risk. This is
petty glow models got harassed by snark and came out denouncing Ela and her Zionism. That sounds about right.
Than taking a moral or principled stand.
Beautiful.
This is gloating. And now they have words for Barack Obama.
Not live in a world where I have this motherfucker lecturing at me with his chin up again about how fine things are and about the better angels of our nature, while shit just continues to get worse every single year.
Shit has actually gotten better in spite of all the problems you're talking about over the last 25 years.
This thing that he's always been accused of, which has always been true, of sort of like standing aloof
that's what
and
he does.
observing society from afar.
Unintentionally hilarious that they say this while literally surrounded by screens observing society from afar.
He is literally the everything that went wrong. He was elected on a class anti-war message, and he turned it to become the culture war president. That's who he was. That's ultimately his only real legacy is like DACA, the Affordable Care Act. Oh, fantastic. And the woke era. It began under him.
On behalf of Barack Obama, I am sorry that he used fancy mustard, wore a tan suit, and didn't solve racism.
Between Bush and him, I said, this shit is rigged. It is fake. There is nothing redeeming left inside of these people.
When your job is dependent on only paying attention to the stuff that gets worse, that's all you're gonna see. I am not going to blackpill on government restraint just because you're disappointed that rhetoric didn't match action.
And then also he stuck his
Oh, was I muted? I'm so sorry. Wow. I was going to say, what do you think he thinks about the ACA now with the government shutdown and the effects of it being under threat?
hands back in our politics at strategic points to also make sure that the Democratic Party doesn't become a party of the now, like creatures of the now, to make sure that specifically the Bernie wing of the party is blocked.
Crystal, stop trying to impersonate Anna Kasparian. You're smarter than that.
Who presided over the largest loss in black wealth ever? First black president. I mean, nobody ever grapples with that one.
That was because of the recession under Bush.
That's why everyone always talks about that race thing. I go, yeah, maybe in Alabama and all these places. Fuck, you still won a lot of red states today.
Honestly, what happened between the first couple of days on here, I thought I was just going to have to refute some shitty Israel coverage and be delighted that the rest was more well-reasoned than I thought. But this is just fart sniffing.
The long-term trajectory, yeah, the sun is setting on the American empire. It's eventually going to be probably, a Chinese empire, and then they'll rise and fall too, just like every single empire. But it is very strange to live in as tumultuous a time as we do right now, because, I mean, you're actually seeing a rapid decline of the American empire, in my opinion.
Wait, but why? Like, NATO's stronger than ever.
They're not going to do shit, though.
The U.S.'s actual perception in Western Europe is the highest it's been in a long, long, long time. If you're a European right now, you're not thinking about what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan, as terrible as those things were. You're thinking, wow, I'm glad that there are U.S. troops there. What you call American empire, I call like a U.S.-led world order.
On the other side, they're more united, too. Would you concede that? That now China, Russia, Iran.
Part of why I view American influence and empire as being in decline is because
China, Russia, and Iran more united on the other side. I don't know, it feels like Iran is really struggling with allies right now because of the collapse of Hezbollah, and also because of the weakness that was shown in them by the bombings in the 12-day war. China spent quite a long time not really committing to either side of the Russia-Ukraine war. It seems like China doesn't actually want to completely throw their weight in behind Russia. What do you mean they're more united? Compared to when?
Ideology behind it has basically been exposed as morally bankrupt and wrong. If we just get, free markets into Russia, then we're all going to be friends and democracy is going to follow and peace is going to reign supreme. Well, that was a fucking fantasy. American neoliberal, shock doctrine and we're going to have democracy around the world and we're going to install it. All of that has been thoroughly dismantled as an ideology. So that's why I think the American influence and empire is in decline.
And even just Trump and Biden getting elected, these people they're like symbols of a decaying society. Yes. To have any situation where Donald Trump wins the presidential election and then Joe Biden, who's half dead, wins the presidential election as a backlash from Trump, that's not a healthy society. That's a society that's in severe decline. All right, y'all, welcome to the show. I got a special one for you today, the self-suck-off session. Does it hurt your ribs when you suck yourself off that hard, Mr. President? But now let's get into the meaty
He's such a fucking millennial, dude. It's so funny.
stuff here. Meaty just like his neck gina.
Also, you're ugly.
Riveting. If he loses, we are not going to be generous with Argentina. Not only is that foreign election interference, this is also extortion.
Yet more proof that things don't end with just one perfect phone call.
He hates Jewish people?
Talking about Zoran Mamdani. Of course he says this, even though the majority of Jews in New York voted for him.
I make no claim.
But I guess, was that true in the, was that in the primary, or, because 60+% of them went for Cuomo in the last race, in the general. So is that what you call it? The mayoral election? Do you call that general? What is he talking about? What?
That Zoran is anti-Semitic, though I am critical of a lot of the stuff he said before the primary. But this argument is equivalent to saying that Trump isn't racist because the majority of Latinos in this country voted for him.
From a guy who's bought and owned by Miriam Adelson and AIPAC and Netanyahu, and he's on the fucking Epstein files, and Epstein was Mossad.
I would prefer if you just didn't try to call it anti-Semitism at all. This is where Kyle brings up the novel idea of a national divorce, because he's sick of helping pay for shitty Republicans that act like welfare queens, my words, not his, and vote for sending ICE and the National Guard into blue states.
We need to start having serious discussions about a national divorce.
I take exception to this idea, 1, because I don't want to leave the vulnerable people in red states to their fate, 2, because there are plenty of people in those red states who are Democratic voters, and 3, there is a large segment of the Democratic coalition in the South, Black Democrats, who managed to break past a determined Republican effort to restrict voting rights and elect 2 Democratic senators in Georgia. Unrelated to anything, are the books behind Kyle sorted by color and size instead of alphabetically?
Barack Obama decided, let me do a right...
Oh, this is all like the same series, isn't it? This is definitely large to small red books. For the most part. What a strange thing. Like, it's going to say, yeah. This is by size. This is by size. What the fuck? That's so strange.
Wing healthcare plan, which was created by the Heritage Foundation. And to be fair, tens of millions of people got healthcare, which is better than nothing.
1, tens of millions of people getting healthcare coverage is a bit better than that. 2, under Biden, healthcare coverage reached 95%, the highest it's ever been. A young Republicans group chat got leaked, and boy oh boy are those some edgy 14-year-olds.
Oh, yeah.
There are people in this chat who are up to the age of 40.
Sorry, 40-year-olds.
Oops, I said I want to shove them in gas chambers. My bad. Like, own it, stop running away from it like a little bitch.
Pretty much what I think, except...
No disrespect to trans people whatsoever. I thought this was a trans man.
I think that should have stayed an inside thought. Once again, back to Israel.
They're slow releasing the dead hostages. How dare they? Now let's limit the food. They already knew it would take a long time because they killed those hostages, and those hostages are still under the rubble.
Again, could be the case. I see no reason to think it's unlikely, but this isn't based on probability. It's based off the assumption of intent by Israel to kill people in Gaza as a higher priority over hostage rescue. Because the ceasefire is fake, they want it to complete the genocide, and every other prior he wants to confirm with his audience.
Exactly like I said would happen. Imagine Hamas killed 5 Israelis in Israel since the ceasefire. What would everybody be saying now? My guess is Netanyahu would be this close to nuking Gaza.
There was a Palestinian who killed 6 people at a bus stop in Israel, and Israel still accepted the ceasefire. Is that an acceptable refutation of his point, even if it's outside his parameters? This is why you don't use Twitter as a source.
And then there was this thing that went viral the other day of Hamas executing 50 people, and all the Zionists were like, why isn't anybody condemning this? This is disgusting. Those were the ISIS gangs that attacked them first.
Said who, you fucking loser? What? Because Hamas said they were all ISIS. What the fuck? Really? They were all ISIS gangs, were they? Oh, I see. That's why there was no trial and no fucking publishing of evidence or anything. Interesting. Very interesting. Have we seen once any of these clans like raising the fucking ISIS flag anywhere in Gaza? Or doing any ISIS shit? Like the executions or anything? No, they haven't.
This is Jacoby in human form. Do you see?
Yes.
So you understand how you never get the full picture? You understand how you never get the full story?
Oh, I got the full picture now. Someone told Kyle that they were ISIS gangsters. Okay. Every last stinking one of them. Now you've got the full story. Okay, damn.
Do you see?
Yes.
From Zionists and from the media. Do you see that now? Do you see how they hide shit from you? So that they can fucking lie?
This is why you don't use. This is why you don't use. This is why you don't use.
Is he reposting fucking Quds Network?
This is why you don't use Twitter as a source. Okay, something different. Barack Obama was on Mark Maron's last podcast, and Kyle takes issue with Obama in a few different ways that we will now go over. I hope I can change your perspective. Obamacare.
I wouldn't say that, bro. I don't think George W. Bush was for democracy.
He was, but like everything, he didn't know what he was doing, and it ended up having terrible ramifications that we are still dealing with.
We need to beat Fox News at their propaganda game, where they are on message 24/7. You need to dominate TikTok, you need to dominate YouTube, you need to dominate all these outlets.
I'm not kidding. Like that.
I've got beliefs that I'm not going to compromise, but I'm also not going to assert that I am so righteous that There's not the possibility that maybe I'm wrong on this. Sure.
But that's what they do, bro, and they win. I see. This is where he loses me completely. So this is like, I need liberals and leftists and Democrats to get past this dumb bullshit of the self-criticism. The worst criticism I have of the Democrat I hate the most is nothing compared to my criticism of the best Republican. Almost all the Republicans and Fetterman, like all of you guys, I'm sorry, you're just evil. No, instead what'll happen is the Democrats will keep quiet and try to suck up to the same Israeli billionaires, hoping that they'll pick them. How are you going to out-corrupt Donald Trump?
The number one way to get someone to do something is to make them feel like they're rebelling against authority. And in talking about this, Obama is bringing up that the Democrats, whether it makes moral or even logical sense, became the social standard of authority.
Am I hurting your feelings by being giving you a little too much truth? Like, fuck you.
Everywhere I look, something reminds me of her.
I'm pissed off by this. Is this what Trump does with MAGA? You got to take a half loaf, Kenny. Sometimes you got to accept 15%. That, yes, compromise is a thing. It exists in the world. It's hard to get everything you want through. Yes, of course. But, like, you have to give people the feeling that you're at least trying. But, like, if you go into it saying, well, I want 50%, and they go, you get none of it, then you...
Short summary what Fetterman did. Well, just yesterday, Fetterman voted to end the shutdown. That's one. He's one of the 8. The notorious dastardly 8.
You agree at 25% or 20% or whatever the fuck, right? And it's like, I think that's what Obama, he said he was out of touch. This is definitely out of touch.
So the Green Lantern theory of politics states that, no, but for real, Trump's electorate and the Democratic electorate are fundamentally different coalitions that respond differently. And when they respond differently, they elect different people. And those people will have to bring their decisions back to that electorate. Trump unified the Republicans under him because they wanted an authoritarian who would just force himself on the country. Democrats shouldn't want that. And the trade-off is that unilaterally forcing things through just isn't an option, no matter how good you think your idea is. Because Trump thinks tariffs are a good idea, and we see how that's working out. The people who would try to unilaterally force things through are the people who would inherently have bad ideas.
I don't want anybody to misunderstand what I'm saying.
No, there's a fucking Dave Smith section in here. Oh no. Can I tolerate a Dave Smith section in a video? The fucking 4-star general dicks. Oh no.
I would still take Obama over any Republican literally 10 out of 10 times. The Democrats are eons better than the Republicans, and I hate fucking false equivalence bullshit.
And what I can only describe as, of course. His next segment is on Cory Booker talking to the women from the I've Had It podcast, and oh my god, you were just talking about needing Democrats over Republicans, but you've dedicated an entire segment to mocking Cory Booker.
And Jennifer Welch.
He's very attractive. He's very alpha. He's very butch.
There was no shock collar on Hassan's dog the day that she yelped. She was actually just wearing a canvas collar with an air tag. There was no shock collar.
A minuscule percentage of my resources come from
I read it's like 800,000.
Yeah, but that's a lifetime number.
Oh my god, that's embarrassing. I'm pure. Oh, are you? You took 800 grand from AIPAC and you think that's pure? Well, that's over my whole career. And? Well, what was I supposed to think? It was 800,000 last Tuesday is when they gave that? Like what?
He got 288,000 in 2020, the year of his last election, and raised about 15 million, which works out to about 1.92%. Let's just round that up to 2. But I guess that number isn't as scary in an election where he won by about 16 points anyway. Wow. The Israel lobby really has a stranglehold on him.
You think Malcolm X and Martin Luther King agreed on everything? No. But when it came to the fight...
They didn't disagree on genocide.
That, surprisingly, is a bit more complicated than you'd think.
Are you anti... Yeah, because MLK supported fucking Israel defending itself, quote unquote, in the 6-Day War. You would absolutely be calling MLK a pro-genocide guy.
Anti-Semitic. You've many of the things that I've read about you, and you've made a mention a couple of times about the Jews and everything, and I'm wondering if you are personally anti-Semitic.
No. How can I be anti-Semitic when the Arabs are half the Muslim world is Semitic? If I was anti-Semitic, I'd be anti-Arab and anti-everything else. No, I think this, that in this country, there's one mistake that the Jews make. They put themselves in a position where whenever anybody gives an objective analysis of the role that they play, they defend themselves by accusing you of being anti-Semitic. And a Negro is not anti-Semitic when he says that the man who's exploiting him in his community is white, because it is a white...
Malcolm X used to hand out copies of the protocols to NOI members. He said it was essential reading.
Man who owns all the stores. Now, is it an accident that these whites who own these stores are Jewish? If it's an accident, then the fact that he says the Jew on the corner is exploiting me isn't an anti-Semitic statement. It's just more descriptive of the man who's exploiting him.
Oh my god, look at this diet MAGA bullshit. Any Democrat not voting no on everything is a fucking problem. The worst criticism I have of the Democrat I hate the most is nothing compared to my criticism of the best Republican.
This is the point I'm making right here. You have just implicitly conveyed that the Democrats are the bad guys. At the same time, you're saying that they're still better than Republicans. And that muddies the message of what the priority is and how to actually fix things.
And I think there's been a lot of capitulation, Neville Chamberlain type appeasement from Democratic leadership. And you're one of them that's kind of been disappointing to me because we've...
He's like, oh shit, body blow. Oh my God, you hit me with a haymaker in the jaw. I'm bleeding.
First of all, I would say very pointedly that one of the things I dislike about the Democrat Party is that we do a circular firing squad all the time.
Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? If you want to not have a circular firing squad, don't have any beliefs that would make people want to create a circular firing squad. Like, you need to represent your constituents. And if you do that, there won't be a circular firing squad.
Trump keeps blowing up Venezuelan boats.
Zero evidence that they're narco-terrorists. What does that even mean? What's a narco-terrorist? I'm going to go blow up a club, but for the love of cocaine? Like,
it's when drug cartels do terrorism. Like when Pablo Escobar blew up a plane. Just because Trump is co-opting the term as an excuse doesn't make it fake.
The world needs to start holding us accountable. I'm talking about sanctions and embargo, people not trading.
Also, on a totally unrelated note, there's a new Super Chats goal for you guys. 0 out of 5. Go, 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 quick. Go.
With us anymore. I mean, Trump's already given everybody the middle finger by doing his fucking stupid trade war.
After this, Kyle talks more about Trump being a piece of shit. It's fine. Let's just go to Crystal.
Bro show, people live for the pound.
Come on, please.
Purity testing is good, actually, and everyone does it. I think the connotations of purity testing are usually to do with people not expecting a kind of acceptable basic minimum morality, but rather purity testing is when someone is like close to what you want but misses out on like the top 5 or 10%, and then you excise them for it. So usually purity testing means that you are canning an otherwise ally over minor extraneous differences, but okay.
Don't be stupid. Please don't be stupid. Please don't be stupid.
You know, Hamas, it does appear like Hamas killed.
No. Don't say something about fucking Hamas, please, Ryan.
Hostages,
it
appears, 5 or 6 hostages in the tunnel,
no.
Prevent them from being captured in this like horrifying situation. According to Israeli media reports, the way that a significant number of the hostages were killed was through Israeli airstrikes.
You're being stupid.
972 in particular reported that Israel discovered that as a byproduct of its 2,000-pound bombs, they could basically suck all the oxygen out of the tunnels within like a 500 or 1,000 meter period. And they know for a fact that they killed some hostages.
168 hostages were returned alive. Per Israel, 75 were killed on October 7th or by Hamas soon after. Israel killed 3 on the ground, mistaking them for combatants. And 3 were killed in airstrikes. But in the article Ryan is citing, they include 6 hostages who, by all the reporting I could find, died from gunshot wounds to prevent their rescue, not asphyxiation. The only other article I could find that says it was an airstrike was Middle East Eye, and even that one includes that it's disputed.
And there's some indications from Hamas actually that they're now offering to give up heavy weapons, which would be, you know, rockets.
Yeah, I've heard this claim about this fucking sucking the oxygen out, but I've only ever heard it probably the same place Ryan's heard it, which is from Twitter accounts.
Which is actually a huge victory. It also is a signal that they're backing off of offensive strikes, you know, into Israel as a part of this.
Hamas can give up rockets because they can build more with the supplies being shipped in to rebuild infrastructure.
They say they want to keep their small arms. And small arms are not a threat to an Israeli.
What the fuck did they attack Israel with, you fucking loser? A small arm can be like an IED. A small arm can be like an explosive that you strap to yourself and go and do a suicide bombing. What did they do on October 7th? They shot people with small arms. RPGs. Bro. Yeah, we'll disarm, but we'll keep our small arms, okay? But no big arms. We're gonna get rid of all our planes and our tanks and our APCs that we have. Fucking hell, man.
Or to Israel, unless they're inside Gaza.
That's actually, he's just sucked more oxygen out of this fucking conversation than a 2,000-pound bomb ever could dream of. God.
Or if those militants with guns leave Gaza, like they did that a couple years ago.
They said, we recognize the kind of sovereign monopoly on violence that a government has. You give us a government, we're done. We're a national liberation movement. Right. The nation's liberated. We're finished. Here's the weapons.
Yeah, that's why Hezbollah disarmed after Israel left Lebanon, right? After that, they talk about data centers for AI jacking up people's electricity bills.
This, in my opinion, is the sleeper populist issue across the entire nation.
Right.
Whoever wants to grab it by the horns and rip, you're ready to roll. Nobody wants to pay 267% more for electricity bill for AI pornography, which I'll get to.
Are we not saying phrasing anymore? We're up in Maine now to talk about the Senate race, where I'm sure Ryan's comments about Graham Plattner will age like a fine wine.
There was hope among Democrats that the party leadership had seen running the same kind of milquetoast Democrats around the country, and particularly in Maine against Susan Collins, that they had seen that, like, we need something different. Maybe we need these tatted up guys that we don't understand.
And Ryan blows a subtle dog whistle about Janet Mills getting the backing of the broader Democratic Party machine.
Yes, basically it is that endorsement. And what it does is it opens up a campaign finance mechanism that allows big money to flow into a vehicle that can be used to support Janet Mills. And so that means all of the New York donors, and in particular, people have been like, why won't Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer just come out and like condemn Netanyahu, what he's doing? Why do they keep doing this very unpopular thing? And the answer for a lot of it is the donors that are going to fund the national effort to take back the Senate don't want them to do it. So it's these kinds of donors.
And lastly for today, what might be the single most frustrating segment of the week. Ryan has set out to debunk a story from the Free Press, the Barry Weiss outlet, that itself wanted to debunk starvation in Gaza by explaining that the images people have seen are of people with degenerative illnesses who are impacted by shortages besides food. Now, this is not frustrating because the Free Press is correct. I am going to intentionally make no claim for the veracity of their article. What's frustrating is that the central premise of the Free Press article is about debunking mass starvation in Gaza, because it is being misrepresented.
Oh, they're going to say no starvation at all, yeah, because they want to have both. They want to have both things. They want to be able to say that it's a famine, which would imply mass deaths, 2 per 10,000 per day. You do the math, that's a lot of people within a few days. And then they also want to just use any picture of any starving person to say the same thing. Okay. To attack anyone who tries to counter the first claim.
By these photos in mainstream outlets. And Ryan decides that the way to debunk this claim is to talk to the families of the people in those photos to confirm that they are in fact deteriorating due to a lack of food. And that wasn't the argument of the fucking article. The point was that the broader populace isn't starving. To debunk that, you don't go into greater detail of those individuals.
Yes, you do. You do. You emotionally fucking blackmail people into accepting your use of the term. Yes.
Find other people who are starving and take photos of them. But that doesn't happen for the whole segment. I had to watch it twice to confirm.
How do you fuck that up?
But to be fair...
It's not a fuck up, though. It's intentional. It's completely intentional.
Ryan does make one good point.
And we don't have to dwell on this. They don't look into 12 cases.
Joining us now is Emily Kopp. She's a reporter at U.S. Right to Know. She's done some of the best work that there is on the lab leak hypothesis on that investigation. She's joining us now for our latest report. Thank you so much for joining us, Emily.
Great to be here.
When Florida Democrats heard that, they played the victim. It was shocked and chagrin, like, how dare you compare us to Iran? They're rank authoritarians. Oh, really? Well, what did you just do here? There's no other way to describe it. It is authoritarian.
I think it was probably scary, but they are making this all about themselves, and that's the problem here. And you know the other thing I keep thinking about? When things are really crazy, you don't have to tell a damn person. 9/11. You didn't have to be there on 9/11 to be like, oh my God.
We also have to acknowledge that 1/6 was the last time that any of these people got decent ratings.
It was like, if I'm convinced you're going to do like 2 or 3 of the things that I value highly, then I would vote for you. Because I know it's basically down to just the Democrat and the Republican. Oh, he's just mentally ill. Well, again, I reiterate. At what point are the people doing nothing or cheerleading and supporting the atrocities? At what point do we say, perhaps they're the ones who are really mentally ill? And the people who are so saddened and depressed and distraught.
I do have to check one of those claims later because it sounded like Conduit was making it sound like only 3 Israeli hostages were confirmed killed by friendly fire, which would be the ones who were killed by gunfire, right? The ones with the waving their white shirts or the white flags above them. Or was it 3 or no? 6. 6. I just never looked into it because it was one of the things that you take for granted. But I wonder if does that mean it's the case that when people said that the amount of hostages killed by friendly fire, oh yeah, 3 from gunfire, 3 from airstrikes, is it really the fact that when people say the Bibas kids, they were killed by Mujahideen brigades. When people say that Israel killed more hostages than Hamas, or is that just made up? Or is that just actually unconfirmed at best? It's just something people say because it sounds good? Or just because they assume that every death in captivity must have been by an airstrike? That's crazy. I might give that a look. I might give that a deep dive. Who knows? Because obviously every hostage that dies after being taken into Gaza, Hamas are going to say that there was an airstrike, unless they just can't, unless they can't hide the body or whatever, or the cause of death. Vibes analysis. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising if airstrikes had killed more, because Israel didn't really know where a lot of the hostages were. That was the whole part of the problem. Huh.
by the reality on the ground and they want to do something, at what point do we acknowledge, hey, maybe they're the ones who are the most correct? It's not something that's entertained in conversation.
Zelensky is dug in, I think, for his own, political reasons. He's promised we're not going to give up any territory, and I don't think he's going to move off of that, even though, it's devastating to his own people, to his own country. Russia continuing to march to take additional territory, and ultimately something approaching a kind of divided, failed state is what you would likely be looking at.
He always lies big and bold, but the lies are getting more and more unhinged as time is going by.
Day 5 starts with more Trump dumbassery, this time with his claims that trillions of dollars are being invested in the United States.
How would anybody know? If Trump goes full dementia, how would anybody know? Sorry, Stinky's playing with her toy. I don't know if you can hear it. But how would anybody know?
Because Trump bailed out Argentina, they decided to undercut the U.S. on soybean exports to China, screwing American farmers. Which is just the perfect representation of Trump's leadership.
Because of Trump's trade war, China abandoned the U.S. and went to Argentina to get soybeans. And Trump is going to bail out Argentina!
Kyle calls Trump's deployment of the National Guard to blue states a soft civil war.
That is what we're currently witnessing. It's a soft civil war. Only one side is fighting.
I wouldn't refer to it that way myself, but I don't really have an issue with it, nor do I have a real issue with the strategy of mocking Republicans in power over their stupidity.
When we mock them ruthlessly and relentlessly. It stung. It stung and then they acted. What does that tell you? It tells you every single strategy that's geared towards mocking them is probably one we should exhaust.
We are experiencing a slow escalation of Trump's fascist encroachment on U.S. liberal democracy, and they are incredibly stupid. Facebook took down pages dedicated to finding out the identity of masked ICE officers.
If you are a law enforcement official, we have a right to know who you are. So to say you're doxing them is total bullshit. And so here you have Mark Zuckercuck. Now Trump is telling him the century, he's like, yes, daddy, whatever you say. Should we do another press conference together where I coddle your balls?
Israel wasn't even in the title of this clip.
That's a very soft way of saying these were ISIS gangs that were...
And now the gangs are more than affiliated, they're just outright ISIS. You don't need to like Israel. I don't want you to like Israel. I want you to have your own opinion and understanding and care about the shit that you think is important. This shit is important. It's people's fucking lives. So just take it seriously enough to verify that what you're saying is accurate. Is that too much to ask that people don't get their news from Twitter?
If there's one thing you take away from the show, for the love of God, please make it what's actually happening matters. It needs to be the main thing you talk about.
Yeah.
Like the actual facts of what they're doing on the ground matters.
At least Crystal can't get any worse.
John Mearsheimer weighing in on whether or not the ceasefire is going to hold.
I had to say it. This is why you don't use Mearsheimer as a source.
The Palestinians were bent on taking many of their captured Israelis back to Gaza. And the Hannibal Doctrine calls for killing those people before they get there. So some Israelis were killed.
Katie Halper, obviously. Let's bring that fucking person in to nod along. I love it. The whole, oh God, like the absolute fucking obsession. This guy, Mearsheimer's the worst. They don't want you to know about the secret strategy, the Dahia Doctrine, or the Hannibal Doctrine, or the General's plan. They don't want you to know about this plan. Fuck me. Even though they'll literally tell you about it. We know how many roughly people were killed by the Hannibal directive. It was about 7. And we know how many people were killed in accidental friendly fire with those tanks or whatever. It was like fucking 13. And we know that maybe 5, give or take, after that were killed by helicopter fire, and that's it. That's the accounting. You're talking like upper estimate of about 30 people, 25 or 30 people.
We always look to him for his trend analysis.
Oh yeah, he's got very insightful views into what's going on. That's why when he's not telling Tucker Carlson, he's telling Piers Morgan.
That if President Trump gets rough with Prime Minister Netanyahu, Netanyahu will turn to the lobby, and the lobby will force Trump to back off.
But Netanyahu will be relentless. They will never stop. The Israel lobby will never stop. They will keep pushing. They will keep looking for vulnerabilities. They will keep trying to do everything they can to go back to the killing, to go back to the death. And so it will take a lot of focus and a lot of determination from this president to avoid that outcome.
After that, Crystal Ball and Zucker, get in their daily dem bash on Gavin Newsom and Cory Booker for their responses to questions about AIPAC.
If you're just listening to that, it's
Crystal
extraordinary. But if you
Zog.
watch it, it's
Whoa.
even more because he's like wiggling and squirming in a seat like a little kid. Keeps just repeating the word interesting, which Zucker, I think his initial, I think when he said it's interesting, his first instinct was to insinuate, this is low-key anti-Semitic that you're asking me. He is such a donor creation. This has become a very mainstream concern with AIPAC as a catch-all for the incredible influence of Israel on our politics.
Maybe if you want to call out fake anti-Semitism, don't refer to AIPAC as a good dog whistle.
With Gavin, so much of his political career and his success owes not just, look, he does have political skill and talent, there's no denying that, but also his ability to raise vast amounts of money from, in particular, the California big Democratic donor class. That's primarily Silicon Valley. It's also Hollywood. Even putting AIPAC aside, there are many people in both of those donor worlds who are very interested in, who are committed Zionists. Part of the problem for these, slimy career politicians, one of Tucker's best moments was when he called out Ted Cruz for insinuating he was an anti-Semite. I am so sick of all of these, little passive-aggressive ways of insinuating someone's an anti-Semite. Fucking come out and say it. You know what? If you think it's anti-Semitic that she cares about Israel, just fucking say it. Don't be such a weasel,
Yes,
such
I
a
agree.
worm. I'm so sick of that shit.
This is the only time I'm going to insinuate something in this video. Saagar maintains a working relationship with Tucker Carlson.
If you want to tell the truth, you cannot be attached to any organization which depends on insider access and on insider money. You have to separate yourself from that entity.
Yes, that has been the experience of my life. Crystal had Dave Smith on as a guest host.
Zelensky is dug in, I think, for his own, political reasons.
Both Tucker and Dave have spoken with Nick Fuentes. And
dug into what? The war? Or what? Okay. I don't know what the context is.
A positive manner.
The more that I dug into the subject, the more I found out there's a lot of these neocon Jewish types behind the Iraq war.
I really did appreciate your episode after Charlie Kirk. Thank you for that. Like, Nick is this disingenuous. He's the leading neo-Nazi. It's like, okay, so the leading neo-Nazi is calling for peace?
If you go against Israel...
Fucking Dave Smith, man. That's good. Because he always does this thing where he calls himself a comedian and then just proceeds to not be funny and just becomes a political fucking dweeb. Yapping about his 4-star general who saw a plan but didn't actually see the plan, but just said it was real, and that accounts for all American foreign policy in the Middle East in the last 25 years, even though it doesn't correspond to the plan at all. The Nazi is supporting peace. All one fucking Nazi needs to do is show Dave Smith Hitler asking fucking the UK for peace. For a peace overture, and then that'll be him. Oh my God, what? The Nazis supported peace? Yeah, it turns out the Nazis actually made a few, or even offered a few peace accords with a few countries, usually for tactical reasons. It was very well called out, like Molotov-Ribbentrop was them seeking peace temporarily. The Britain thing was them temporarily seeking peace. Yeah, what the fuck are we talking about? Yeah. Not to mention peace with their allies, I guess. Jesus.
They make you pay a heavy price. AIPAC is coming in with the berserkers. The ADL's coming in like, you're going to pay.
The reason I was
the neo-Nazi wants Jews to stop fighting. That's so crazy.
I don't think I'll do another podcast with Nick. Was never because I didn't like you. I always liked you when we talked. I always thought the conversation was really interesting, as this one is.
People like to say that if 9 people are sitting at a table and a Nazi sits down with them, that's 10 Nazis. Maybe you don't believe in guilt by association, and that's fine. But what do you think Kyle would call them?
Look, Corey is a discount Obama from the day he came to office. It's cringe. He's been cringe from day one.
Scuttle, thanks for the £5. Appreciate your content. It definitely helps to change people's perspectives. It's also nice having a British streamer to watch for a change. Oh, really? Wow. Cool. And also, thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it because the goal has been a little bit neglected today. And thank you for keeping it alive. Whoa.
He's obviously controlled by the big money guys in New Jersey. Left liberals, you guys, you deserve everything that's coming to you. You deserve your Tea Party moment.
We actually don't, because if you've seen the last 15 years of the Republicans, you know that a Tea Party moment is horrifically destructive to a party's ideological coherence and ability to effectively govern. And more importantly, I'm not going to listen to a guy who worked for fucking Tucker fucking Carlson fucking on what the Democrats should be doing. Fuck.
I mean, that's where his bread is buttered. Like, he represents New Jersey. He gets all his money from a bunch of finance guys, Wall Street, those types. There are a number of those donors who are also very interested in this issue, and and he wants the AIPAC money, whatever. And so that's who he is. So I think this is.
If you want to say Jews, just say Jews. Don't be a weasel. Don't be a worm.
And these people are purely cynical. They don't care about anything.
Saagar and Crystal get into a debate about illegal immigrants, and it's exactly what you expect. And while I'm on Crystal's side in this, I do find some of what she says deeply ironic given her positions on other subjects.
But Saagar, what I get frustrated with is it's every time. It's not it's always trying to deflect blame from the Trump administration onto something that some liberal did that you didn't like whenever or wherever. And it's like at a certain point, can we just say, you know what, this is really unacceptable, and I don't care what came before.
One of those guys, though, he talked about white trash people. One of the people who posted that. Okay. And I go, you know what, man? Fuck you. Why are you in our country and you're insulting our own citizens? That's where I guess liberals just don't have that in them. It's like, you come here and you're
Hey, ew, thanks for the $9.99. No neglecting the goal. That's good advice. That's very good advice. True. Facts.
Insult the people who live here? Go fuck yourself. Get the fuck out of here.
Blue states. It is an all-out war on the opposition. That's what it is. And in a way that is truly different. And yes, some Democrat might have said something or the other. We have never seen in our lifetimes the complete weaponization of government against not just political elites, but against the entire constituency of the opposition party. And that is what they're doing and what they have plans to expand.
Free at last.
Let's recall the way we responded to 9/11, which was horrific, and which we would have been better if we did nothing. So when you have a real shock to the system like this, it can go in a lot of ugly directions, which will reverberate for years and years to come. Even in this past year, there have been a lot of warning signs because there has been real escalating violence.
August of 25th, 2023, almost a month ago, he says, quote, "We are preparing for all-out war," the deputy head of the political bureau of Hamas. So it's not like they weren't.
They were doing war games.
Yeah, exactly.
They were practicing, and this was known. The IDF and Mossad and Netanyahu, they all thought this was just a feint, that this was just bluster. It's so hard to put into words how tragic this situation is.
Yeah, but leftists said that as well. Everyone said that. Everyone believed that Hamas was everyone believed that Hamas was were pragmatic, and if you extended olive branches to them in the way of relaxing the blockade, which they did, or relaxing the maritime blockade, which they did, or extending work permits, which they did, or allowing more aid money into the strip, which they did, then it would curb their desire to fight. and it was false. It was a ruse by Hamas. Yeah. What's the alternative assumption here? That they should have just believed Hamas when they said they were ready for war and just tightened security and tightened the blockade and canceled the work permits. Is that really what you should have? Again, it's like they try to have everything both ways, right? The same way that we'll blame Netanyahu for allowing Qatari aid money to go into Gaza, except that's actually a right-wing talking point. That's a right-wing argument. Because what's the alternative? Okay, well, this really, you're saying that this money from Qatar, which is earmarked for humanitarian purposes, should be blocked? They should just blockade even harder? Because that's what a right-winger would say. A right-winger would say, don't let them take aid because they'll just use it for their nefarious purposes. Like, that's not what a left-winger would say. The fuck? Saigon, thanks for the €5.99. And Sephrim for the $5. Conduit said to give you money, I guess. Scuttle, thanks for the £5. Imagine neglecting the dono goal, couldn't be me. And Pillow Steam, thanks for the £5. Loner, please confront libs like Pisco for collaborating with these people. They're actually horribly anti-Semitic and it needs to be called out more. I did suggest talking to Pisco a while ago about, I think it was about during the Iran fighting, but he never got back to me. And he wanted, probably because I didn't talk to him about Hassan's fucking airline issues. So, fuck knows. I have a fear, maybe Pisco is probably not happy with me because of the way that I talk about Aaron. It's probably that there might be a rift there. I don't know. Just guessing.
The horror on the Israeli side and the horror on the Palestinian side, and what they're, this complete siege now and attacks on marketplace and mosques and apartment buildings, et cetera, which are also murdering innocent civilians. And what's so difficult about it is it's just so hard to see a way out.
No, I was going to say, I don't think that it is possible to see any political ceasefire.
How about Israel release Marwan if they want to disempower Hamas? Because you are quite naive if you think releasing Marwan would disempower Hamas. As soon as Marwan comes out of prison, the entire issue is going to be, well, this guy who is known to the Palestinians as a second intifada, first intifada fucking war hero, effectively, but also to a lot of Westerners as the Mandela of Palestine. How is this guy going to bridge the gap between Hamas and Fatah? And the real answer is we have no fucking idea what he would do, because he could come out and become a non-violent MLK leader or whatever the fuck everyone in the West thinks he will become, in which case that Hamas support overlap with Hamas that he has will just disappear overnight. I don't think Palestinians are ready for a leader that doesn't want to fight with Israelis. Or he would, it's really difficult to tell what he would do. I mean, I think it is worth doing for different reasons, but like the idea that would disempower Hamas in Gaza, least of all, like would Marwan go to Gaza and fucking stand in between Hamas and the gangs and the average Gazan citizen? Like, I'd have no idea. Especially because Marwan's from the West Bank, isn't he? So the idea of him having significant sway over the environment in Gaza is probably a bit overstated. I don't know. And also, even if he is against Hamas when he comes out, he's going to disarm them. He's not going to disarm them.
Or settlement on this until a colossal loss of life is going to happen. At this point, you're locked in, and then all it takes is one actual attack that one bomb that goes wrong, a couple hundred civilians are killed, and now that's your justification for fighting, and everything just keeps upping the ante over and over and over and over again. So without the direct intervention of the Arab states, the Egyptians, and the United States, this is almost certain to just go and drag on now for a long time, basically as it has been. It's just
and recurring
very,
cycles
very
of violence.
I have a question for you. Who are the Democrats? Are they elected officials? Are they voters? Are they a unified ideology? I think that for some people, like Patrick Bateman, the Democratic Party might exist as a collaboration of different officials with different ideas representing different people. But when referred to as a collective, they simply aren't there. Obama didn't just land in a presidency and decide he wasn't going to push hard enough for something better than the individual mandate. He had to find the balance between his electorate, his party, the entirety of Congress, and what was actually needed to make improvements. But before that, he needed to get elected, because without that crucial and obvious step, you don't even get better than nothing. You just get nothing. As the urgency gets higher with every passing election, the risk of failure leads to an obligation for greater compromise. It's not just about telling people on the far left that they need to abandon their ideas. It's that their ideas will see the most harm done to them. See everything that's happened the last year. Getting elected is not just telling people you want to help them and expecting a rational response.
Stop it! You can't be stupid enough to believe that Charles is just going to give you free grog and good times, can you?
No one, not you or me or anyone, is objectively rational. This man would not be president a second time if people were rational. Worries about electability aren't built out of a factual understanding. They're built out of vibes. Vibes that are determined by a general consensus that is created by the media we consume that sets the tone based on presumed understanding.
I don't think that it is possible to see any political ceasefire or settlement on this until a colossal loss of life is going to happen.
All it took was an American president, whether it was Biden or Trump, saying, we're done. You're done. We're done. This is ending.
When Kyle says the Democrats aren't doing anything, that isn't him giving his perspective. That's him stating an agreed upon fact between him and his audience that reinforces the premise that voting is not an effective means of curtailing this administration. Just saying you prefer Democrats to Republicans doesn't override that because you're not challenging the worldview and you're not expecting different results. When Crystal says Trump was the only person who could have gotten the ceasefire, she is validating the necessity of corrupt business dealings for the sake of effective political negotiation. Just saying that the Trump administration is a bunch of idiots doesn't override that. It says that the Trump administration are a bunch of idiots, but they can get stuff done. And so the Democrats must be even stupider than that. And none of that is based on what's actually happening. The Democrats are in the minority, meaning they don't have the power necessary to curtail this administration the way Kyle seems to want.
That's all we've ever wanted.
And Trump
Bonk D saying everything about people hating Aaron is to do with Stephen. Is that true? I think it might be something to do with this as well. Just a hunch. I want to say Kylo was one of the few that reached out to me consistently and wasn't going behind my back sending DMs to other people, while others were shit-talking me to Destiny and downplaying his actions. Kylo texted me every other day asking if I was okay. There is a Ghislaine Maxwell in this situation, but it's not her. I wonder who she's talking about. It's crazy. I'm scratching my head performatively.
Only seems effective because he's stepping in at the last minute to oversee what other people had been working on for over a year at that point. If I were impolite, I would ask if they lack object permanence. Instead, I'm going to talk about something.
What does that have to do with it? I have no idea. That's a really good question. I have no idea what that tweet would have to do with there. Bro!
That they'll probably find even more condescending. There's probably a political theorist or philosopher who came up with this already, but I couldn't find anything that approximated it. So if you happen to know, feel free to put it in a comment. It's an idea that I
Whatever. Unprompted. Move on.
Train theory, not to be confused with the trolley problem. Train theory is the idea that a system's complexity can be underestimated relative to the simplicity of its task and the means by which we engage with it. So a train is the simplest mode of transportation to understand. It goes back and forth on a track. You as a passenger on the train only have a few points of interaction with it. Buying a ticket, getting on, punching the ticket, getting off. This is by design. With every additional layer, there's another chance of getting confused, lost, or
We're up. I know, but we're moving on. Shit. Just a bit of a
burdened. But
I didn't expect someone to respond with such a fucking retarded statement that you gave, but just set me off. What can I say? YOLO Swag, thanks for the $4.99. You'll take the high road and I'll take the low road and I'll be in Scotland before ye. Okay.
This, you miss how every component of the station, the ticket process, the scheduling, the navigation across tracks to arrive at the destination, are all distinct, intricate systems of their own. It's all just a scenic view out of the window or a playlist to pass the time. It's the same way we view politicians. We don't actually get a lot of them beyond what they present to us, and that's by design. Our touch points are orchestrated to provide minimal confusion.
Is that blurred because it's a picture of Hunter Biden's cock?
We don't actually get a lot of them beyond what they present to us,
real.
and that's by design. Our touch points are orchestrated to
The
provide
little fucking glasses tipped down over her.
minimal confusion.
Oh God,
But tonight
Marjorie.
I say we must move forward, not backward, upward, not forward, and always twirling towards freedom.
The result is that this simplified presentation becomes a reality to the people looking at it.
Television is reality, and reality is less than television.
And when that's the reality you understand upon entering a career communicating the news, that becomes the lens you see it through.
Plate bigger, food tinier, chef. Yes, chef. It should look like 2 grains of rice served on a door.
That's why the message we hear on repeat is do something. It is the most vague, overly simplified conception of what our politicians should be doing. We don't know what it is, we don't know how it'll be accomplished, but it must be there because it's their job to understand the system for us. And much like the way some people will tell you both parties are the same, some people will tell you, actually, it's easy. It's not. If you can look at the class of wealthy, out-of-touch oligarchs buying influence and go, wow, that guy's an idiot. You can look at politicians and equally go, wow, this guy's got bad ideas. Because that's what it comes down to. Politicians will put in their performance to persuade their constituents, but there is still a person behind it with beliefs and convictions and principles and bias. They aren't blank slates. Joe Manchin doesn't just believe what coal barons tell him. He does have thoughts of his own, and his job is to balance his own ideas against what his constituents want. The NRA donates a ton of money to politicians because they like guns, which is why they're elected by constituents who like guns. The NRA doesn't approach a politician after they've already been elected and sweep them into their portfolio with bribes. Similarly, AIPAC doesn't need to bribe people to like Israel. If your constituents already like Israel, to represent them, you are going to be someone who either already likes Israel or will vote to support Israel because of that constituency. Talking about AIPAC like it's this powerful shadowy cabal that owns Congress simultaneously plays into the conspiracy theory of Jews running the government and AIPAC's own desire to seem like a powerful lobby. That's why they put money into Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush's opponents after it was already clear that they were going to get blown out of the water. When you criticize AIPAC this way, you're giving them exactly what they paid for. But it's easy to talk about politicians like they're bought and paid for because we see the way corruption has infiltrated influenced politicians in the past, and it's easier to call representatives bad for taking money than it is to call the actual people they represent bad for what they believe. And that's what it all comes down to. The Democrats are doing what their constituents want. The loudest voice in a protest is nothing compared to the silent but consistent voter. We only understand what we see, and what most of us, especially people watching a video like this, see is a social media feed of outrage. What Kyle is delivering is literally his social media feed of outrage.
The reason why that stuff is out there is because it's happening and people are interested in it and they want it to stop. People don't like seeing babies getting blown up in their face on a daily basis. That's why it's out there.
Some of it is justifiable, but even if it paints an accurate picture of what Trump is doing.
What did Bernie say about the shutdown, actually? Very bad night for the Democrats.
8 Democrats voted with the Republicans to allow them to go forward.
Also, thank you, Yeet, for being such an impressive drama news correspondent that I just had to look at your feed for the fucking Bernie statement on the shutdown. That's so convenient.
Continuing resolution. And to
everyone's favorite tabloid.
In my mind, this was a very, very bad vote. What it does, first of all, is it raises healthcare premiums for over 20 million Americans by doubling, and in some cases tripling or quadrupling. People can't afford that when we are already paying the highest prices in the world for healthcare. Number two, it paves the way for 15 million people to be thrown off of Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Studies show that will mean that some 50,000 Americans will die every year unnecessarily. And all of that was done to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%. As everybody knows, just on Tuesday, we had an election all over this country. And what the election showed is that the American people want us to stand up to Trumpism, to his war against working class people, to his authoritarianism. That is what the American people wanted, but tonight, that is not what.
He reminds me of those people who do those history documentaries where they're like walking towards the camera and flailing their arms.
Happened. So we've got to go forward, do the best that we can to try to protect working class people, to make sure that the United States not only does not throw people off of health care, but ends the absurdity of being the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people. We got a lot of work to do. But to be honest with you, tonight was not a good night. Thank you.
Damn. Well done, Bernie.
It won't give you an accurate picture of what people actually want. The type of person who would operate the way you want is inherently incapable of effective governance, specifically because of their willingness to bypass long-standing precedent built on centuries of trial and error with how states have been run.
That's a contradiction. It's solid, GC, like a light.
It's move fast and break things, except it's the FDA and CDC. Ironically, the world Kyle and Crystal want isn't one where the Democrats actually put in the work to get their preferred agenda passed. It's one where they don't.
I will not be made the enemy here. You know why we can't do that.
Because it'd be great.
It's not about you.
It's why Kyle can produce an entire show out of his Twitter feed, and Crystal can host a show about finding common ground with conservative thinking, where the point of agreement more often than not lands on applying this flowchart. Kyle is edgy the same way a prop knife is edgy. It seems dangerous until you look closer and realize it isn't actually cutting. Cathartic, but still a performance, which is ultimately undercut by the veracity of the rest of his coverage. Shit. He never steps outside the bounds of what his audience could potentially disagree with, creating the exact kind of bias in his reporting he claims not to have due to a lack of sponsors. But without sponsors, he is even more dependent on retaining his audience. He's like a dog barking from behind the safety of a fence.
What are you doing?
I'm being triumphantly brave.
It's not triumphant or brave. You're not risking anything.
And I think Crystal just hates Democrats more than Republicans. She puts as much time and effort, if not more, into deriding Gavin Newsom, who has put in the work to fight back against this administration's redistricting schemes and ICE raids, as she does the ICE raids themselves.
Part of the problem for these, slimy career politicians.
Talking about the Israel-Hamas ceasefire was as much a vehicle to breathe a sigh of relief for the people in Gaza as it was a chance to gloat that Biden was less effective than Trump.
I don't think Joe Biden could have done it. I don't think Kamala Harris could have done it. I don't love.
Well, they could have.
Well, they could have done a lot of things.
It was not hard to achieve.
And again, she does not step outside the bounds of her audience's expectations of her reporting.
You're not risking anything.
I want a world where the government takes care of people instead of hurting them, but to get there requires getting past the people who want the opposite. It's not about giving people what they want. It's about giving people emotional satisfaction. It's about self-expression that doesn't negatively impact social progress. Are people really that invested in Graham Plattner, or do they just care more about holding on to the promise of overthrowing the system than they do the kind of decision-making that results in someone getting a Nazi tattoo on their chest?
Graham Plattner's tattoo has made me more ride or die for him than ever.
If anything, it kind of made him stronger.
This doesn't have to end.
I love that fucking spin. It's made me like him more. Yes.
The country splitting apart in bullets and bloodshed as much as certain people might want it to. All it takes is an understanding that rebelling against the system and operating within it aren't mutually exclusive. And that brings me back to my initial question. Who are the Democrats? The Democrats are what we bring them. When the main through line of popular criticism is that they aren't strong, while their actual strength is born out of holding majorities in Congress, they will never actually be able to improve on that criticism. It is self-validating. You believe it, you don't provide the means to solve it, and the result is that your belief is proven. It might seem backwards, but for better or worse, political parties are like Tinkerbell. You need to clap your hands and believe if you want it to live.
Wow.
Being voted out of office isn't just a risk that needs to be calculated for that individual representative. It's a risk that needs to be calculated for the maintenance of the overall party. Because with each lost member, the ones remaining gain more influence, but lose the ability to actually wield it towards a niche constituency's ends. It actually requires more people in Congress such that the party can shed the most conservative votes first, if it means they'll pick up the more progressive votes after. When they can take risk and act more on their beliefs without worry that their constituents will abandon them, you can get more of what you want. Joe Manchin wielded the power of being the last vote the Democrats needed in order to get their agenda passed. That power wasn't given to him by the donor class. It was given by the electorate that only sent 50 senators willing to caucus with the Democrats to the Senate. With every additional Democrat elected that is less
It
conservative
was given by the American people. Wow, wise.
than him, the less influence someone like Manchin can wield because the party stands to gain more from pulling away from him. It's why
And
so
those Virginians, to be
many
fair.
were in love with Zoran Mondani and then immediately began turning on him once he began moderating after the primary. It is a politics of vibes.
Memes, the DNA of the soul.
The process only seems that simple because messaging is the main touchpoint you have for how the political process works. The most important thing is what the politician is saying, because you miss all of the highly scrutinized engineering that went into hiding the rest of it in plain sight.
The powerful members of the Congressional Black Caucus, including Representatives Jim Clyburn, Hakeem Jeffries, Gregory Meeks, and Maxine Waters, have all backed Elliot Engel. Isn't it funny how black voters should be central and determinative as long as they are acting in concert with the whims and desires of the establishment?
The Democrats are the party of civil rights because hundreds of thousands of people, motivated to vote, brought civil rights to the Democrats. Democrats didn't present civil rights like a worm on a hook waiting for a bite.
Those are hooks. Mr. Krabs says they're really dangerous.
How could they be dangerous? They're covered with free cheese.
It is a function of the system that if they had tried to pass civil rights without the groundswell of support, that it would have been defeated. It's why FDR, with all his majorities, still interned Japanese American citizens and only gave the benefits of the New Deal to white people. It's why Nixon was simultaneously able to found the EPA and sow the seeds for the war on drugs. People wanted clean water and they hated the hippies. That is what people gave him, so that is what they worked on. You can still cast moral judgment on them for it, but to do so is to cast judgment on the electorate as well. And to be clear, I do cast judgment.
I cast fists!
Part of the problem we are now dealing with in trying to stop Trump is the unwillingness of some people to look at the party as it could be with their participation, instead of what it will be without them. That you are signing on to the way things are now instead of what you want them to become. Voting for Harris wasn't voting for genocide. Even within that framework, it wouldn't prove that genocide didn't matter, it would prove that genocide isn't necessary to shore up votes. But staying out of it gave the pro-genocide vote more influence, and that was where the politicians went in order to retain power that would have avoided where we are now. But I'm just repeating what I've already said at this point. It's important that people actually understand the complexity of our system of government beneath the simplicity of Trump. Otherwise, we wind up in situations where people will demand simple solutions and get angry when they are ignored. If we want to make things better, we don't need a national divorce. We need a second Reconstruction. Also, for the love of God, stop using Twitter as a source. Please?
Yeah, not great, man. Not great. The only part I liked was him going after Trump, but the rest of it struck me as him being correct that he seems very out of touch.
Wow. That was a good video. The link for the channel that you can go and like and subscribe, etc., is on the pin of the chat. It's pinned in the chat. That's what I'm saying. Fuck me. There's a Pierce segment about the fucking BBC Panorama edit. It's gonna, oh God. Trump's threatening a lawsuit. People at the heads of the BBC are resigning over it. God damn it, man. Fuck me. Farage is capitalizing on it, saying the BBC's been biased for decades. Dude, I see Farage on the BBC more often than I see Mr. and Mrs. BBC. Who's like a big BBC guy? Fucking Dimbleby. Fiona Bruce. Nigel Farage gets more BBC airtime than they do. He's had more question time appearances than absolutely anyone else. Even before he won a seat. Come on. The fuck? The BBC folds faster to the Republicans than fucking Democrats do. Yeah, God. Disgusting. Unbelievable. That's going to keep me sufficiently fucking fuming tomorrow, January 6th. Did I miss slop o'clock? It was quite a brief one today. You're getting a right-wing prime minister next election. Oh, I know. But, you know, maybe that fucking Green Party hippie who talks about the gender binary and the genocide and how Keir did it. Maybe he'll save us. Who knows? He's doing well in the polls. Let's see Farage's appearances on from MEPs. He was an MEP, okay? Farage was an MEP, and look at fucking BBC Question Time appearances from MEPs, members of the European Parliament. Fucking Hannan, a Brexiteer Tory, Paul Nuttall, the fucking human headbutt of UKIP, and Farage. The fucking BBC, man. Ugh. Fucking Paul Nuttall. Ugh. Is that a UK food pyramid? Yep. Yeah, he gets more fucking question time appearances than he gets appearances in Parliament. Oh no. Can we get some drama? What drama? There's no drama. What's the drama? What do you want me to cover? Go on, you're the drama manager. The connoisseur. Give it to me.
World leaders enter the White House here. Donald Trump likes to get the handshake on camera. But today, we got this. It hardly looks like it, but that is a momentous moment. Ahmed al-Sharaa entering by a side door, the first Syrian president ever invited to the White House.
Oh, he's coming in by the tunnel. Ah, he's playing basketball. We saw this already. We're familiar with the clip.
Likely rise to power. This weekend, al-Sharaa played basketball with US troops, forces he once fought against in Iraq. A man who, until
Pisco was calling Fuentes just anti-Zionist yesterday. Give me a clip, otherwise I'm going to ban you, because that is probably fake news.
Friday was still designated as a terrorist by the US, with a $10 million bounty on his head. His journey from the jihadist al-Jilani to President al-Sharaa was cheered by members of America's Syrian community when he met them in Washington, D.C. on Saturday.
Look at him go!
And by these supporters outside the White House, as Syria formally joined the US coalition to defeat ISIS.
It's truly historic on every level. In looking at Syria and its history, the way it was blocked out from the whole world.
Did you read the dossier? There were some credible criticisms, particularly on IP. What dossier? BBC or what?
Not just the United States. And if we spoke a year ago and said the Syrian president will be at the White House, people would think we're crazy.
Historic, but also urgent because of one major plea. Syrians have been desperate for America to lift punishing economic sanctions.
I don't mean he was saying anti-Zionist. I mean he was calling him anti-Zionist and not anti-Semitic. Yeah, give me a clip or I'm banning you. That's a mental thing to say. I don't think Pisco believes that Fuentes is not anti-Semitic. Clip him! Otherwise, fake.
Imposed on
fake
the
until further notice.
Murderous regime of Bashar al-Assad. Experts said the so-called Caesar sanctions were strangling any hope to rebuild this war-torn country and to start the work of recovering bodies. Last year, Channel 4 News visited the site of one of many mass graves across a country in which up to 500,000 were killed, many still unidentified or missing.
I think that was right before he was taken, like probably a couple months.
So Sans
Is there a Syrian history stream coming? We kind of did one already during the the offensive, the fall of Assad. We have a channel video on it. It's about 3 hours. It's the highlights of us watching Assad fall. There should be a lot of it in there.
Psychotherapist Majd Kamalmaz travelled to Syria to help refugees suffering from trauma in 2017, but was snatched at a checkpoint, and they never heard from him again.
His family life since then, what's he missed?
He's missed a few weddings, he's missed graduations, he's missed the growth of his grandchildren. One of them just graduated college, one of them was about to graduate high school. I think we really missed him during the death of my aunt. I didn't think I was going to cry.
She said the final remaining sanctions had prevented the action needed to find so many missing people, including her uncle.
I think all of the families are just looking for answers. They're looking for the truth. They're looking for closure. And being able to begin the undertaking of deeper investigations, the ability to begin exhuming bodies, begin identifying people who have died in these prisons, brings us closure and brings so many other families closure.
Good news for Sosan today as the US suspended the Caesar Act, including those sanctions. Trump had wanted to lift them, but faced resistance from Congressman Brian Mast, chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, who appears to have softened after meeting al-Sharaa yesterday. But what about
just after a meeting they
violence in
softened?
Syria,
What the fuck?
including the killings of Druze and Alawite minorities, with claims that al-Sharaa's security...
I am going to super chat Pisco on his next stream. Is Fuentes anti-Semitic? Yes or no? That's a really good idea. Not because it's, you know, bothering someone, but because Pisco will get money from it too, so everyone wins.
Forces were involved.
Everyone and anyone that took part in any abuses should be held accountable. But the Caesar Act should go because the Caesar Act is shattering to Syria's economic stability.
And so a cautious new relationship begins as a Syrian president and former jihadist who has faced 2 attempts on his life by ISIS turns tentatively to
That was the stupidest video I saw. Apparently you're wrong for criticizing Cory Booker ever. I don't know. Do you want to debate fucking Conduit? Sounds like you really don't like him.
West.
Okay, good. I want to play Connections. Fuck this. We might have another UK immigration debate soon, so that'll be good. Also, I have made my formal request for the Drew Pavlou court documents for the exhibits. We'll see. I will have to pay for them, so I'll bill you guys when it comes. But we're gonna get to the bottom of this, of what the fuck happened with that sign. Sign, seal, well, those two go together. Surely. Beam, no, maybe not. Give, spy, body, plug, spoken, stop, deliver, programming, close, or close, robot, present, ching. Interesting. Pronounce. Well, you could seal, you could plug, you can close. But do you beam something together or fuck, or sign? I guess you. But sign doesn't really work with the rest of it. Let's see. Spoken. You can deliver, you can present. Pronounce. Kind of. Where's the donut? Hang on. What's the goal? 1 out of 5. 1 out of 5 for the goal, guys. What the fuck? Wow. Plug, close. Plug, close. Yeah, I think those go together, but we'll just move on to the next one if we can see. Stop. Oh, it could be seal, plug, close, and stop. Maybe? Yeah. Block as an opening. Interesting. Present or present. Present, deliver. Give? I mean, pronounce. I don't know where beam and ching would go, apart from that spy, beam, and robot. Oh, I spy, I robot. I don't know the other ones though. Body. Give, deliver, present. Okay. Give, deliver, present. You could, beam could go there, maybe. Pronounce. Would you really say you pronounce? Don't think so. I think sign and pronounce might go together. Okay. To put forward as an announcement. I see. Wow. Spyware. No, I don't know. Body. Programming. Ching. Oh, wait. Maybe? I don't think so. No. I was going to think chin. Could have been something there. But it's not. Chai? No. Robot. Outspoken. Well spoken. Spoken. Well spoken? Something's been spoken. Beam? Why beam? Laser beam. Beam robot programming spy. This is all. Why though? It's just making me think of things in that fucking spy film. But I don't know. Wait, why? Why is this a thing? Wait, beam? Spy and programming. Is it to do with computers? Is it to do with programming, software, spyware? Is beamware and robotware a thing? I don't think so. What if I switch out? Ching. What if I switch out robot for Ching? Still one away. But I could have swapped a correct one for a correct one. I don't think I did. Body. That's maybe to do with code. Fuck! No, it's not. Oh, so Ching and robot might be. Oh! Fuck. That means, I don't know. Ching, robot, spy, programming body, spoken sign. Oh, wait. Fuck. Body, programming. I don't know, man. I don't know. Body, I think this is to do with code, but then it would be spoken might come out. Robot and shit. What the fuck? Beam. Oh, wait. Why is beam making me think of something that comes up in code as well? Oh, no. I want to do this. Wait, that didn't work though, because how would it have been? Oh yeah, because it would have been a swapped one for the other. Fuck it, I'm just guessing. Damn. Fuck. Kind of language. Oh, words after I. I Ching and I beam. Shut the fuck up. Fuck off. I don't know what that is. What does that mean? Stupid. So dumb. No, I don't know what a fucking I beam is. What is it? What's an I beam? Oh, that stupid thing. I don't think, do we call it that? Universal beams. Okay. Huh. Okay. I don't know that. I don't recall. It's a beam. Thank you. All right, let's go back. Noodle. Compact. Puffin stuff. Okay. Deliberate, mirror, cranium, dense, lunar, cronut, reflect, brush, thick, nail file, muse, tweezers, tight. Well. Nail file, brush, tweezers, mirror. Hey! Gooning items. Muse. Like the band? Nah. Thick, dense, tight, compact. Deliberate, reflect. Muse. Noodle? Would you say noodle? Yeah. Why not? This is probably anagrams. Or, I don't know. Starting with bird homophones. Excuse me, what? Puffin. Luna. Oh, okay. Crow. Crane. Oh, clever. Clever. Good one. Anything can be a gooning item. Well done. All right. Last one. Ooh. Waves. Sine, saw, triangle, and square are waves. No? Fuck you. Okay. Bell, sub, clear, AB, came, settle, pro, I, drum, rattle, conquered, pay, triangle, square. So if it's not sound waves, there's a lot of musical words here. Sub is a musical word. Drum, rattle. Oh, is it fucking percussion instruments? Triangle, drum, rattle, and bell. Are they really going to say that rattle is a fucking musical? Oh, dude. Come on. I don't think it will be. Hey, let's go. Fine. Okay. Clear, settle, square, and pay. Okay. Could it be saw, sub, sine? Which other one is a wave, though? What is conquered doing there? What in the fuck? Conquered. AB, I, pro? One of these is going to be the first half of a word. They're going to be followed up by something. Abstract, subtract, protract. Sign tract, came tract, I tract, saw tract. I don't know. Absolve. Sign, saw. Came, conquered. Cam? Camel? Huh. Is sub like a wave? There's a saw wave. Like on synthesizers. But I don't know if there's like an AB or an I. Is it really tract, subtract, protract, abstract? But that would have an S. Doesn't feel like it works. I don't know. Don't know. Abduct, product. I duct. Fuck off. Camelot. Bro. Conquered. Why the fuck is conquered there? Con? Cam, con, I. AB. Ab. I don't know, man. I feel like I and AB have to go together, but I don't know why. The fuck is conquered, though? Oh my god. conquered. How does that go with... How does that go with anything? Conquered. Is it like another fucking homonym? Like concurred? Like it sounds like concurred? It's spelled differently? What the fuck? No, surely not. Hmm. Saw, sign, and sub. Ooh! Product, abduct, sawduct. Is that a fucking word? Eye duct. Dude, what the fuck? Okay. Abstract, protract, subtract, or is subduct a thing? I feel like these can all be, they can all lead up to a different word, but that must mean that I would have to follow, because otherwise what the fuck is I doing with conquered? Oh! Well, now the only other thing that is like part of a word, saw, came, definitely not. Maybe I comes out then, and it's sign. Because sub, sign, pro, and ab, they all seem incomplete. But these are all words. Conquered, I, saw, came. But I think it's this. I just don't know why. It just feels like these are incomplete. Latin prepositions. Oh. And what's this? Oh, fucking Caesar. I came, I saw, and I conquered. I would never have remembered that. That's fucking... Huh. Jesus. Whoa. Hmm. I don't remember that. That was very buried. Roman Empire deep dive. I don't give a fuck about Caesar, man. I saw, I cringed, and I unsubscribed. Wow, well done. Oh, fuck. Okay, no more of that. Jesus. Fuck me. Do I want to play that new game? You found a clip of him calling Fuentes Israel critical. Okay. No, I don't want to play Silk Song. Nah, not yet. Embarrassing, bro. I think after watching one of my fucking detractors in chat try a Connections game designed by me, It's harder when people are watching you. Or it's also just harder if you don't know. The fuck? If you don't know, you don't know. Yes, detractor. I will call her that. Piece of shit. Okay. No, I don't care for your fucking Latin. Leave me alone. I don't want to watch Ilan Pape talking to Media-san. That sounds horrible. It's always the same shit, though, isn't it? Like, every time I see Pape going on to one of these talk shows, he's always talking about why Israel's on the brink of collapse. Like, he's always saying, like, that's his new fucking grift, isn't it? Just pretending that Israel's, like, about to collapse any fucking minute. Okay. Sure. Yeah, you got him, bub. One more fucking wee book. Any day now. Okay. No one is safe. Right. Well, thanks for your support, guys. I'm going to fuck off. I will see you. They should talk to Second Thought. True. How did you finish Hollow Knight? Which boss? Well, I did the improved. What's his name? The wizard, the fucking guy who dresses up in red, the carnival guy or whatever the fuck he's called. The guy in the tent. What's he called? Grim. The Giga Grim. The Dream Grim. I killed him. I thought we were gaming. What the fuck? No, not today. I'm preferring the short streams because I get to do other interesting stuff off stream, and some of it might relate to on stream. Who knows? Ryan Grim. True. All right. We'll get to that though. See you tomorrow. Bye.